The story begins as Ayano Koji enrolls in the prestigious Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced High School, a leading institution that trains Japan's future leaders, boasting a 100% employment and college admission rate. But what he doesn't know is that success is based entirely on merit, and students are ranked and given points based on what they're worth. While riding the bus, he witnesses an elderly woman board, prompting a girl named Kushida to politely ask a boy to give up his seat, yet he refuses, and although she appeals to others, most ignore her until another passenger eventually offers their seat, all while Ayano silently observes and takes particular note of another student, Suzune, who also chooses not to intervene. After arriving at the school, Suzune confronts him about staring at her on the bus, and although he explains that he was simply curious about her actions, she coldly dismisses him, asserting that her silence was guided by her own principles before walking away. And Ayano soon discovers that Suzune is not only in the same class as him, but is also seated directly beside him in Class 1D, where students begin interacting while waiting for their teacher, with Kushida quickly standing out due to her friendly and sociable nature, and a boy named Yosuke suggests that they all introduce each other. As introductions begin, Yosuke confidently presents himself as athletic and outgoing, while Kushida expresses her desire to befriend everyone in the school, followed by other students who reveal glimpses of their personalities. And when it becomes Ayano's turn, he struggles to articulate himself, delivering a simple and unimpressive introduction that is nonetheless met with polite applause, though he internally feels dissatisfied, while Suzune appears quietly amused by his awkwardness. The introductions are suddenly interrupted by Ken, who dismisses the activity as childish, and at that moment, their homeroom teacher, Sei, arrives, immediately taking control of the class as she introduces herself and outlines the school's rules, explaining that all students must live in dormitories with limited outside contact, though the campus provides everything they need, before introducing the point system in which each student receives 100,000 points monthly to use as currency, each point equivalent to 1 yen, shocking the students until she clarifies that the allocation reflects their merit and overall value. After class, Ayano visits the convenience store to confirm that the points function exactly like money, where he encounters Suzune again, and he notices that she purchases only inexpensive items despite having ample points, unlike most students who spend freely, but their interaction is interrupted by a commotion outside involving Ken arguing with upperclassmen, which escalates briefly before the upperclassmen leave after mocking Class 1D and warning that they are already in a bad position. As days pass, students begin forming groups and indulging in luxuries, spending their points without concern while enjoying the school's facilities, whereas Ayano struggles to form connections and remains largely alone, much like Suzune, who openly states her preference for isolation. Yet despite this, Kushida approaches Ayano and asks for his help in befriending Suzune because she genuinely wants to connect with everyone, and although hesitant, he eventually agrees. In class, the students grow increasingly careless, talking during lessons, using their phones, and even sleeping without intervention from Sei, which Suzune finds strange as she questions the school's standards, while Ayano suggests that such behavior might be encouraged to promote independence. Later, Ayano invites Suzune to a cafe under the pretense that he feels uncomfortable going alone, though in reality he has arranged for Kushida and several classmates to be present in order to create an opportunity for interaction. And although things initially appear to go as planned, Suzune quickly senses something unusual, noticing the presence of multiple classmates and deducing that the meeting was staged, and when Ayano admits the truth, Kushida directly asks Suzune to be her friend, only to be bluntly rejected as she states she has no interest in forming relationships and prefers solitude and sees no issue continuing that way. Following the failed attempt, Kushida expresses disappointment but remains determined, while Ayano reflects on how Suzune stands apart from the others as someone who does not conform to the typical student mold, and as April comes to an end, the class continues its carefree lifestyle without punishment or warning, leading their behavior to worsen as they spend recklessly, neglect responsibilities, and assume their monthly allowance will remain unchanged. However, when May 1 arrives, students check their devices and are shocked to find that no new points have been added, causing confusion to spread throughout the class, until Sei arrives and explains that point allocation is based on merit, including attendance, behavior, and academic performance, and she presents their poor statistics, which results in Class 1D receiving 0 points for the month. And although the students protest, claiming they were never informed, Sei dismisses their complaints and reiterates that the school evaluates them solely on merit. She concludes by stating that their current situation reflects their true value in the eyes of the school, emphasizing that because they failed to meet expectations, they are effectively worth nothing and therefore receive nothing. Sei explains how the system at the school operates, stating that each class is assigned points based on both performance and behavior, with Class A holding the highest rank while Class D has already fallen to 0, and she makes it clear that every action directly impacts their standing, since the class's total points determine the private points each student receives. Yet despite their current loss, there remains a path to recovery through outperforming other classes, beginning with the upcoming midterm exams where points can be earned based on results, although she adds a serious condition that any student who fails an exam will face immediate expulsion. This revelation forces the students to reconsider their attitude. Yet, even during swim class, the contrast in behavior is evident as many continue to relax, laugh, and play as though nothing has changed, while Ayano watches from the side, quietly observing how naturally others form groups as he remains alone. And nearby, Suzune criticizes their carefree mindset, pointing out that such behavior will only harm them under the system, though Ayano suggests it may simply be their way of coping with pressure, an idea she reluctantly considers. The seriousness of the situation becomes more apparent as Yosuke gathers everyone and emphasizes the need for unity in order to recover their standing, urging the class to take action and begin earning points again. Yet his determination is not shared by all, as Ken openly distances himself and shows no interest in cooperating. Despite the warning, several students continue their careless habits, with Haruki and Ike focusing more on games and spending points than studying, while others begin borrowing points after wasting their own, showing that the gravity of the situation still hasn't fully reached everyone. Amid this, Suzune approaches Ayano and invites him to lunch, where she deliberately pays for an expensive meal to make it clear that she expects something in return, and during their conversation she outlines her plan, explaining that while Yosuke and others have formed a study group, 3 students have refused to join, and these same individuals also have the lowest scores in the class, making them the greatest risk for expulsion. Determined to move the class forward, Suzune concludes that those 3 must at least reach a passing level, and although she clearly looks down on them, she acknowledges that their failure would drag the entire class down, revealing that her true goal is not merely to reach Class C, but to climb all the way to Class A. And in order to achieve this, she enlists Ayano's help by assigning him the task of convincing the 3 to join her study group as a way of repaying her. Ayano reluctantly accepts and attempts to approach them, but as expected, they refuse outright, leading him to seek Kushida's assistance, and when he contacts her, she immediately agrees out of her desire to help everyone and prevent expulsions, quickly succeeding in persuading all 3 to join, demonstrating her remarkable ability to connect with others. However, things do not proceed as smoothly as expected. The session quickly falls apart due to Suzune's harsh and condescending attitude, which alienates the 3 boys, and when Ken struggles with a simple problem, she openly insults him and questions his abilities, prompting him to lash out in frustration as he insists that studying is pointless because he plans to go professional in basketball, while Ike and Haruki, equally offended, decide to quit as well, causing the group to collapse almost immediately. Kushida attempts to reason with Suzune, explaining that no one will want to study with her if she continues treating others that way. Suzune dismisses the effort entirely, claiming that helping them is a waste of time and that their failure would actually benefit the class by eliminating weak links, a perspective Kushida strongly rejects as she refuses to give up on them and decides to handle the situation in her own way. Later that night, Ayano steps outside and overhears a tense conversation between Suzune and her older brother, Manabu, the student council president, during which she insists that she has changed and wants to prove herself, yet Manabu harshly criticizes her, claiming she has not overcome her flaws and does not belong in the school, even going so far as to tell her to withdraw. As the situation escalates, Ayano intervenes, and when Manabu attempts to attack him, Ayano effortlessly blocks and evades his movements, revealing unexpected skill that immediately captures Manabu's attention, prompting him to question Ayano about his abilities, though Ayano responds vaguely and dismisses it casually, leading Manabu to recall a student who scored exactly 50 on every exam and suspect that Ayano may be deliberately holding back, a claim Ayano denies by attributing it to coincidence. Manabu then shifts his focus back to Suzune, expressing surprise that she has made a friend, and disappointed by her mindset, he leaves while warning her that she must change if she truly intends to rise through the ranks. Afterward, Suzune awkwardly apologizes to Ayano for what he witnessed and questions him about his abilities, noting inconsistencies in his answers. Yet, he continues to avoid giving clear explanations, deepening her suspicion, and when the topic returns to the study group, she confirms that she has no intention of continuing it because she believes it to be pointless. Ayano challenges her perspective by suggesting that her tendency to isolate herself and push others away may be the very reason she ended up in Class D, but Suzune rejects the idea outright, unwilling to accept that possibility. The midterm exams approach, and the pressure intensifies to its peak, forcing the students to finally take the situation seriously. And despite earlier failures and internal conflicts, Class 1D ultimately performs far better than expected. Class D receives the results of their midterm exams, and most students pass, showing a significant improvement compared to before, leading everyone to celebrate and credit Kushida for helping them prepare. Yet Ken fails by a single point, placing him under immediate threat of expulsion according to the school's strict rules. 3 days before the exam, Ayano had already begun preparing a solution, and while searching for Ken to invite him to the study group, he finds him in a confrontation with students from Class C led by Ryuin, who openly mocks Class D and predicts multiple failures while singling Ken out. Ken attempts to attack but is restrained, and Ryuin steps forward only to flick his forehead and laugh at him, escalating the tension until Hanami intervenes and orders everyone to stop, calling out Ryuin's claim of self-defense and threatening to report him, which forces him and his group to leave. Even after they depart, Ken remains furious and tries to chase after them, but Ayano and Hanami stop him. Once things settle, Ayano invites him to the study group, though Ken refuses and heads to basketball practice, insisting that studying is pointless for him. 2 days before the exam, Ayano approaches Kushida and takes her to meet an upperclassman from Class 3D, where he proposes buying old midterm exam questions based on the assumption that the tests follow consistent patterns each year. After negotiating, he successfully purchases the material for 15,000 points, which makes Kushida question whether this is acceptable, though Ayano reassures her that it falls within the school's rules. When they compare the questions with a recent quiz, they find an exact match, confirming the effectiveness of the strategy. Despite this advantage, Ayano deliberately withholds the questions at first, understanding that giving them out too early would encourage memorization rather than genuine learning. A day before the exam, Kushida distributes them to the class, presenting them as something she acquired herself, which excites the students and helps them prepare efficiently, even benefiting Ken despite his earlier refusal to study. When the results are announced, the plan proves successful for most of the class, yet Ken still falls short by 1 point, confirming his expulsion. Although the class protests, Sei firmly states that the rules cannot be altered. In response, Ayano leaves the classroom and privately approaches Sei, asking whether true equality exists, to which she responds that it does not. He then argues that if points can be used to purchase anything within the school, they should also be able to buy a test point, offering to purchase 1 point to raise Ken's score, an idea Sei finds intriguing as she sets the price at 100,000 points. Unable to afford the amount alone, Ayano is joined by Suzune, who offers to share the cost, explaining that keeping Ken may benefit the class in the long run. With their combined contribution, Sei accepts the deal and adds 1 point to Ken's score, thereby canceling his expulsion. Later, Ayano and Suzune discuss the situation, where she insists that her actions were purely self-serving, yet Ayano suggests that she may care more about others than she admits. She firmly denies this and maintains her stance. That night, Kushida organizes a small celebration in Ayano's room, bringing several classmates together, and while the group enjoys the moment, she asks Ayano how Ken's expulsion was reversed. Instead of taking credit, he attributes the outcome to Suzune, leading the class to praise her, and although she attempts to deny it, she struggles to provide a convincing explanation. After the gathering ends, Kushida leaves but forgets her phone, prompting Ayano to follow her in order to return it. He notices her heading toward a quiet area outside and, out of curiosity, keeps his distance and observes her, only to witness a completely different side of her as she drops her cheerful persona and vents her frustration, expressing intense hatred towards Suzune. When she realizes she is not alone, she immediately confronts Ayano and demands to know what he heard. Although he avoids giving a direct answer, she remains distrustful and threatens him, stating that if he reveals anything, she will accuse him of assault, even forcing his hand against her to fabricate evidence. Faced with the situation, Ayano agrees to keep her secret and asks to be released. After confirming his response, Kushida quickly regains her usual cheerful demeanor as if nothing had happened, telling him that they now share another secret between them before walking away. Left alone, Ayano reflects on everything he has witnessed, questioning whether the version of Kushida that others see is genuine or merely a carefully maintained act. In Class 1B, the results of a recent quiz are announced, and the class performs well, with many students celebrating and thanking Hanami for helping them study while she modestly credits everyone's effort, and internally, she expresses her desire for the entire class to rise together and reach Class A. At the dorm, Ayano reflects on his previous encounter with Kushida as he heads toward the elevator, and when the doors open, he finds Kushida inside with Suzune, where Kushida greets him cheerfully, acting as usual, while Ayano recalls her threatening side. Suzune appears indifferent, and when he quietly asks about them being together, she explains that Kushida had been waiting outside her room, leaving her with little choice, and once they reach the ground floor, Suzune leaves immediately, while Kushida expresses disappointment that she refused to walk to school together. Hanami soon appears and greets Kushida warmly before noticing Ayano, and she jokingly asks if he is Kushida's boyfriend, which Kushida quickly denies, and after a brief exchange, Hanami asks if they received their monthly points, but neither of them has an answer. Later, in Class 1D, Sei announces that the distribution of points has been delayed due to an issue, and the class reacts with frustration, but she offers no further explanation, stating only that the points will be distributed once the problem is resolved. Around the same time, Hanami calls Ayano out to speak with him privately, where she nervously explains that she believes someone is about to confess their feelings to her and shows him a love letter she received, and since she does not feel the same way, she asks him to pretend to be her boyfriend to avoid hurting the person, but Ayano refuses, suggesting she should face the situation honestly. At that moment, Shiranami of Class 1B appears and asks who he is, and although Hanami struggles to respond, Ayano states clearly that they are just friends, and seeing Shiranami's emotions, he tells Hanami that feelings like hers deserve a proper and honest response before leaving them alone to talk. Later, Ayano sees Shiranami running away in tears, confirming that her confession was rejected, and Hanami approaches him and explains that she told Shiranami the truth and that they agreed to try to remain friends, while she expresses uncertainty about whether things will return to normal, after which she apologizes for involving him, but he brushes it off, and she mentions that she now owes him a favor. On July 1, the situation behind the delayed points becomes clear, as a report has been filed against Ken by 3 students from Class C, accusing him of attacking them after basketball practice, and although Ken insists it was self-defense, claiming they provoked him out of jealousy, there is no evidence to support his claim, and Sei explains that a hearing will be held in a week with the student council present, where depending on the outcome, Ken could face punishment, including the loss of points for the class. The class reacts with concern, and Kushida asks if anyone witnessed the incident, but no one comes forward, and without evidence, the situation looks unfavorable, leading some students to begin blaming Ken and even suggesting that it might have been better if he had been expelled earlier, while Suzune questions Ayano about his opinion, and he responds that they cannot be sure how the system works, suggesting that consequences may not always be immediate or visible. Yosuke steps in and proposes that the class work together to find a witness or any useful information, and most of the class agrees, while Suzune remains distant, and Ayano reluctantly agrees to help as well. Despite their efforts, no witnesses are found, and as the search continues, Hanami approaches Ayano and Kushida, offering help from Class B after hearing about the situation, and although Ayano is initially cautious, Hanami insists, reminding him that she owes him a favor, and soon after, Class B begins assisting by gathering information and spreading notices asking for witnesses. Through this effort, a message is received containing information about one of the Class C students involved, Ishizaki, revealing his violent past, and Hanami and her classmate, Kanzaki, discuss the possibility that the incident may have been staged to frame Ken, while Hanami attempts to send points as a reward to the anonymous source, and Ayano helps her with the process, during which he notices the large number of points on her account, over 2 million, which raises questions in his mind before she quickly takes her phone back and leaves. Back at the dorm, Ayano returns to his room and finds the group already inside, where they explain that they made duplicate keys to use his room as a meeting place, and shortly after, Suzune arrives and reveals that she has identified a possible witness, explaining that their classmate Sakura likely saw the incident based on her behavior during class when the topic was raised. Ayano and the others consider this, but when Kushida tries to contact Sakura, she does not respond, and Suzune points out that even if Sakura testifies, it may not be enough, suggesting that the issue goes beyond whether it was self-defense. Later that evening, Ayano and Kushida talk about the situation, and he explains that Ken's behavior and reputation make it difficult for others to believe his side of the story, using an example to point out that people are more likely to trust someone with a clean record over someone known for causing trouble, even without clear evidence, and Kushida understands his point but still insists that they should support Ken. The next day, Kushida approaches Sakura to ask about the incident, but Sakura becomes nervous and tries to avoid the conversation, insisting she knows nothing, and when Kushida grabs her hand to stop her, Sakura loses her balance and drops her camera, and the device appears to be broken, but she quickly picks it up and runs away, clearly distressed. Ayano and Suzune observe from a distance, and Ayano reflects on how people react differently to personal space, noting that while Kushida can easily approach others without making them uncomfortable, Sakura resists that closeness, suggesting she fears forming connections. Soon after, Sakura asks Ayano and Kushida to accompany her to the mall so she can get her camera repaired, and she apologizes for troubling them, while Kushida insists it was her fault for breaking it. At the electronics store, the clerk examines the camera and determines that it has a power issue, but since it is still under warranty, it can be repaired free of charge, and he asks Sakura to fill out a form with her personal details. However, she becomes visibly nervous and struggles to write anything down, and sensing her discomfort, Ayano steps in and fills out the form himself, requesting that the store contact him instead once the repairs are complete. And though the clerk hesitates at first, Ayano calmly points out that there is no issue with doing so under the warranty. After leaving the store, the three sit together outside, where Sakura thanks them again, while Kushida encourages her to relax and speak more casually since they are classmates. When Kushida steps away to freshen up, Ayano is left alone with Sakura, and an awkward silence follows, until Sakura eventually asks him what she should do about Ken's situation. Ayano tells her to decide for herself, rather than worrying about others or trying to meet expectations, and she admits that if she stays silent, she will regret it, so he tells her that this feeling alone is enough reason to act, advising her not to burden herself with thoughts about helping Ken or the class, but instead to act for her own sake, and hearing this, Sakura blushes and quietly looks at him. When Kushida returns, they decide to part ways for the day, though Kushida quietly asks Ayano if she can visit his room later. That evening, Kushida comes to Ayano's dorm room and shows him something she found online, and the images reveal that Sakura is actually an internet model who has gained popularity, explaining why she hides her appearance with glasses and avoids attention. As they discuss this, Kushida receives a message from Sakura stating that she has decided to help with Ken's case, and Ayano acknowledges that their efforts earlier may have influenced her decision. Meanwhile, preparations for the hearing begin, and the student council schedules a formal meeting to resolve the dispute between Class D and Class C. Representatives from both classes gather along with their homeroom teachers, and the hearing is overseen by the student council with Manabu present, where the discussion begins with both sides presenting their accounts. Class C claims that Ken called them out and attacked them without provocation, while Ken insists that he was the one who was called out and only acted in self-defense. Yet the injuries sustained by the Class C students and Ken's lack of visible injuries make the situation appear one-sided, placing Class D at a disadvantage. As the discussion progresses, Suzune remains silent, seemingly affected by her brother's presence, and seeing this, Ayano discreetly provokes her by pinching her side, forcing her to snap out of it, after which she regains her composure and asks to question the Class C students. She points out inconsistencies in their statements, particularly questioning why Ishizaki, who is not part of the basketball club, was present during the incident, and when they claim he was there as protection, Suzune challenges this logic, explaining that fighting multiple opponents significantly increases difficulty, making it unlikely for Ken to have inflicted such one-sided damage if all three were truly defending themselves. She then reveals that there is a witness and calls Sakura into the room, and Sakura nervously takes her seat and testifies that she saw the Class C students attack Ken first. When questioned about why she did not come forward earlier, she struggles to answer, which allows the Class C teacher to cast doubt on her credibility, suggesting she is being pressured to lie for her class. Yet despite this, Sakura insists she is telling the truth and presents evidence in the form of photos stored on her camera's SD card, and the images confirm that she was present at the scene and show part of the incident in the background. Although this supports her claim that she was there, it does not definitively prove who initiated the fight, and taking advantage of this, the Class C teacher proposes a compromise in which Ken would receive a 2-week suspension, while the 3 Class C students would each receive a 1-week suspension, acknowledging some fault on both sides while still placing greater blame on Ken. While this outcome is more favorable than before, Suzune rejects it, criticizing Ken's behavior by stating that his past actions and attitude have contributed to situations like this, yet she also firmly declares that in this particular case, he is innocent, and that the incident was a deliberate setup by Class C, and her stance escalates the tension. Manabu intervenes, concluding that one side must be lying, and he announces that he will deliver a final judgment the next day, warning that without further evidence or a confession, expulsion may also be considered as a possible outcome. After the hearing, Ayano speaks with Sakura, and he reassures her that she did well and encourages her to hold her head high. As they talk, Manabu and his secretary approach them, and Manabu remarks that he expected some kind of strategy from Ayano, and turning his attention to Sakura, Manabu questions the validity of her testimony, suggesting that without proof her words could be seen as lies. Ayano calmly states that he believes her, and in response, Manabu adjusts his glasses slightly and then swiftly corners Ayano with his right hand, and Manabu then asks him if he can prove Sakura's claim, while Ayano acknowledges that's a good question. Sakura reflects on her life, revealing why she avoids getting close to others, as her popularity as an online model brought her attention she never wanted, including letters from someone obsessively declaring love for her. And these messages only deepen her fear of interacting with people and reinforce her decision to stay distant. Meanwhile, Suzune and Ayano investigate the stairwell connected to the earlier incident, and as they examine the area, Suzune notices something important that could be used later, quietly keeping the information in mind. Later, Ayano arrives in the classroom and finds Sakura alone, and his sudden presence startles her, but they exchange a few words as he reassures her that she does not need to be so tense, and tells her that her recent actions may help both Ken and the class, as people are beginning to trust her. Hearing this, Sakura blushes slightly and gathers the courage to ask him something, but before she can, Ayano receives a message from Kushida and has to leave, telling Sakura he hopes to hear what she wanted to say later. Elsewhere, Kushida arranges to meet the 3 Class C students who accused Ken, pretending it is related to the case, and when they arrive, Ayano and Suzune appear, revealing the setup. The 3 attempt to leave, but Suzune stops them, pointing out the presence of security cameras in the area, and she explains that if the footage is reviewed, it could expose the truth about who started the fight. The boys hesitate, questioning why the student council has not already used this evidence, and Ayano responds that the council is likely aware but is observing the students' actions as part of a test. Faced with the possibility of expulsion, the boys grow anxious, and Ayano then offers a way for both sides to avoid punishment. And although they are skeptical at first, Suzune explains that if they simply withdraw their complaint, the situation can end without further consequences. Ishizaki considers this and attempts to call someone, but Suzune knocks the phone from his hand, calling him out for relying on others instead of making his own decision. And angered, he grabs her, but she reminds him of the cameras watching, and with his friends urging him to stop, he finally backs down and agrees to withdraw the accusation. At the same time, Sakura is alone near the school store and begins to feel as though someone is following her, and although she tries to avoid them, the presence continues, making her increasingly uneasy as her fear grows while she moves through the area, unable to shake the feeling. Elsewhere, Ayano meets with Hanami to repay her for the points he borrowed earlier for the cameras, and she understands his reasoning and is impressed by how he handled the situation, wondering how someone like him ended up in Class D. But Ayano avoids the question, saying he simply followed Suzune's plan. Suddenly, Ayano receives a call from Sakura, and her voice is filled with fear before the call abruptly cuts off. It turns out Sakura's phone has been knocked away, as she is pinned against a wall by Kusuda, the store clerk from earlier, and it is revealed that he is the one who had been sending her obsessive letters, and he confronts her about ignoring him despite his feelings. She tries to reach for her phone, remembering Ayano's earlier reassurance, but Kusuda restrains her and threatens to expose her photos online if she does not comply with him, and his behavior becomes more unstable as he reacts to her fear, eventually attempting to force himself on her. At that moment, a camera flash interrupts him, and Ayano stands nearby holding his phone, having taken a photo of the situation, and he calmly tells Kusuda that the image will become public. Kusuda tries to deny everything, but but Ayano points out that security cameras have likely recorded the entire incident, and realizing the consequences, Kusuda panics and attempts to flee, only to be stopped by Hanami, who arrives with security, and the man is apprehended as he breaks down. Afterward, Ayano speaks with Sakura, explaining that he was able to find her using her phone signal, and although she apologizes for involving him, he brushes it off, noting that her situation can attract this kind of trouble. Sakura removes her glasses, deciding she no longer wants to hide behind a false image, and she tells him she wants to live honestly, while he encourages her not to carry unnecessary burdens and to ask for help when needed. As she looks at him, she remarks that he never looks at her the way others do, though she quickly brushes it off with a light laugh. On the rooftop, Sei questions Suzune about why Class C suddenly withdrew their complaint, and when Suzune does not give a clear answer, Sei shifts the topic and tells her that if she wants to reach Class A, she needs to understand the true nature of Ayano, stating that while many students in Class D have obvious flaws, Ayano stands out as the most unusual, and she believes his true nature is hidden, suggesting that he may be the most defective of them all. Later, Ayano encounters Manabu and his secretary, and Manabu acknowledges the resolution of the case, and praises the strategy behind it, assuming Ayano played a key role, but Ayano deflects the credit to Suzune, while Manabu remains unconvinced. Impressed, he offers Ayano a position on the student council, but Ayano declines, stating that he prefers a normal school life, and although Manabu accepts his answer for now, he warns him not to disappoint expectations. Elsewhere, Ryuin reacts angrily to the failure of his plan, and after learning that the complaint was withdrawn by his own group, he punishes them harshly while revealing that his goal was to observe how the school would respond to an expulsion, showing his interest in testing the system itself, and he then demands to know who interfered with his plan. Soon after, he encounters Arisu from Class 1A and her group, and the two exchange words as Ryuin declares his intention to dominate all classes, while Arisu calmly responds by questioning whether he can truly achieve that, though she appears intrigued by his ambition. Later, Ayano and Suzune walk together in the rain, and Suzune confronts him, suspecting that he orchestrated the events behind the scenes, pointing out that he must have known the cameras were not being monitored and allowed her to use that information to pressure Ishizaki's group. Ayano dismisses this, but she continues pressing him, questioning his true intentions and whether he can be trusted. He claims that he simply wants a peaceful life, but Suzune challenges this, arguing that his actions contradict that claim, and when he says he acted for a friend, she refuses to accept it and demands to know more about his past, and her insistence causes Ayano to briefly recall fragments of his past, hinting at something hidden and controlled. Returning to the present, he tells Suzune that he will help her reach Class A, but firmly warns her not to pry into his life again. Suzune continues to study inside her dorm room through summer vacation, strictly following a schedule she created for herself, and her plan is structured down to the hour, balancing sleep, meals, and long periods of study, all centered around her goal of reaching Class A. One morning, as she goes through her routine, Ayano repeatedly calls her, and although she rejects him at first, she eventually answers after persistent attempts, and when he asks her to go to the pool with him, she reluctantly agrees. The night before, a group from Class D secretly meets to plan to install cameras in the girls' changing room at the pool, and they assign roles and treat it like a serious mission, with Hideo acting as the commander while the others prepare to carry it out. The next day, Suzune heads out already feeling uneasy, and on the way, she runs into Yosuke and Karuzawa, where Yosuke tries to engage her and suggests she spend more time with classmates, but Suzune dismisses the idea, stating that studying is more important, prompting Karuzawa to react with annoyance before the two leave, while Suzune remains firm in her belief that she does not need companions. Suzune arrives at the meeting spot, and Kushida cheerfully greets her while expressing her hope that the outing will bring everyone closer. Soon after, Ken and others arrive, acting suspiciously after coming from the direction of the pool, but despite their nervous behavior drawing attention, they brush it off and push the group to move forward. As they head to the pool, they run into Hanami and her classmates, who are also going there, and the groups exchange greetings before heading inside together. In the girls' changing room, the atmosphere is casual as everyone prepares, while Kushida notices Sakura wearing a rash guard, and Sakura explains that she does not like showing her skin, after which the topic shifts to Ayano, with Kushida pointing out that he seems to be getting closer to more people lately. Meanwhile, Hideo observes everything from a distance while coordinating the plan, and he signals the start of the operation by sending Haruki into the changing room disguised as a janitor, where Haruki sets up a sign indicating cleaning in progress and begins installing the cameras, but struggles with the equipment. Back at the pool, the group plays beach volleyball, and while the others try to enjoy themselves, Kushida grows concerned about Haruki's absence, while Ike and Ken attempt to deflect suspicion by acting overly energetic to keep attention away from the situation, though their behavior becomes increasingly forced and draws confused reactions from others. As Haruki continues struggling inside, Hideo realizes time is running out and orders him to abort the mission, and although Haruki reluctantly agrees and retreats, returning to the group and pretending he had simply gone to the bathroom, Kushida expresses relief, while Ike quickly tries to cover up the situation by creating distractions. However, the situation becomes more complicated when Ryuen and several Class C students approach the changing room, and Hideo spots them and urgently signals danger, while at the same time Ike manages to finish installing the cameras but finds himself trapped inside, unable to leave without being noticed. Realizing the urgency, Hideo signals for help, and Ken immediately responds by rushing toward the changing room and confronting Ryuen at the entrance, where he tries to stall them by insisting they cannot enter due to the cleaning sign, but Ryuen dismisses him, making it clear he does not care about the rules. At that moment, Class A students arrive, including Arisu, creating a tense standoff between classes, and before things escalate, Manabu appears, reminding everyone that they are still on school grounds and must follow the rules, and his presence halts the situation while drawing attention from nearby students. With the area becoming crowded, Hideo sends a signal to Ayano requesting a diversion, and understanding the situation, Ayano calls out to Suzune and asks for her help, and although confused, she follows his lead. Standing in front of everyone, Suzune begins speaking loudly and draws attention, declaring that Class D is seen as a group of defective students filled with individuals who make mistakes and fall into traps, and while she acknowledges their weaknesses, she asserts that this does not mean they cannot rise, and despite their flaws, she states that reaching Class A is still possible while declaring their determination to achieve it. Her speech captures the attention of everyone around and shifts focus entirely away from the changing room, and while the crowd reacts, Ike takes the opportunity to escape unnoticed, completing his part of the plan. Later, Suzune confirms that cameras had indeed been installed in the changing room, and in a flashback, it is shown that she searched the area and removed the SD cards from each camera beforehand, ensuring that even if the plan succeeded, it would ultimately fail. Ayano explains that he allowed the plan to proceed instead of stopping it directly, as trying to prevent it might have caused the boys to act behind his back, and by letting it happen under controlled circumstances, he ensured it could be neutralized. He then asks if she enjoyed the pool, noting that she has been alone throughout the break, but she responds that she did not come to have fun, and in response, Ayano suddenly pushes her into the pool, catching her off guard as she demands an explanation while he casually apologizes, and she retaliates by pulling him in as well. This sparks playful reactions from the others, with Kushida and the boys joining in, splashing water and turning it into a group activity. That evening, back in her dorm, Suzune receives an email from Ayano, and attached is a photo taken at the pool, showing her alongside her classmates, and as she looks at the picture, she quietly reflects, stating that it is easier to be alone, yet she smiles as she holds onto the moment. For a class trip, all the first-year students are taken on a luxurious cruise ship, where they are gathered in a theater watching a play about Icarus and Daedalus. Ayano quietly sits beside Sei, and in the middle of the performance, she reveals that a certain man had contacted the school, demanding Ayano's expulsion, but he remains calm and points out that the school cannot expel someone without reason. Sei acknowledges this but adds that, as long as he remains a student, he is protected only if he follows the rules, and she then offers him a deal if he seriously aims for Class A, she will cover for him. Ayano immediately rejects the offer and stands to leave, but she stops him with a warning that refusal could lead to his expulsion and loss of freedom, and in response, he grabs her by the collar, accusing her of trying to manipulate him and warning her that she may regret it, though she remains unfazed and calmly states that her life is already full of regret. He releases her and walks out, later standing alone at the edge of the ship, quietly contemplating whether protecting his freedom might require him to sacrifice it. The next day, the cruise continues under clear skies as the students enjoy the ship's many luxuries, marveling at the ocean and the facilities, while the ship itself is filled with high-end amenities, from restaurants to pools and spas, making the trip feel unreal to many of them. Elsewhere, Kushida spends time browsing swimsuits with her classmates, and later she joins a game of volleyball by the pool, where Ike suddenly decides to confess his feelings after watching her. Encouraged by his friends, he gathers the courage to approach her, but instead of confessing, he nervously asks if he can call her by her first name, and Kushida agrees without hesitation. Later, the group enters a high-end restaurant on the ship, and although they feel out of place and hesitate, they decide to sit anyway, drawing attention from Class A students, and soon a boy named Yahiko openly insults them by calling them unfit for such a place. Ken reacts angrily and grabs him, nearly escalating the situation into a fight, but another 1A student named Kohei intervenes, reprimanding Yahiko for his behavior while also criticizing Class D for their lack of manners, and although the tension subsides, whispers among nearby students paint Ken as dangerous, until Ike convinces him to leave before things worsen, while Ayano quietly takes note of Kohei. Back in his room, Ayano reflects on Sei's earlier words, but his thoughts are interrupted when Yasuke visits him and invites him to hang out with Karuzawa and the others. And although Ayano declines, stating he is not close to them, Yosuke presses further and reveals that he actually wants Ayano's help in bringing Suzune closer to the class, believing she is key to uniting Class D. Later, Ayano meets Suzune, who questions whether the trip is truly just a vacation, and he agrees that there is likely more to it, revealing that their destination is a boarding facility on a remote island owned by the school, which leads them both to suspect that something is being planned and decide to remain cautious. Their conversation is interrupted by Ryuan, who approaches Suzune with a provocative attitude, mentioning the camera incident from before to show that he is aware of what happened, and he attempts to intimidate her by using her first name and invading her personal space, but Suzune rejects him coldly and calls his presence disgusting, which only amuses him as he takes a photo of her and warns that he will deal with her personally next time before leaving. Shortly after, a girl from Class C named Mio confronts Ryuan and expresses frustration with his methods, but he responds dismissively, and when she attempts to attack him, his friend Albert intervenes, stopping her and throwing her aside, highlighting the imbalance within Class C as Mio realizes that Albert is completely loyal to Ryuan, while Suzune observes this and concludes that Class C may be unstable internally. Elsewhere, Arisu receives a report from her subordinate and begins planning her own moves, showing interest in investigating certain students. Later that night, Sakura is seen alone, practicing how to ask Ayano out, but she struggles with her words and cannot gather the courage, and when Ayano actually appears, she panics and abandons her plan, instead asking for his help in learning how to socialize better with their classmates, which he agrees to, and overjoyed, she grabs his hand without thinking before quickly becoming embarrassed when Kushida appears and leaving in a fluster. After Sakura leaves, Kushida talks with Ayano under the night sky, and although he prepares to leave, she stops him and reveals that she senses his wariness toward her, admitting that she feels lonely when left alone, though she quickly brushes it off and tells him to forget it. The next morning, an announcement informs the students that their destination is near, and as the island comes into view, the students gather and take in the sight, and soon after, the teachers assemble everyone and begin explaining the true purpose of the trip. Sei announces that their school IDs will be confiscated and replaced with wristwatches, warning that removing them without permission will result in penalties, and these strict measures raise suspicion among the students, before Mishima, Class A's teacher, steps forward and reveals the truth. The trip is not a vacation but a special test, and for 1 week, all first-year students will live together on a deserted island while managing everything themselves, and with that announcement, confusion and shock spread among the students. Class D begins by reviewing the resources provided to them on the island, and Yosuke explains that they have only the basics, 2 tents, flashlights, matches, and minimal supplies, forcing them to rely on survival skills for an entire week. And while some students initially treat it lightly, the reality of the situation quickly sets in as they go over the rules and objectives. They are given 300 S points to spend, which can be used for food, water, or tools. But any points left at the end of the test will be converted into class points, which immediately sparks debate on whether to conserve or spend. Yosuke pushes for saving as many points as possible, emphasizing long-term gains, while others, particularly Karuzawa and the girls, argue for spending points on necessities like proper toilets to maintain hygiene and comfort. And one of the boys, Yukimura, insists on strict conservation, leading to both sides arguing their case. Ayano observes quietly while Suzune notes how complicated the test has become, realizing it involves far more than simple survival, and the class is forced to confront not only physical challenges but also internal disagreements. At the same time, Yosuke outlines how points can be gained and lost, explaining that penalties include illness, injuries, rule violations, and absence during roll calls, while bonus points can be earned by claiming designated locations scattered across the island, which provide points every 8 hours but must be maintained by the class leader using a special keycard. And additionally, at the end of the test, classes can earn or lose a large number of points by correctly identifying the leaders of other classes, making secrecy crucial. With this in mind, the class decides to begin searching for a suitable base camp while also scouting for these valuable locations, and volunteers are gathered to form small groups that explore different parts of the forest, with Ayano joining one of these groups along with Sakura and Rokusuke while others set off in different directions. As they venture deeper into the forest, Rokusuke quickly separates himself from the group, effortlessly moving through the trees with incredible agility, and his carefree attitude contrasts sharply with the seriousness of the situation as he soon disappears from sight, leaving Ayano and Sakura behind. The two continue their search together, struggling with the heat and terrain until they come across a path leading to a cave. Recognizing its significance, they recall Sei's explanation about special locations on the island, and these spots grant bonus points when claimed by the class leader, though the points can only be added after the test ends, and more importantly, the identity of the leader must remain hidden. As they approach the cave, Ayano senses something and quickly pulls Sakura into hiding, and moments later, Class A students Kohei and Yahiko emerge from the cave, and from their conversation, it becomes clear that they have already claimed the location, and more importantly, that Kohei is acting as their leader. Growing suspicious, Kohei briefly searches the area, nearly discovering Ayano and Sakura, but after a tense moment, he decides nothing is wrong and leaves, allowing the two to come out of hiding, and they briefly inspect the cave before deciding to report their findings later. Returning to the group, they learn that Ken and others have already found a suitable campsite near a river, and the class gathers at the location, impressed by the clear water and favorable conditions, as the river provides a reliable source of water and a convenient place to set up camp, making it an ideal choice, though securing the location requires careful planning, since maintaining control over it means consistently earning points. The discussion shifts to selecting a class leader, as only the leader can officially claim these locations, and while Yosuke is initially suggested due to his leadership qualities, Kushida proposes Suzune instead, arguing that someone less noticeable would be a better choice, since a visible leader would be easier for other classes to identify, and the class agrees, and after a brief hesitation, Suzune accepts the role. With that, she uses the key card to officially claim the river site, while the others surround her to prevent anyone from observing the process. With their base established, the group begins organizing their resources, and although some express concern about the safety of drinking river water, Ike reassures them by drawing from his experience with camping, confidently explaining how to identify drinkable water and earning the trust of the group, and soon after, they begin setting up tents and gathering materials for survival. Ayano is tasked with collecting firewood and heads into the forest with Sakura and Haruki, and along the way, Haruki reveals his intention to pursue Sakura, believing she would be easier to win over compared to Kushida, though his attempts to impress her are awkward and ineffective, and the moment is interrupted when they come across Mio from Class C, injured and resting against a tree. Despite her hostility and insistence that she does not need help, the trio refuses to leave her behind, offering to stay with her until she can move, even though she warns them not to trust her, and eventually, they bring her back to their camp, where she is treated cautiously, but not rejected. Back at the campsite, Ike demonstrates how to build a fire, and successfully starts one to the amazement of the others, while Kushida and the girls return with fruits and berries they have gathered, and Ike helps identify which ones are safe to eat, allowing the group to begin settling into a rhythm as they work together to secure food and maintain the camp. Tensions ease, and Ike apologizes to Karuzawa for earlier disagreements, admitting that he now understands the difficulty the girls face, and Karuzawa also apologizes, acknowledging that everyone needs to push their limits for the sake of the class. Yosuke then proposes a strategy for their S points, suggesting that they aim to retain 120 points by the end of the test, meaning they would spend 180 points over the week, and by relying on natural resources for food and water whenever possible, they can minimize expenses and maximize their final score, and the class agrees to this plan. Meanwhile, Mio remains distant, convinced that she will eventually be cast out, but Kushida approaches her with food and treats her kindly despite being from a rival class, and Mio reacts with disbelief, calling them foolish for trusting her. The group continues discussing their plans, and Ken suddenly shouts in frustration upon learning that Rokusuke has abandoned the test, and according to the rules, his withdrawal due to illness results in a loss of 30 S points for the class. Elsewhere, Rokusuke swims up to the anchors of the ship and climbs it, hanging from it and laughing at the moon. Class D continues their survival on the island, and by the second day, the group begins to settle into a routine as, under Yosuke's direction, everyone is assigned roles. Some gather water and others prepare food, while Kushida's group manages rations and the camp runs efficiently, while Ayano quietly observes how Yosuke keeps everything together, acting as the center holding the class in balance. Wanting to better understand the situation, Ayano joins Suzune on a reconnaissance mission to observe the other classes. They first arrive at Class B's camp, located near a waterfall, and the difference is immediately clear, as the environment is better, with easy access to fresh water and food sources, while the class itself operates in a calm and cooperative manner, and Hanami greets them warmly, explaining how difficult things were at first but how they adapted over time. Suzune notes their discipline, acknowledging that Class B is functioning at a higher level than her own class, and while speaking with Hanami, they briefly learn about a student named Kaneda who had been driven out of Class C and now stays with Class B, hinting at internal conflict within other classes as well. After leaving, Ayano and Suzune move toward Class A's camp, which is set up inside a cave, and when Suzune insists on entering, arguing that there is no rule preventing them from looking inside, they are quickly stopped by Yahiko, who blocks their way, causing the situation to escalate when Kohei appears and calmly but firmly warns them. He makes it clear that while there may not be written rules, there are unspoken ones, and breaking them would lead to conflict between classes, and as more Class A students gather to form a barrier, Suzune realizes the risk and backs down, understanding that Class A intends to defend their position at all costs. Their final stop is Class C's camp, located on the beach, and unlike the others, the atmosphere here is completely different, as the class is relaxed and indulging themselves as if they are on vacation rather than taking part in a survival test, and Ryuin welcomes them while openly admitting that he has already spent all of their points. While Suzune criticizes his leadership, Ryuin dismisses her concerns and mocks the idea of enduring hardship for small gains, explaining that since points cannot go into the negative, spending everything early eliminates the risk of further losses. And when Suzune questions him about Mio's injuries, he casually admits to punishing her for disobedience, making it clear that Class C operates under a completely different philosophy driven by control rather than cooperation. As they leave, Suzune reflects on how reckless Ryuin's approach seems. But Ayano points out that it may actually be a valid strategy, explaining that by abandoning the test early, Class C can avoid the hardships altogether and return to the ship under the excuse of illness, similar to what Rokusuke did. And while Suzune struggles to accept this way of thinking, Ayano considers it simply another use of the freedom given in the test. By the third day, tension begins to rise within Class D, and that night, someone secretly enters the girl's tent and searches through Mio's belongings, targeting her bag, and although the act goes unnoticed at the time, it plants the seeds for future conflict. The following morning, Ayano speaks with Yosuke, acknowledging the burden he carries in keeping the class united, and although Yosuke insists that he does it willingly, valuing the harmony of the group above all else, his approach stands in contrast to the leadership styles seen in the other classes, relying on trust rather than fear or strict control. On the fourth day, Ayano continues reconnaissance, this time accompanied by Sakura, and she admits that she initially felt isolated on the trip due to having no friends, but now feels slightly glad she came, having found some sense of connection, and their exploration leads them to Class C's former campsite, where they discover that it has been completely abandoned. Hanami and Kanzaki are also present, confirming that Class C has withdrawn from the test, and with their leader's strategy, they chose to abandon the competition entirely rather than continue struggling, while Kanzaki points out that by doing so, Ryuin has effectively forfeited any chance of gaining points, though Hanami remains focused on her own class's steady approach. During their conversation, Ayano asks about Class A, learning that Kohei is leading in Orisu's absence, though internal divisions may still exist within that class. Back at Class D's camp later that evening, the group reflects on the day's events, and although the discovery that Class C has left surprises everyone, some assume they simply gave up, while tension surrounding Mio begins to grow, leading Ken to become suspicious of her and confront her aggressively, though she refuses to cooperate and reminds them that she is still their enemy, and Yosuke intervenes before things escalate, trying to maintain peace even as Mio continues to reject their kindness. On the 5th day, the fragile balance within Class D is disrupted, as early in the morning, the girls report that Karuzawa's underwear has gone missing, causing panic to spread quickly and suspicion to immediately fall on the boys, and despite the lack of evidence, the girls demand a search to find the culprit, while Yosuke attempts to handle the situation calmly by agreeing to a bag inspection while trying to protect everyone's dignity. During the search, Haruki discovers the missing underwear in Ike's bag, and Ike panics, insisting that he is innocent and that someone must have planted it there, and while others begin to suspect him, Ayano points out that if Ike were the culprit, he would not have been so careless, yet with no way to prove his innocence, the situation becomes increasingly tense. In desperation, Ike hands the underwear to Ayano, asking him to hide it, and although Ayano reluctantly takes it, the group proceeds to a physical search with Yosuke tasked with checking him, and at that moment, Ayano realizes there is no way to avoid being exposed. However, after completing the search, Yosuke announces that Ayano does not have the item, and the tension immediately subsides as the girls accept the result, even though the true culprit remains unknown. Later, in private, Yosuke reveals that he had taken the underwear himself during the search, choosing to protect Ayano, and he explains that as Karuzawa's boyfriend, his reputation would suffer the least if he were blamed. Yosuke expresses his belief that Ayano is not the culprit and asks him to find the real one, and at the same time, he admits that even if the truth is uncovered, he may choose to hide it to preserve the unity of the class, and Ayano agrees to help. The aftermath of the underwear theft begins to fracture what little trust Class D had managed to build, as suspicion spreads quickly and the girls decide that the safest solution is to separate the boys' and girls' living spaces entirely, demanding that the boys' tent be moved away to create a clear boundary between the two sides. While the boys protest, Yosuke steps in and agrees to help move the tent, trying to maintain order. Suzune, however, is not convinced that this alone is enough, and she points out that Yosuke, being a boy, cannot be trusted to move freely between both areas without supervision, leaving the girls hesitant and unsure who else they could rely on given their growing distrust. Suzune resolves this by nominating Ayano, noting that he stands out precisely because he doesn't stand out at all, and since he hasn't caused any trouble and appears detached from the others, he is considered the safest choice, which the girls accept, leaving Ayano assigned to assist Yosuke. As the two begin moving the tent, Ayano remarks on how he was chosen by process of elimination, and although Yosuke tries to lighten the mood, he is soon called away to help elsewhere, leaving Ayano to finish the task alone. Later, Ayano finds himself alone until dinner, only for Suzune to join him, and their conversation quickly shifts as he confronts her about something he has been observing since the start of the test, her condition. Despite her insistence that she is fine, he grabs her arm and checks her temperature, revealing that she is running a fever close to 38 degrees Celsius, and Suzune admits that she has been unwell since the cruise but refuses to withdraw, determined to endure until the end. By the 6th day, the pressure of the test continues to mount as dark clouds gather overhead, and the class prepares for an incoming storm by gathering food in advance. While working near the river, Ayano asks Suzune about the keycard used to claim spots, revealing that he had seen what might have been a similar card in Class A's possession earlier, and wanting to confirm whether it was genuine, he asks to see hers. Suzune hesitates but eventually shows it to him, and even after examining it, Ayano remains uncertain, noting that differences in color or design between classes could make identification difficult. Nearby, Kushida observes Ayano and Suzune and comments that the two seem unusually close, and Haruki seizes the moment to approach Suzune and deliberately smear mud into her hair, attempting to provoke a reaction. Instead, Suzune reacts instantly and throws him to the ground with force, causing the situation to briefly escalate before it is diffused, after which she leaves to wash off the mud at a nearby waterfall. During that moment of separation, an even greater problem emerges, and when Suzune returns, she quietly calls Ayano aside and reveals that the key card has been stolen. Realizing the severity of the situation, they agree to keep it hidden from the rest of the class to avoid causing panic, and Suzune narrows down the suspects to two, Karuzawa and Mio. But Ayano quickly dismisses Karuzawa as a possibility, having seen her occupied the entire time, leaving Mio as the primary suspect, and they decide to confront her at the right moment, understanding that if she escapes with the card, the consequences could be severe. Before they can act, another incident throws the camp into chaos as a fire suddenly breaks out, burning part of the survival manual, and the class scrambles to extinguish it. Though the damage is already done, leading to accusations flying immediately, with the girls once again suspecting the boys, and the already fragile trust between them collapses further as arguments erupt across the camp, while Yosuke struggles to restore order and even begins to falter under the pressure. Amid the confusion, it is noticed that Mio has disappeared, reinforcing the suspicion that she is responsible and leading the class to believe that she had been acting as a spy all along. And while the others focus on managing the chaos, Suzune sets out alone to track her down, determined to recover the stolen keycard. Deep in the forest, Suzune eventually finds Mio waiting, and the confrontation is tense from the start as she accuses her of being responsible for the theft and demands the return of the card, while Mio denies involvement at first, though the conversation quickly escalates, and despite the rules prohibiting violence between classes, Mio shows no hesitation, pointing out that without witnesses, there would be no consequences. Weakened by her illness, Suzune struggles to keep up, yet she continues to press Mio and refuses to back down, and eventually, Mio admits the truth that she was the one who stole the keycard, with the admission coming almost casually. Suzune attempts to regain control of the situation, but her weakened state leaves her vulnerable. Mio takes advantage of this and launches a decisive attack that knocks Suzune down, and with no one around to intervene, and with Suzune defeated, Mio leaves the scene, taking the keycard with her. Mio uses a hand radio to contact Kohei and informs him that she has successfully stolen Class D's keycard, and Kohei becomes convinced that they have now secured an overwhelming lead over the other classes. Elsewhere in the forest, Ayano finds Suzune collapsed and carries her to a nearby shelter, where she regains consciousness and immediately recalls chasing Mio and failing to retrieve the card, and seeing her deteriorating condition, Ayano tells her to withdraw from the test, assuring her that he will handle the situation. Suzune refuses, unwilling to accept further losses caused by her weakness, and she admits that her lack of trust in others led to this failure, realizing that if she had relied on allies, the keycard could have been protected. Yet, despite acknowledging this, she insists on continuing alone, driven by her desire to reach Class A and earn Manabu's recognition. Ayano challenges her resolve, pointing out that she cannot succeed by herself, and he tells her to rely on others while even offering his help directly. And although Suzune is surprised by his words and struggles to respond, her body reaches its limit, causing her to collapse again from fever and exhaustion, which forces Ayano to carry her to the teachers. Sei confirms her condition, and Suzune is officially withdrawn from the test, resulting in a penalty for Class D. Back at the camp, the aftermath of the chaos weighs heavily on the group, as news spreads that Suzune has dropped out and Mio has disappeared. With penalties from withdrawals and the risk of their leader being correctly identified, Class D faces the possibility of losing nearly all their accumulated points, and Yosuke realizes that once the results are announced, the class may turn on itself, leading to conflict and blame. On the final day, each class prepares to submit their guesses for the leaders, and Class B decides not to take the risk, choosing not to name anyone to avoid penalties, while Class D finishes their preparations, uncertain of their outcome. And as the exam concludes and all classes gather, Ryuin appears, revealing that he never truly withdrew from the test, surprising everyone, especially since Mio is nowhere to be seen. Ryuin then explains his strategy, stating that from the very beginning, he formed a contract with Class A, transferring 200 S points worth of supplies in exchange for information about the leaders of other classes, and he sent Mio and Kaneda as spies to infiltrate Classes D and B, and after spending the remaining points, most of Class C withdrew, leaving only a few behind to continue gathering information, while he also reveals that he had contact with a faction within Class A, which leaked crucial information to him, including the identity of their leader. Using the stolen keycard, Ryuin and Kohei verified Class D's leader and finalized their plans, and confident in his calculations, Ryuin believes his strategy guarantees victory, expecting to surpass Class A through bonus points gained from correctly identifying leaders. However, when the results are announced, everything collapses, as Class C finishes in last place with 0 points, followed by Class A with 120 points, while Class B takes second with 140 points, and Class D unexpectedly claims first place with 225 points, shocking everyone. Back on the ship, Suzune struggles to understand how Class D managed to win despite everything that went wrong, while tensions rise within Class A, as Kohei faces criticism from his classmates for his decisions, particularly the deal with Ryuin, and it is revealed that someone within his own class, Hashimoto, leaked their leader's identity, weakening his position. At the same time, Ryuin reflects on his failure and realizes the critical mistake, as Class C's guess for Class D's leader was incorrect, and this single error cost them everything. Suzune finally confronts Ayano, demanding an explanation, and he reveals that she was never the leader at the end of the test, explaining that after her condition worsened and she withdrew, he used that as a valid reason to change the class leader to himself, and as a result, when Ryuin and Kohei named Suzune as the leader, their guesses were wrong. Ayano then explains that he had anticipated Mio's actions from the beginning, deliberately creating situations that would force her to steal the key card, including ensuring her camera was unusable and orchestrating distractions within the camp, and he allowed the chaos to unfold so that the card would reach Ryuin, leading both Class A and Class C to believe they had the correct information, while at the same time using Suzune's withdrawal as the opportunity to quietly take over as leader. He also reveals how he deduced the leaders of the other classes, explaining that despite seeing Kohei with a key card, he realized that someone as cautious as him would not expose himself so carelessly, leading him to conclude that Yahiko was actually the leader of Class A, while for Class C, Ryuin's continued presence and his communication with Mio made it clear that he was the leader, and as for Class B, Ayano chose not to interfere in order to avoid any unnecessary risk to their relationship. Suzune realizes that everything had been carefully orchestrated, including her own role in the plan, but before she can fully process it, the rest of Class D arrives and begins praising her, believing she was responsible for their victory, leaving her overwhelmed and confused as the credit is shifted entirely onto her. Later, Kushida approaches Ayano and admits that she dislikes Suzune for her lack of a hidden side, asking him who he trusts more, though he avoids giving a clear answer, leaving her dissatisfied. Ayano is then summoned by Sei, who acknowledges his performance and reveals that she knows about his past, and when he questions her about the attempt to have him expelled, she confirms that it was his father who made the request. Elsewhere, Ryuin reveals that his true objective was not the test itself but the contract he forced upon Class A, securing a steady flow of private points from them, and despite his loss, he remains focused on his long-term gains. Suzune later meets Ayano again and acknowledges his help, reluctantly accepting him as an ally while insisting that her goal remains reaching Class A, and as she leaves, Ayano reflects on everything, revealing his true mindset, as he does not see his classmates as allies, but as tools, believing that people are merely means to an end, and that in the end, all that matters is winning. Akane reports the results of the survival challenge on the isolated island to Manabu, only to find that he is already aware of them, and although he remains composed, he quietly takes note of Ayano's progress and begins to wonder how he will perform in the next challenge. Meanwhile, Ayano is still on the cruise ship with the rest of the students and cannot get over the revelation that his father was the one who wanted him to be expelled. At the same time, the other students are enjoying themselves, and when Ayano steps out of his room, Yosuke invites him to join him and Karuzawa for lunch. But right then, an announcement informs all students that the special exam is about to begin, with detailed instructions sent by email. Ayano checks the message and follows the instructions, then heads to room 504, where Yukimura and Haruki are already waiting, and shortly afterward, Karuzawa joins them alongside Hideo. There, they are informed by the instructor that all students have been divided into 8 groups of 14, each named after a planet in the solar system, with Ayano assigned to the Mars group. Each group consists of 3 students from classes A and B and 4 from classes C and D, preventing any single class from controlling the outcome through internal coordination. The test will last 3 days, during which one student will be secretly chosen as the VIP at 8 a.m. on the first day, and their identity will remain hidden while the group will meet twice daily to discuss and figure it out. And after 30 minutes on the final day, all students except the VIP will have to submit their answer to the school by email. The exam has 4 possible outcomes based on how students respond. In the best-case scenario, if everyone except the VIP's classmates submits the correct answer on the final day, all of them earn 500,000 private points, while the VIP earns a total of 1 million points. In the second case, if even one student outside the VIP's class submits a wrong answer or fails to answer, only the VIP receives 500,000 points. The third case occurs when someone correctly identifies the VIP and submits the answer early. That student gains 500,000 private points, their class earns 50 class points, and the test ends immediately. However, if the correct answer is submitted early by the VIP's classmate, it is considered invalid. In the fourth case, An early incorrect answer causes the student's class to lose 50 class points, while the VIP's class gains 50 points and the VIP earns 500,000 private points, ending the test. Although the first option seems the most beneficial for everyone, the competition between classes A to D makes cooperation difficult, as each class tries to prioritize itself and gain an advantage over the others. On the day of the exam, neither Ayano nor Suzune is chosen as the VIP, and while they discuss the details of the test, Ryuan approaches Suzune and asks if she is the VIP, which she denies. He then questions her about the results of the previous exam and expresses disbelief that she could have orchestrated such a strategy alone, insisting she must have had help. However, Suzune claims she has no friends other than Ayano and denies everything, after which Ryuan issues a threat toward Class D and ultimately leaves without uncovering the mastermind he is searching for. Later, the Mars group holds its first official meeting, starting with introductions. From the very start, Hanami takes the initiative to lead the discussion, encouraging everyone to trust each other and suggesting that they should identify the VIP together so that all members can benefit, presenting Case 1 as the most balanced approach. However, Machida from Class A opposes her idea, and together with his classmates, abstains from all discussions, arguing that the plan is too risky because a single betrayal would lead to Case 3, where a betrayer gains points while the VIP's class loses all points. Hanami rebuts that Machida's approach is going to ruin a student's chance for redemption, and points out that Case 1 allows classes with equal numbers of students to receive extra private points. After the discussion, Manabe from Class C approaches Karuzawa along with the other girls from her group and accuses her of bullying their classmate Rika. They blame that she shoved Rika in the cafeteria earlier and demand that Karuzawa apologize to Rika, but Machida steps in to defend her. Soon, the second round of discussion takes place, but the group remains in a deadlock, so Hanami suggests they simply chat and go with the flow for the time being, after which the members disperse. By the end of the first day, Karuzawa breaks down in the shower while reflecting on everything that has been happening around her. Yosuke has a brief conversation with Rokusuke, who is busy working out, and then meets Yukimura and Ayano to discuss something important, and since no one is nearby, he reveals that Kushida has told him she is one of the VIPs of their class. However, Yukimura points out that if VIPs are evenly distributed, there should be another one in their class. But before they can continue, Rokusuke suddenly joins them and remarks that waiting until the deadline is too troublesome, then proceeds to act on his own and ends the Jupiter group's test early by sending an answer to the school. After returning to his room, Ayano texts Suzune about what happened, and although she is frustrated that Rokusuke acted recklessly and questions why he was not stopped, Ayano explains that once Rokusuke decides something, it is nearly impossible to interfere, and the two later meet to discuss the exam further and agree that Class D must act in unity to maximize their class points. They decide that Karuzawa should be used as a key figure because of her strong influence over the Class D girls, especially since Ayano has noticed that her recent behavior has been unusually passive compared to her usual attitude. Right then, Ryuan interrupts them and claims he has understood the core mechanics of the exam, which Ayano believes is likely true since the school tends to design its tests around a few key rules that, once understood, make the exam easier to navigate. Ryuan then declares that the special exam will be an overwhelming victory for Class C and reveals that he has already pressured students into handing over their phones so he can access the results and uncover the true identities of the VIPs, and although Suzune warns that he could be expelled if caught, he downplays the risks and proposes an alliance where the other classes unite and share information to crush Class A. However, Suzune immediately rejects the offer due to her distrust, and Ryuan leaves after reaffirming his intent to win. Elsewhere, Karuzawa recovers from her breakdown and refers to herself as a parasite due to her dependence on others, and on the other hand, Ayano runs into Kushida, who shyly hugs him before leaving. Meanwhile, Hoshinomiya, the Class B teacher, asks Sei how Ayano became the leader as the island test ended, though she receives no response. Ayano observes Yosuke and Karuzawa arguing about their relationship, where Karuzawa demands protection even if it involves violence, while Yosuke refuses and admits that although he is willing to maintain appearances, he cannot devote himself solely to her, which leads to Karuzawa angrily ending things and returning to her room. Ayano uses the chance to learn more about the duo by asking Yosuke some tough questions, and Yosuke soon realizes that Ayano wants nothing but the truth and will not be misled by excuses. So he reveals that his relationship with Karuzawa was only meant to protect her, as despite her tough exterior, she is deeply insecure due to being severely bullied in both elementary and junior high school, and as a result, they have been pretending to date. Before the third discussion, Karuzawa asks Ayano if he is the VIP, but before they can talk further, the other group members arrive at the conference room. The discussion starts and Hanami once again tries to bring everyone onto the same page, though she makes little progress as students from the other classes are willing to cooperate for a win-win outcome while Class A remains reluctant. They argue that there is a high chance someone may betray the group and that managing so many people with sensitive information would be nearly impossible, so they refuse to participate in further discussions and stick to their original stance, leaving the Mars group in a deadlock even after both discussions. After the fourth discussion ends, Ayano and Yukimura notice that several girls are following Karuzawa, so they quietly trail behind them unnoticed, and when the girls confront Karuzawa and bring up Rika, the two hide in the hallway and watch. Since Karuzawa is obstinate and refuses to comply, Manabe loses her patience and begins physically bullying her. Ayano tells Yukimura not to interfere as he appears to have a plan, while on the other hand, Manabe and other girls show no remorse, and since they know Karuzawa cannot really take a stand for herself, they use that to their advantage. They not only physically intimidate her but also record the entire ordeal. Just as the bullying continues and becomes more ruthless with each passing minute, Yukimura runs out of patience, ignores Ayano's advice, and confronts Manabe and the others, who pretend as if nothing happened. Before they leave, they whisper to Karuzawa to keep her mouth shut, so when Yukimura checks up on her, she tells him that she never asked for his help and walks away without even thanking him. Later that day, Ayano sends an anonymous email to Manabe inviting her to take revenge on Karuzawa, for which he offers all his support. Following their online interaction, Manabe and some of her friends corner Karuzawa in an isolated place where they begin to physically assault her once again. This time, they are even more ruthless and do not show any remorse as they harass and physically intimidate her, and Karuzawa is helpless and does not resist the brutal assault, knowing that angering her bullies could have even worse consequences for her. After the girls leave, Ayano approaches Karuzawa and berates her, and she talks about her past experience of abuse. Upon finding a wound on her chest, Ayano vows to protect her in exchange for working with him to unite Class D and win the test, offering her a chance to become his ally and promising to give her all the emotional support she needs while using the evidence he has collected against her bullies. Karuzawa realizes that this is her golden opportunity to protect herself, so she understandably joins hands with Ayano. Ayano later accompanies Sei and spends points while shopping, and later, Ayano talks with Hanami about Class A, and despite being in different classes, Hanami affirms that it is possible to reach Class A with 20 million private points. Later, the Mars group sits together one more time to discuss their plans with the deadline approaching, and Tetsuya from Class B suggests that there is only one way forward. Every member of the group must show their cell phone to the whole team so that the identity of the VIP can be revealed. Even with the risk of someone exposing the VIP first, Tetsuya is determined to go with the plan, and although Machida tries to discourage them by arguing that their decision could backfire, everyone complies one by one. When each member opens the email to reveal that they are not the VIP, the rest of the Mars group also feel courageous enough to show their emails until it is Yukimura's turn. Yukimura hesitates to show the email, shocking everyone when he reveals that he is the VIP and implores everyone to protect him until the end of the test. However, there is a twist. When Hanami calls Ayano's number, the phone in Yukimura's hand starts ringing, and it turns out that the two friends exchanged their phones to keep the VIP's identity a secret because Ayano did not trust other members of the group. While the whole plan to show each other's email was supposed to be a trust-building exercise, it eventually backfired, as Ayano appeared to double-cross his own teammates. After the meeting, he meets Karuzawa, and it turns out that his plans were even more complex than anyone could have imagined. Ayano set up things in a manner that even though students in his group realize that he has exchanged phones with Yukimura, the identity of the VIP will remain a secret, and this is possible only because Karuzawa was the VIP, not him. In order to fool his teammates, he acted as if his cover had been blown, which was not the case at all, and he first exchanged phones with Karuzawa along with the SIM cards as well. That phone later ended up in Yukimura's hand after the exchange. When Hanami called him, everyone in the Mars group thought that Ayano was the VIP, but that phone was actually Karuzawa's while the SIM in it belonged to him. So to sum up, Karuzawa was Team Mars's VIP, not Ayano. Hanami reveals that she had already figured out the plan but chose not to expose it due to her alliance with Class D. It turns out the VIPs were chosen based on their name's position in the hiragana scripture and the corresponding planet group of said VIP. While almost all participants relied on negotiations and other ways to put themselves in the best position, they missed out on a simple hint that could have made the whole exam a cakewalk for them. Almost all tests organized by the school have some underlying clue or trick that can help the students. If the team was Mercury, the first planet, then the VIP in that group was going to be the student whose name came first when the student names were arranged in alphabetical order, and the same applied to all other teams as well. Ryuan recognized this simple hint early in the exam, which is why he was confident about the identities of the VIPs. Class D talks about how Class C is not fully united, and then the students learn about the upcoming sports festival from their teacher. The class schedules have already been adjusted accordingly in preparation for it, so the students will therefore have more physical education classes in the coming weeks. While their class teacher declines to clarify whether the sports festival itself will turn into a special exam as well, she does claim that it will have a huge impact on the class. The school will hold a 13-event sports festival with the theme of Team Red versus Team White. Team Red consists of classes A and D, and Team White consists of classes B and C. There will be team as well as individual contests, and the sports festival has several merits. The top 3 placements have a choice between 1,000 private points or bonuses on their written exam and demerits. The bottom 10 placements lose bonuses on their written exam. It is up to the students to pick which ones will participate in what order and what contest. Ayano and Suzune discuss that strict preparation separates the sports festival from the previous 2 special tests, with Suzune wanting to win by unfair methods while Ayano believes they can win by normal ones. While discussing the different scenarios, most students are on the same page that individuals should participate in contests based on their abilities, and the class decides on choosing participants through skill or volunteering. Suzune agrees but goes a step further to argue that in group contests, students who are faster and more agile should be paired with someone less athletic so that the class can ultimately get a higher overall rank, feeling that it will at least ensure class victory at the risk of the weaker ones losing out on merits. However, Karuzawa strongly disagrees with her suggestions and argues that they make no sense, refuting that personal choice for events is better, and noting that Suzune looks down on everyone and cannot unite the class with that attitude. Karuzawa feels that the whole plan just ultimately lowers the chances of their class winning the competition, as the bottom students will lose points as mentioned by their class teacher, so ultimately Suzune's competence-based plan and Karuzawa's leadership that considers individual opinions stand against each other. Karuzawa accompanies Kushida, who suggests combining the ideas, and the class agrees. Karuzawa and a few students are against Suzune's view, and Suzune gains their ire by calling them incompetent. Yosuke reconciles by getting the votes on the idea, and eventually, Karuzawa's plan gets a better response from the class. Later that day, Class D starts their preparation for the sports festival and begins their training on the indoor and outdoor grounds, and the class extensively trains for the festival. Following the discussion in the class, Karuzawa confronts Ayano, and it turns out that it was he who had prompted her to take a position against Suzune's suggestion, and had also asked her to push Kushida for her response on the subject. Although Ayano declines to fully reveal what is going through his head, he does reveal that he now strongly believes that he can make his class move up to Class A, and while Karuzawa is taken aback by this bold claim, Ayano decides that he must tell her a little more to cement the trust between them. Therefore, he goes on to predict that someone in their class will turn out to be a traitor during the sports festival, and that particular student will share critical information about the class and try to sabotage everyone else's efforts. When Karuzawa demands more, Ayano interrupts the conversation, hesitant to share anything else, but it seems that he plans to take on the traitor and help his class outperform everyone else. Suzune argues with a student, and Ayano wonders why she cannot compromise, as she believes that weaker people are supposed to match the stronger people's rhythm to win. After a 3-legged race, he surmises that she ignores her allies. Ayano and Suzune begin to suspect that Kushida may be the one leaking Class D's information to other classes because she receives private points from other classes. To confirm their suspicions, Ayano brings Kushida along under the pretense of observing another group, creating an opportunity to watch her reactions closely as they surveil Team White, which visibly frustrates Kushida due to Suzune's presence. During this, Suzune directly confronts Kushida and blatantly asks whether she has been selling VIP information, to which Kushida denies the accusation without hesitation and instead asks them to trust her, though Ayano remains unconvinced. The sports festival begins, and Ken takes initiative to motivate Class D, while Arisu observes the festival from a distance. However, when Rokusuke refuses to cooperate and leaves, Ken lowers the class morale, and Team Red loses the Topple the Pole event after Ryuin directly confronts Ken and defeats him, dealing a heavy blow to Class D's standing. Things get worse when Saki from Class 1C is accidentally injured by Suzune during the girls' obstacle course race, and later, after failing to persuade Rokusuke to return, Suzune wishes that she had Kushida and admits she liked her at some point. Team White continues targeting Ken and Suzune repeatedly, making it clear that their participation details have been exposed beforehand, which continues to lower Class D's morale. Karuzawa and Ayano both recognize this pattern and believe that the Class D traitor leaked the participation list for Ryuin to target Ken and Suzune. Ayano continues that he never intended to aim for victory in the festival, suggesting that losing may not necessarily be a disadvantage, and that doing nothing is optional. His detached approach contrasts with the rest of the class, who are trying to recover from their losses. Under constant pressure and repeated defeats, Ken eventually reaches his limit and withdraws from participation, and drastically lowering class morale. Ayano then tells Suzune to be useful and convince Ken to rejoin the team, pointing out that she has convinced him before and should do so again if she wants to stabilize the class. Tension continues to build within Class D as suspicion spreads, and Karuzawa and Yosuke question Ayano about the identity of the traitor, but he avoids giving a clear answer. Instead, he bluffs that Suzune has already submitted the leaked information, using it to provoke a reaction and potentially expose the culprit. Later, Kushida and Suzune head to the medical office, where Ryuin confronts them and allegedly accuses Suzune for hurting Saki, using the incident as leverage against her. Ryuin demands 1 million private points in exchange for keeping the matter quiet, and he further pressures Suzune by telling her to submit to him, giving her until the end of the festival to respond. Suzune thinks it is a bluff, but Ryuin's persistence suggests otherwise, and refusing his demand could lead to consequences from the school if the incident is reported. Visiting Manabu in the hallway, Suzune acknowledges her own shortcomings and admits that she has been unable to lead properly, imploring that she knows her incompetence and will not trouble him anymore, and accepts her current limitations. Yet she affirms that she has one thing to do for the festival, determined to take responsibility for her actions. Suzune scolds Ken, and he admits that he joined the festival for attention and to get back at those talking bad about him, so Suzune affirms that he must keep fighting or he will be worthless, stating that she will await his return. After Ken decides to not play anymore and leaves the field, Suzune follows him, but unfortunately, he is adamant that he won't be rejoining the team for the school festival and advises her to give up on trying to convince him. Meanwhile, Ayano is on the ground and asks Kushida to practice with him, and as she is tying their legs together so that they can practice running, Ayano finally confronts her. He mentions that Class C wouldn't have managed to outplay them if she was not providing them with crucial inside information, which helped them place the right players in every game and come up with a counterplan. But to his surprise, Kushida acts innocent and continues to pester him with questions to see how well he understands the whole scenario. Ayano is aware of every little detail of her plan, and as he elaborates one aspect after another, it becomes increasingly clear that she won't be able to hide her role in helping Class C for long. She initially denies the accusation but poses a notion as to why he did not change the list if he knew she leaked the participation list, which she deduces would have caused inter-class confusion. As he presses her a little, Kushida finally reveals that she is the traitor for leaking the list and selling her VIP information to Ryuin, all for her desire to see Suzune and Ayano expelled, though she does not reveal why she wants Suzune to get expelled but does mention that she will now target Ayano as well. Suzune tries to convince Ken one more time, talking about how they are the same in seeking acknowledgement from others, and she explains how she has always been seeking acknowledgement from her brother Manabu, outcasting herself from others to reach it. After going through her experiences with Class D, she realizes that she cannot fight alone and needs allies, and Ken gives in after being moved by her words, rejoining the festival and apologizing for his actions earlier. Later that day, the last games of the festival are finally played, and Suzune manages to convince Ken to participate again, so Class D appears to have a renewed energy. Suzune and a male student are replaced by Kushida and Ayano for the final event, and in the final race, Ayano gives his best but fails to win for his class by the barest of margins. Manabu and Ayano talk about the future of Class D, and the latter indulges the former in a relay race to learn more about him. As Ayano receives the baton, the two lap all the runners and run at a dead heat, leaving the school in awe. Although Class D does poorly on the overall list and ends up coming in last, the class praises Ayano for his performance, and Ayano is satisfied as he has predicted that such a result will eventually help his class. Suzune talks about how she has personally grown and affirms her belief in helping Class D become strong. After the end of the school festival, Suzune meets Kushida and Ryuen at an isolated place on the school premises to reveal the answer, and without wasting any time, she asks Kushida to finally come out clean and accept that she was working behind the scenes to make Class D lose. To her surprise, Kushida still acts innocent and claims that she was not working with Ryuen, so Suzune remarks that she should drop the fake appearance, pointing out that it was only because of her betrayal that Class C managed to do so well while Class D was doomed from the start. Kushida obliges and reveals her intention to expel Suzune by any means necessary and remove those who know her, and she finally opens up about recalling a student in her middle school who resembles Kushida. At this point, Kushida realizes that Suzune has figured out her truth as well, just like Ayano, and finally accepts that she is doing all this to get her expelled along with Ayano. Suzune, who is already aware of her intentions, is not surprised by her confession at all and remains calm, but Kushida goes as far as threatening to hunt her down if she ever plans to expose her. Ryuen reveals his whole plan as well, accepting that he had Kushida give the participation list of Class D so that he could place players in a manner that would guarantee victory, and he also gives Suzune another shock by accepting that he instructed Saki to hurt Suzune and pretend to be injured. Suzune reveals that she has been recording everything that he has said for her protection, and she won't let him manipulate her anymore. Unfortunately, Ryuen points out that he has been recording the whole conversation as well for his innocence should the matter reach the student council, and he can always claim that he was entertaining her delusion before revealing his plans. While Suzune argues that she can always edit the audio, Ryuen receives an email from an anonymous user containing a recording voice about the evidence. It turns out that Class C also has a traitor who has been helping someone in Class D gather audio evidence against Ryuen. Now the game is even, and Ryuen praises the mastermind of Suzune and Class D for anticipation, meaning he can't really do much to Suzune, as the student from Class D who is pulling the strings has evidence that can be used against him. Manabu renounces from working with the student council and steps down as president, passing the baton to Miyabi from Class 2A, who vows to bring back meritocracy and ensure that the best talent is rewarded in the school. Kohei advises Ayano and Class D to be wary of Ryuen, and after he leaves, Maya from Class 1D bashfully asks Ayano to trade numbers, implying she has a crush on him. Later that day, despite Class D coming in last for the sports festival, no students are expelled, much to Sei's surprise, so she congratulates them for doing so well until this point and also mentions that no one has dropped out so far, which is actually very rare. She then goes on to warn them about the upcoming year-end special exam called Paper Shuffle, where some of the students almost always get eliminated, and she allows the class to know the details of this test that will serve as their final exam. In the Paper Shuffle, two students will be paired together and must score above 60 points as a pair, or both students will be expelled. The pairs will be determined through a mini-test, and there is a threshold for the total points from all subjects. Each class will make questions for the exam, which will be answered by one of the other three classes, and the class that made the questions can request other classes to do the test, with a lottery in the event of a double request. The requesting class and the requested class will go head-to-head, and whichever class scores higher will steal 50 class points from the other. Cheating will result in immediate expulsion. Class D loves the idea of working together in pairs, and some of them begin forming teams on the spot, but they are then informed that the pairs are not decided by the students. Before the special exam, a quiz is always held, and the students must take it very seriously since it is going to be a deciding factor in their success. As far as the special exam is concerned, the question paper for that is set up by the students themselves, with one class picking questions for the other class, while teachers keep a strict eye to ensure the questions are doable. Suzune and Ayano suggest preparing the class for Paper Shuffle, and Karuzawa exchanges emails with Ayano about witnessing Maya's confession. Then Ayano and the rest of the group prep for the exam. Before the meeting begins, Suzune decides to discuss something important with Ayano, so she takes him to an isolated room where she tells him all she knows about Kushida. Suzune explains that she and Kushida attended the same school, and back in junior high school, there were a lot of students in Suzune's class, so it took her a while to recall where she had seen Kushida. Sometime before graduation, an incident imploded a class and turned the students' lives upside down, and rumor had it that a single female student was the catalyst, whom Suzune believes is Kushida, although Suzune does not know for sure whether Kushida was really behind the disaster. The rumor has made Kushida want to get her expelled as soon as possible. Ayano listens carefully and suggests that she get Kushida expelled, but Suzune believes she can make Kushida their ally instead. Ayano and Suzune rejoin the others to devise a plan for the quiz, having some students flunk the mini-test so that the highest scorers can pair with the lowest ones to create an average threshold. Suzune argues that, looking at the previous records of the paper shuffle, it is strange that so few students are actually in any real danger since the entire format appears so intimidating, but in order to do well in the special exam, she argues that the quiz must be taken very seriously. Suzune explains that the best scenario will be to ensure that the best brains in the class are paired with below-average students. So to make this possible, the class must be divided into 4 groups. The bottom students will leave an empty sheet. The best students will try to get high marks as they naturally do, and the 3rd and 4th groups will consist of students who get a score of more than 0 and less than that of the best students respectively. In this way, the overall composition of the teams formed will give Class D a better chance of surviving the paper shuffle, and as far as targeting another class is concerned, Suzune argues that they should go for Class C instead of A and B since the other two have really good students. That night, Karuzawa and Ayano have a conversation about Maya, and he vows to protect Karuzawa. The next day, the class agrees to Suzune's plan for the mini-test, and Ayano accompanies Maya for the paper shuffle. Everyone in the initial meeting appears to agree, and when the plans are later shared with the whole class, the students decide to go with it. Kushida reminisces about the aftermath of the class implosion from her junior high school days, and in order to prepare for the paper shuffle, the students of Class D decide to start study groups, 2 of which will be led by Suzune and Kushida as overseers. The students will have 2 sessions each of 2 hours following classes and club activities respectively, and all the students appear to agree with the strategy, putting it into practice the same day. However, Kushida leaves the class as she receives an email. Unfortunately, Akido, an easygoing Class 1D student, and his pretty friend, Hasabe, share the same weaknesses, so they cannot really help each other, and when they tell others about it, Yukimura offers to oversee the pair for paper shuffle, feeling that he was not of much use in the sports competition. Akido and Hasabe note that unity and cooperation are necessary to win, so all of them sit together to study along with Ayano, and when Akido and Hasabe share their previous tests, Ayano and Yukimura are surprised to see that their mistakes are so identical some might think only one person had taken both of their exams. Suzune asks Ayano to join Yukimura's group and track progress, and at the study session, the students encourage Ayano not to hold back given his performance at the festival. Ayano advises preparing for any dirty tricks the classes might make for the exam, noting that the school likely has a system to mediate questions, and after school he meets Suzune to discuss the strategy for the coming exam, as well as her plans to deal with Kushida, who can be a threat to the class. That same day, Ayano relays that information to Suzune as the two discuss keeping an eye on Kushida by inviting him to oversee the group, and he also receives an email from Ryuan asking who is the mastermind of Class D. The other students tease Maya and Ayano, but the following day the students of Class D have a group meeting to further explain how they should be tackling the coming exam. Suzune is responsible for making the question paper for Class C and is extremely cautious that the questions are not revealed to anyone. And after the meeting, Suzune meets with Kushida alone and tells her that she wants to put their rivalry to an end. So she offers to voluntarily leave the school if Kushida gets more marks than her in the exam and a subject of her choice. However, if Kushida fails to do that, then she must stop trying to get Suzune expelled. To acknowledge it as a real bet, Suzune gets her brother Manabu to witness the agreement, ensuring that no one goes back on their words. After Manabu leaves, Kushida senses that Ayano is on a call with Suzune and asks him to meet with her, and at the meetup, Kushida adds another condition. If she wins the bet, Ayano will also get expelled, to which he agrees. Ayano then offers to leave the school on the condition that Kushida reveals what truly happened to her junior high school class because he wants to know about her past to see why she is the way she is and get the whole picture, and she complies. Kushida begins to explain that being loved for doing something better than others gives her a feeling of ecstasy, as whenever she won competitions or scored the best marks in primary school, she was praised by her family and friends. Their approval was addictive for her, and she wanted as much as she could get, but unfortunately, when she got to junior high school, people stopped giving her extra attention or praise for academic or extracurricular achievements. It was unacceptable to Kushida to be ignored by her classmates, so she decided to become the nicest, friendliest, and most caring person, doing things for others that most people would otherwise avoid, from helping them through breakups to assisting with work, which made her popular but took a mental and emotional toll on her. At one point, it became too much for her to bear, so she started venting out her feelings on a personal blog where she gossiped about her classmates. But sadly for her, one of her classmates found out about the blog and the news soon spread to the whole class. Everyone was infuriated since Kushida had written terrible things about them, so they all confronted her, and tired of keeping up a front, she revealed every secret she knew, which eventually turned everyone against one another and made them forget that they were angry at Kushida. Soon, the arguments got heated, and the students ended up having a physical altercation that imploded the class. Yet Kushida regretted nothing and felt justified in what she did. She implies that she knows truths about some Class D students, vital enough to ruin them, and getting praised while knowing dirty truths about people thrills her enough to think about taking drastic measures, and she finishes her tirade by reminding Ayano and Suzune about the conditions of the bet. Since the final exam is about to be held and the future of Ayano and Suzune hangs in the balance, Kushida meets Ryuen to ensure that she gets both of them expelled, informing him of her bet with Ayano and Suzune in exchange for their expulsion. She offers to help Class C outperform her class in the paper shuffle exam on the condition that he provides her with question papers for the upcoming test, and naturally, Ryuen is interested and agrees to the deal, letting Class C win paper shuffle. Before going back to her class, Kushida tells him not to let the Mastermind control him anymore, but Ryuen appears quite confident that he has things under control. The following day, Ayano meets his study group to prepare for the paper shuffle, though he feels that he is wasting a lot of time and desperately wants to go back to his old schedule. But luckily, the efforts of Yukimura and Ayano are bearing fruit, as Hasabe and Akito appear to be making good progress. Unfortunately, their meeting is invaded by Ryuen and his men, who vaguely ask about the email to fish out the Class D Mastermind. Without pointing to anyone in particular, he asks whether they liked his gift or not. Hiyori from Class C notes that Ayano and Yukimura have forgettable faces, so she is not sure if they are the Mastermind. When Akito tries to confront him, Ryuen just mentions that he wanted to greet them today and then walks away. After the meeting is over, Hasabe shares her plan to make the study group a team where they will always have each other's back, and the only rule they have to follow is that they refer to each other by their first names, so she decides to make a friend group with Ayano and the others. Everyone agrees, but Yukimura does not want people to use his first name as it was given by his mother who left his family when he was really young. Therefore, he tells them to call him Kisei since his father wanted to name him that, and Sakura joins the group as well, which is dubbed the Ayano group. The following night, Ayano calls Karuzawa for a favor, inviting her to play an important part in Paper Shuffle, and she sends a birthday wish to him. When some students of Class D sit down together to discuss their preparation for the shuffle exam, Suzune tracks the progress of everyone's study group, and Kushida reminds them to try their hardest, which Karuzawa receives poorly. Karuzawa calls out Kushida for trying to motivate everyone while not caring when someone fails, and she ends up throwing a glass of water at her in anger but later apologizes for the incident by offering to wash Kushida's uniform. Kushida then volunteers to submit the test questions to Sei, asking her to discard any other copies from Class D, and once she is convinced that she has her hands on the right questions, she hands them over to Ryuen as per their deal, who provides her with the question papers for the final exam in return. On the day of the exam, Ayano is greeted in the morning by Maya. However, they do not get to talk much, as they are interrupted by Karuzawa, who according to Ike is jealous of seeing them together, and as the exam begins, Suzune and Ayano appear confident about doing well. Kushida, however, is left in a state of shock as soon as she lays her eyes on the questions during the math test, unable to believe that she has been betrayed by Ryuen, who promised to give her the right question papers. As soon as the exam is over, she immediately goes to confront Ryuen for what he has done and to find out where things actually went wrong, and he lets her know that Suzune saw through it all. It turns out that Kushida was not really the first person to submit the question papers for the shuffle exam to Sei. In fact, just the day after the announcement of the exam, Suzune personally met Sei with the request that she accept question papers from class representatives only, and Sei accepted her copy while discarding others. Ryuin naturally found out about it soon afterward, and since he never really got the real question papers, he decided to hand over incorrect question papers to Kushida as well, which is why she failed. When Kushida later met Suzune, the latter wanted to keep things in the past and give themselves a new start by trusting each other, but Kushida found a cheat sheet on her uniform and realized that Ryuin had handed his class copy to the Class D Mastermind, thereby betraying Kushida. She begrudgingly agrees to fulfill her side of the bet, but declares that she hates Suzune more than ever before and will now go after Ayano to get her revenge, even though she never promised to get out of his way. Ryuin either could have given Class D his class copy or changed Kushida's questions, and he chose the latter. He plans to keep Karuzawa away from Ayano. Every student passed the paper shuffle exam, so the students in Class D are relieved that no one was actually expelled from the school. While the Ayano group is having a discussion, they witness Hanami and Arisu hanging out together, noting that everything about Hanami is perfect, which they find unsettling for her ability to defeat Class C. However, they soon ignore them and start discussing their Christmas plans. After school, Karuzawa notices that a Class C student is following her, and she later tells Ayano about it, but he just asks her to ignore him. Ayano then asks Karuzawa about her recent mission, and she reveals, much to his surprise, that his study group was spied upon by a Class A student, not someone from Class C, and while the implication remains unclear, Ayano has not explained anything to Karuzawa yet. The next day, all Class D students are being provoked by Class C, and Suzune notes that Ryuin is provoking them in order to draw out the mastermind. Ayano goes to the library to return Suzune's book, and while there, he ends up talking to Hiyori, even though they are in rival classes, and afterwards, Sei asks Ayano to follow her without offering any explanation, leading him to the reception room. There he finds his father, Atsuomi, waiting for him, whom he has not seen in a year and a half, and Atsuomi informs Ayano that his butler, Matsuo, committed suicide by setting himself on fire after helping Ayano apply for the school. He then asks Ayano about his motivations for coming to Advanced Nurturing High School, and even requests him to withdraw from the school, which Ayano naturally declines, as he left his family to take a better independent path despite his father's warning. Atsuomi calls the present head of the school, Sakayagi, who is Arisu's father and had worked as his secretary, and questions him about whether he could do anything to force the withdrawal. But Sakayagi regretfully tells him that the rules of the school cannot be molded even if he wants to. Since the school values student freedom above all else, Ayano cannot be expelled as long as he wants to stay, allowing Ayano to remain at school. After the meeting, Ayano confronts Sei about her reason for wanting to reach Class A, and he learns that Sei, like others, was driven by the desire to make it to Class A for a long time, but she never had any students smart enough to help her achieve this goal. When she came across Ayano, Sei immediately recognized his talent and knew that he could help her get what she wanted, so, to get closer to him and establish a bond, she lied to Ayano by claiming that she knew his father. However, after Ayano met Atsuomi, he realized that Sei was not honest with him and was only trying to use him for her own personal ambitions. The White Room is an educational institution founded and headed by Atsuomi about 2 decades ago, whose sole goal is to raise children by eliminating the flaws in the traditional education system. While the students who have been there can easily outperform children from traditional institutions, the White Room has deeply concerning practices, and Ayano believes that it should not even exist from a human rights point of view. The lifestyle there is so strict and focused on efficiency that students struggle to bond emotionally like other children, and the only place outside the White Room where a former student can escape for safe refuge is the Advanced Nurturing High School, which was recommended to Ayano by his butler Matsuo. The night after meeting his father at the school, Ayano calls Karuzawa to check up on her, and she is surprised that he can call her without asking for any favors. However, Ayano shocks her when he reveals that he will be cutting all ties with her from now on, because the reason for him to help Class D do better and outperform other classes has ceased to exist, so he will no longer need any help from Karuzawa. He apologizes to Karuzawa for using her, stating that he will stop his desire to leave Class D and will leave that to Suzune and Yosuke instead. Nevertheless, he reassures her that he will keep his word and offer all possible help whenever she is in any kind of trouble. Before he cuts the call, He also asks Karuzawa to delete all contact information that could show that the two of them were ever in touch with each other, and then he ends the conversation with her. The day after, Karuzawa waits for Ayano at school, and when he arrives, Karuzawa greets him, and he treats her like any other acquaintance without showing any emotion. Later that day, Ryuin intrudes on Class D with his men and appears to be looking for someone, and as soon as he sees Rokusuke walking out of the class, he and his men begin to follow him, sparking a commotion among Class D students. It is obvious from Ryuin's demeanor that he has planned something evil, so Ayano and the others immediately spring into action, and when they finally find Ryuin and Rokusuke in the courtyard, they can feel the tension in the atmosphere. Ryuin starts instigating by breaking Rokusuke's property, and to make matters worse, Arisu arrives with her students to witness the altercation, appearing interested in escalating the situation even further. Ryuin is straightforward and asks Rokusuke if he is the mastermind behind Class D who has been sabotaging his plans recently, but Rokusuke literally scoffs at the idea and argues that he is not at all interested in the politics of different classes, claiming he will do anything. Despite Ryuin trying to come up with the best arguments he can, Rokusuke continues to show remarkable restraint and control of his emotions, and he infers that Ryuin is seeking the Class D mastermind while defusing the situation. When Ryuin finally threatens to have his men attack him, Rokusuke warns that he would knock anyone who tries to come close, so Ryuin subsides his aggravation, but Arisu gaslights him by teasing him. Ryuin then goes to kick her, but Hashimoto defends her, and as everyone leaves, Ryuin tells the Class D students about the mastermind. Yet the confrontation ends in a stalemate with Ryuin still completely clueless about the mastermind's real identity. Therefore, in his desperation, Ryuin decides to go after Karuzawa, the only person who knows the true identity of the mastermind without a shadow of a doubt, and he sends her a few emails to call her to an isolated location on the campus. Although there are cameras everywhere in the school, Ryuin and his men manage to deactivate them by accessing the control room. So when Karuzawa finally meets them at the construction site, she is standing in a blind spot where the school administration cannot reach her for help. Karuzawa does not waste any time and asks Ryuin why he called her there, also wondering what led him to ask her about Manabe since she had been bullying Karuzawa until Ayano managed to stop her. Ryuin is straight to the point and asks Karuzawa if she knows the true identity of Class D's mastermind, and although Karuzawa is shaken up inside, she tries to act strong and argues that she does not know him. Unfortunately, Ryuin has done his homework and tells Karuzawa that he talked to Manabe, who said that they had been bullying her until the mastermind intervened and saved Karuzawa, proving that Karuzawa must have come in direct contact with the mastermind, so she is obviously lying. When it seems that she is unlikely to open her mouth without coercion, Ryuin and his men start bullying her, knowing that she has been bullied for years, but they do not stop there and resort to even more desperate means to get the information they need. Ryuin forces her to reveal the identity of the mastermind by pouring water on her, and Karuzawa has to endure waterboarding, a terrible form of torture, over and over again as Ryuin continues to try to break her down mentally. Karuzawa appears determined, so when she continues to argue that there is no mastermind even after enduring waterboarding, Ryuin decides that he has had enough and grabs her by her hair. Ryuin puts Karuzawa through the worst pain imaginable but is still not done as she refuses to give him the mastermind's name, and when he even reveals to her that the mastermind has tricked her from the very start, Karuzawa is still unwilling to share any information. She recalls all the moments that she has shared with Ayano and is really glad that she got to spend so much time with him and was of some help. Meanwhile, Ayano and his study group friends are going to karaoke, but after lying to them that he wants to go to sleep, Ayano heads straight to Sei's office. When they meet, he tells her that Class D's promotion will be in jeopardy if Karuzawa decides to leave the school after what Ryuin is doing to her right now. While Sei appears to understand the gravity of the situation, she mentions that the school administration and especially the teachers usually do not get themselves involved in personal matters between students. However, Ayano has some other ideas and is actually not looking for her help at all. As she follows him outside, she is shocked to see Manabu waiting for both of them, and Ayano reminds him that he must stand as witness to the events unfolding right now and remember that things were started by Class C, not Class D. Manabu agrees to do as he is asked on the condition that Ayano somehow convinces Suzune to join the student council. After discussing everything with Sei and Manabu, Ayano walks away, but Sei is still unable to grasp his grand plan and asks Suzune's brother about it. Manabu knows what Ayano is thinking and tells Sei that he is about to end the whole drama single-handedly, and meanwhile, Ayano knows exactly where to look for Ryuen and his men. When he finally gets there, he finds Albert guarding the gate while Ryuen is torturing Karuzawa inside. So, without any hesitation, Ayano tells Albert that he is the man they have been looking for so far. Albert leads him to Ryuen's gang and Karuzawa, who is shocked to see Ayano there, and despite being in immense agony, he asks why he came. When Ayano confesses that he is in fact the mastermind, Ryuen and his men do not take him seriously. In fact, Mio goes as far as ridiculing his appearance and demeanor. But to her shock, Ayano mentions that he was the one who caused the malfunction of her camera on the deserted island using water, and Ryuen listens silently to everything he has to say while arguing that if Ayano is really the mastermind, then he has made the worst possible mistake. According to Ryuen, Ayano would have been better off letting Karuzawa suffer for him, but Ayano clearly was not going to let that happen, and when asked about his plan, he reveals to everyone's surprise that he does not have one, meaning he is there to confront them all on his own. Ryuen could not take him seriously and ordered Ishizaki to take him down, but unfortunately for them, Ayano turns out to be tougher than they had previously expected as he easily starts beating Ishizaki up while avoiding any damage. When Albert joins the fight, Ayano easily fights both of them at the same time without breaking a sweat. When only Mio and Ryuen are left, Ayano argues that Ryuen made a mistake to think that he had cornered him, because in fact it has always been in Ayano's mind to ultimately escalate the situation to a point where violence is the only option. Ryuen is still overconfident and tells Mio to take him on, but just like the others, she also fails to even touch Ayano once. So Ryuen then starts fighting him on his own, believing he could easily defeat him. Ryuen claims to know no fear, but Ayano is unperturbed by such empty boasting. He allows Ryuen to hit him multiple times only to show him that he does not fear him. Moments later, Ayano knocks Ryuen to the ground and continues to strike him until Ryuen finally experiences fear and accepts his defeat, and after the fight is finally over, he comforts Karuzawa, who was tortured cruelly, and promises to always be on her side and to always come to her rescue if she ever ends up in such situations again. Defeated and dejected, Ryuen appears to have given up all hope of ever rebuilding the influence he once had in the school, so he decides to respect anyone at school from now on. As he walks away from everything, Mio tries to convince him not to give up and even reminds him of his own words, but he shows no interest in any power struggle anymore. Mio gets so irritated by him at one point that she just kicks him to the ground and walks away. And later, Ayano meets Ryuen to discuss their future plans. Ayano tells Ryuen that he will continue to observe Class D's process to ascension, revealing his prediction that Class D will reach Class C and then get demoted due to his intention to expel Kushida the following term. Ayano has smartly protected Ryuen from getting expelled, and he plans to get Kushida expelled from the school to fix Class D, ensuring that he does not have to keep looking behind his back anymore. Ryuen knows that he is now just a pawn for Ayano and does not appear to show any plans of overpowering him at this point. Someplace else, Maya meets Karuzawa to ask for dating advice since she is going out with Ayano on December 25th, and later that night, Karuzawa wonders whether Ayano has romantic or strategic motivations for dating Maya. To her surprise, she gets a call from Ayano himself, who asks her to get all the information she can about Maya without offering much explanation, and Ayano later meets Suzune as well, to convince her to join the student council. As planned, Ayano meets Maya for a date on December 25th, where they are joined by Karuzawa and Yosuke for a double date. Ayano was not expecting the double date, and even Yosuke feels that he must let the other couple be on their own as they probably have plans. But Karuzawa argues that a double date will be more exciting, and Maya agrees with her. Ayano does not really mind Yosuke and Karuzawa joining them, so he tells his friends that he is fine with the double date as long as everyone is on the same page, and the two couples end up spending the rest of the day together watching movies and having lunch. Interestingly, Karuzawa and Yosuke are not even technically on a date since the latter just ended up deciding to go as he had no better plans, and while eating at the restaurant, the four of them discuss their future plans when Ayano appears unsure and just mentions that he may go to college after high school. As the two couples part ways, Maya finally has some alone time with Ayano to open up about her feelings, and without wasting any more time, she asks him to be her boyfriend. Unfortunately, Ayano does not seem interested at all, but he makes a very reasonable case in front of Maya so that she does not get hurt. He argues that he never matured enough in life to fall in love, indirectly dismissing any possibility of dating, and he also adds that he never had romantic feelings for anyone in his life. Maya has sort of seen this coming, as she noticed that Ayano never smiled once during the entire date, and while he argued that it is something he is just not good at, his honest confessions seemed unconvincing to her. Eventually, Maya could not hold it in any longer and ended up crying, covering her face with her hand and running away to her room. Just when Maya leaves, Ayano tells Karuzawa to come out, as she has been secretly spying on the couple by hiding in the bushes, but Ayano noticed her sometime while talking to Maya. The duo sits down on the nearby bench to finally have a conversation about recent events, and when Karuzawa finally asks why he rejected Maya's proposal, Ayano makes the case that she can never replace Karuzawa. While Karuzawa knows that he always sees people merely as pawns, Ayano does not feel that there is anything wrong with it, and interestingly, Karuzawa has brought a Christmas present for Ayano, knowing full well that nobody has gifted him anything. However, she does expect that he also brought cold medicine for her after noticing that she got drenched earlier that day, which is interesting considering Ayano rarely shows any care for anyone. While they are walking back, Ayano recalls how he deliberately delayed rescuing Karuzawa from Ryuin and did everything possible to make her psychologically dependent on him, and he feels that there is almost no chance of her ever betraying him, which makes her the ideal pawn for him. However, Ayano does seem to wonder if there will be romantic feelings between them, and as they leave, Ayano meets up with Arisu for a final conversation. Sometime later, the students travel by bus deep into the mountains for a new special exam, and it turns out following the events of the previous term, the former Class D has officially been promoted to Class C. During the journey, the homeroom teacher Sei explains that they are heading toward a mixed training camp where the students must participate in an extremely demanding examination system. This exam requires students to form groups consisting of members from different classes and across all 3 school years, while the groups themselves are divided according to gender and evaluated through 4 major categories: Zen, which focuses on etiquette and posture inside a dojo, a written morality examination, a speech assessment based on both delivery and content, and finally a marathon that tests physical endurance. The stakes connected to this exam are exceptionally high because high-scoring groups earn both class points and individual points, while any group that fails to surpass a predetermined borderline suffers a severe punishment in which the designated group leader is immediately expelled. Furthermore, that leader is also forced to choose another member from the same group to be expelled alongside them. And this terrifying condition immediately creates internal tension among the students because they realize they have no choice except to cooperate with people they normally distrust. Ayano quietly processes all these rules, and he realizes that this particular exam is uniquely dangerous, so he immediately begins assessing which students are the most valuable to the class's long-term success and silently prioritizes protecting them. Upon arriving at the remote mountain facility, the students witness a tense public confrontation between Miyabi and Manabu, as Miyabi, who has already established overwhelming control over the second-year students, boldly challenges Manabu to a competition during the training camp, and Manabu calmly accepts the challenge in order to preserve both his reputation and the ideals he protected throughout his presidency. Ayano carefully observes the exchange, and while doing so, he notices Miyabi's extreme confidence as well as the dramatic shift that has begun within the student council's direction. The process of group formation unexpectedly forces several incompatible students to become roommates, while Ayano himself is assigned to Group 6 alongside Yukimura and others. The group also includes Rokusuke, whose eccentric and unpredictable behavior immediately creates complications within the team. Ishizaki, who still holds resentment over previous conflicts, attempts to intimidate Yukimura, while Rokusuke ignores everyone around him entirely and continues behaving according to his own whims without caring about the group atmosphere. Meanwhile, the girls are struggling with their own leadership problems, and Suzune decides to take charge of the Class C girls while simultaneously recognizing that maintaining internal stability is absolutely necessary. During dinner, she approaches Kushida in order to propose a temporary alliance. And although Suzune explains that she genuinely wants to earn Kushida's trust, she also admits that her primary objective is ensuring the overall success of the class. Kushida, however, abandons her friendly facade and openly reveals her hostile personality while completely rejecting the possibility of friendship and declaring that her true goal remains the expulsion of both Suzune and Ayano. She further warns Suzune that she will eventually destroy her dream of reaching Class A, which makes the conversation even more unsettling. Later that evening, Ayano notices that Karuzawa appears far more tense and troubled than usual because of the immense pressure created by the exam, and the two of them discuss how dinner time is the only opportunity available for boys and girls to exchange information with one another. Shortly afterward, Ayano is approached by Arisu, and this interaction carries additional awkwardness because earlier that same day, Haruki had accidentally tripped Arisu by catching her walking stick with his foot and causing her to fall. Despite the uncomfortable history surrounding the incident, Arisu informs Ayano that he is not her immediate target, because instead she intends to crush Class B and Hanami first, whom she views as obstacles that will eventually need to be eliminated. The training camp routine officially begins with an exhausting schedule in which the students are woken up early each morning to clean the facilities before participating in strict Zen meditation sessions, supervised by harsh instructors. The instructors maintain extremely strict discipline throughout the meditation exercises, and as a result, the intense mental and physical pressure quickly begins exhausting many of the first-year students. Amidst this constant pressure, Ayano discovers a secret note hidden among his clothes that instructs him to meet someone at midnight, and after quietly following the directions, he eventually encounters Manabu inside a secluded corridor. During their private conversation, Manabu reveals his serious concerns regarding Miyabi, while explaining that the new president intends to transform the school into an environment where expulsions become both frequent and unnecessarily common through the abuse of his influence. Because of these concerns, Manabu requests that Ayano keep a close watch on Miyabi and assist if problems involving the student council continue becoming worse. In order to support this effort, Manabu introduces Kiriyama from Class 2B, who serves as the student council vice president and appears to be following Miyabi's orders while secretly cooperating with Manabu in order to preserve the integrity of the school. Although Kiriyama openly expresses doubt regarding the ability of a first-year student to handle someone as influential and dangerous as Miyabi, Manabu firmly insists that Ayano is the only individual capable of handling such a responsibility. Manabu additionally reveals his hope that Suzune will eventually join the student council and help guide the school toward a better future, while Ayano, despite remaining calm and unreadable throughout the conversation, quietly agrees to cooperate for the time being. Later, during the mountain training, the students are required to run a grueling 9-kilometer course, and Yukimura, who has been chosen as the leader for Group 6, struggles with the physical demands before eventually injuring his leg. While several members of the group complain that he is becoming a burden and may drag down their scores, Hashimoto from Class A chooses to support him, and he allows Yukimura to lean on his shoulder for the rest of the trek. Meanwhile, Ayano uses this opportunity to track down Rokusuke, who has wandered into the woods, and after searching for him, Ayano finds him standing over a wild boar that he supposedly hunted himself. Rokusuke then reveals that he has already seen through Ayano's facade, and he openly states that he knows Ayano is the person who silenced Ryuen. Rokusuke further explains that he sensed immense strength and heat within Ayano's grip, which proves his hidden abilities. But despite discovering this secret, Rokusuke assures him that he has no interest in exposing him or joining the school's power struggles because he prefers acting according to his own desires. Later that evening, Ayano notices Nazuna of Class 3A accidentally dropping a small charm, and instead of returning it immediately, he keeps it until he later finds an opportunity to give it back to her in private. During their conversation, Ayano points out that unlike most students around her, Nazuna does not seem to blindly follow Miyabi despite his authority as the student council president. In response, Nazuna warns Ayano that Miyabi has become highly interested in him because of his previous race against Manabu, and when Ayano asks how he can make Miyabi lose interest, Nazuna jokingly suggests that he should simply defeat him. Ayano then tries gathering more information from her, and as thanks for returning the charm, Nazuna agrees to provide information regarding the girls' group distributions. That night, the boys sleep inside the dormitory, although several of them remain unable to rest because tension continues building as the final exams draw closer. In an effort to ease the atmosphere, Hashimoto shares a story about his past as a talented soccer player who eventually quit because he felt like an outsider within his own team, and this rare moment of vulnerability gradually encourages the others to open up as well. Yukimura eventually breaks down in tears while admitting that he feels inadequate both as a leader and as a student because although he excels academically, he remains physically weak, and despite believing he would easily reach Class A, he was instead placed into Class D. He also expresses frustration that someone like Ken, who mainly excels in sports, is contributing more toward the class's success than he is, and after hearing this, Ishizaki and Albert unexpectedly offer him their support. Ishizaki admits that Yukimura was the only person brave enough to accept the leadership role, and he promises that everyone will follow Yukimura's instructions in order to survive the exam together. The following day, Yukimura devises a strategy for the marathon relay that takes advantage of each member's strengths, and he assigns the physically dominant students to handle the longer distances, while those with lower stamina only run the required minimum. When the exam finally begins, the group executes the strategy flawlessly, and Albert demonstrates remarkable speed during the downhill portions, while Rokusuke, despite running according to his own whims, still creates enough of a lead to keep the group safe. In addition to their marathon performance, the group also achieves strong results in the Zen meditation, written examination, and speech portions of the test. When the school announces the results, relief immediately spreads throughout the hall because every boy within the first-year group scores above the required borderline, meaning that no expulsions occur among them. Manabu's group also secures first place within the third-year rankings, and afterward, Manabu approaches Miyabi in order to acknowledge the outcome of their challenge. Miyabi, however, remains unfazed, and he warns Manabu not to celebrate too early because the results involving the girls' groups have not yet been fully revealed. The teacher then announces that a girls' group led by Momoko from Class 3B has failed to meet the required threshold, and according to the camp's rules, Momoko must now be expelled while also being allowed to drag another member of her group down with her. Without hesitation, Momoko chooses Akane, who serves as the student council secretary and also happens to be Manabu's closest partner. At that moment, both Manabu and Ayano realize that this entire situation had been Miyabi's plan from the beginning because he never intended to compete fairly with Manabu and instead manipulated Momoko in order to place Akane in danger of expulsion. Miyabi then mocks Manabu while forcing him into an impossible decision between losing his closest ally or sacrificing an enormous amount of class resources. And in order to save Akane, Manabu is forced to spend 20 million private points along with 300 class points. Although Akane avoids expulsion, the tremendous loss of points causes Class 3A to fall within the rankings, effectively destroying the lead they once possessed. Miyabi then reveals that paying the cost to protect Momoko had been insignificant for him because he had already unified every second-year class, which gives him access to the private points of every student within his year. Manabu is left devastated after realizing how far Miyabi is willing to go in order to transform the school into a place dominated by endless competition and expulsions. As the training camp comes to an end and the students return to campus, Ayano quietly reflects on everything that has happened. Although the first-year students survive the exam, Ayano realizes that the balance of the school has completely changed because Miyabi has successfully outmaneuvered even Manabu, thereby proving himself to be a predatory leader who knows exactly how to manipulate the school's systems for his own benefit, and Ayano ultimately concludes that Miyabi will most likely turn his attention toward him next. After the students return to the school campus, Arisu seeks out Miyabi in order to discuss her next move, and during their conversation, she informs him of her intention to dismantle Hanami. Although Miyabi initially views Hanami as a personal plaything that he wishes to keep for his own amusement, Arisu argues that Class B has become too stable and that its leader must be crushed in order to create genuine competition. After recognizing her determination, Miyabi grants her permission to proceed with the attack, even if it eventually leads to Hanami's expulsion. Inside the Class C classroom, the social atmosphere shifts dramatically following the public breakup between Yosuke and Karuzawa. Although the relationship had only been a fabrication meant to protect Karuzawa, the rest of the class remains unaware of the truth and spends the morning gossiping about the breakup instead. Haruki repeatedly pesters his classmates for more details, but the others quickly pull him back in order to avoid making the situation even more awkward. During the middle of this commotion, Arisu unexpectedly appears inside the classroom and specifically asks to speak with Haruki in private, which immediately shocks the students and causes them to wonder whether the Class A leader is romantically interested in him. Suzune quickly pulls Haruki aside and warns him that the situation is obviously a trap, but Haruki's ego has already grown out of control, so he dismisses her concerns, arrogantly calls himself Class C's lethal weapon, and follows Arisu into the hallway. Later that day, his classmate Meiyu approaches Ayano in order to ask how Yosuke is doing because she has feelings for him and wants to know whether it is appropriate to approach him so soon after his breakup with Karuzawa. Ayano advises her to move slowly because Yosuke likely still needs time to adjust to the sudden change in his public image. Attention soon shifts toward a far more serious issue as rumors regarding Hanami begin spreading rapidly throughout the school. The accusations are severe and varied, with students claiming that Hanami has a history of violent behavior, theft, drug use, and even paid dating. Suzune later meets with Ayano in order to express her growing concern about the situation, while also suspecting that either Arisu or Kohei is responsible for organizing the smear campaign. Although Suzune feels an urgent need to help their ally, Ayano advises her to remain a bystander for the time being because direct involvement would only escalate the conflict and potentially redirect Class A's hostility toward them. Despite Ayano's earlier warnings, Suzune decides to involve herself in the situation and invites both Ayano and Hanami to her apartment for tea. The meeting quickly becomes awkward because Suzune tries convincing Hanami to allow Class C to help her fight against the rumors, yet Hanami remains surprisingly calm and composed throughout the discussion. She explains that she believes the best solution is to stay silent and ignore the provocations because she does not want her friends becoming targets as well. After leaving the apartment, Hanami briefly pulls Ayano aside in order to thank him for supporting her, although she once again asks him not to interfere in the conflict. The situation worsens the following morning when every student in the school receives an anonymous mass email stating only that Hanami is a criminal. This public accusation immediately creates chaos among the students and damages Class B's morale even further. Yet Hanami continues maintaining her calm facade despite the pressure surrounding her. Later on, Ayano receives a visit at his apartment from Masumi of Class 1A, who often acts as Arisu's right-hand person. During their conversation, Masumi reveals an unexpected amount of information and explains that she only continues helping Arisu because she is being blackmailed. She confesses that she is a habitual shoplifter and reveals that Arisu witnessed her stealing a can of alcohol during their first week at school. Masumi further explains that she believes Hanami is hiding a similar secret involving shoplifting, and because of this, she asks Ayano to stop Arisu since he is the only person she believes capable of doing so. When Ayano doubts her story, Masumi immediately proves her point by leading him to a nearby store and casually stealing a can of beer right in front of him. After presenting the stolen item to him, she demonstrates that her compulsion is genuine and that Arisu's control over her is absolute, while Ayano ultimately accepts that her story contains truth even though he remains non-committal about helping her. Later, Ayano receives a phone call from Manabu, who delivers an ominous warning regarding Kushida. Manabu explains that Kushida has officially aligned herself with Miyabi, and this partnership between Class C's traitor and the power-hungry student council president signals that the conflict within the school is rapidly expanding. Ayano realizes that Miyabi will most likely use Kushida's enormous collection of information in order to push forward his vision of reshaping the school through mass expulsions, and because of this realization, Ayano understands that the rumors surrounding Hanami were merely the opening move in a much larger and far more dangerous game. It is Valentine's Day, and the atmosphere throughout Class C is filled with restless energy and social anxiety, while students like Ken and Ike spend the morning desperately hoping to receive chocolates. At the same time, Yosuke predictably becomes overwhelmed with gifts from girls across multiple classes, whereas Ayano maintains his usual detached attitude despite receiving far more attention than expected. Later that afternoon, Ayano sends a message to Karuzawa requesting a private meeting near a secluded staircase by the library, and when she arrives, she appears visibly nervous while questioning why he would choose Valentine's Day for such a serious conversation. She also suspects that he may have ulterior motives, although after some hesitation and defensive remarks, she eventually presents him with a carefully wrapped box of chocolates. Ayano calmly accepts the gift, but the quiet moment is suddenly interrupted when he realizes someone has been secretly observing them from the shadows. Hashimoto soon reveals himself and admits that he has been closely monitoring Ayano's movements ever since the conclusion of the mixed training camp. Hashimoto's suspicion toward Ayano intensifies after overhearing a conversation between Manabu and Miyabi, because from that exchange, he correctly deduces that Ayano was the true mastermind behind Ryuin's defeat, and the only student capable of understanding Miyabi's thinking. After confronting them directly, Hashimoto aggressively asks whether Ayano and Karuzawa are secretly in a relationship because he hopes to uncover a weakness he can exploit. Karuzawa quickly improvises a lie by claiming that Ayano is only acting as a middleman who will deliver her chocolates to another boy she actually likes, although Hashimoto remains unconvinced. In an attempt to provoke a reaction, he openly flirts with Karuzawa and even asks her out directly in front of Ayano, yet Ayano refuses to react and simply walks away in silence, leaving Hashimoto frustrated without the answers he wanted. The following morning, the school's romantic atmosphere completely disappears as chaos spreads throughout the campus after a series of anonymous mass emails are sent to the entire student body, and these emails contain malicious and highly detailed rumors targeting several Class C students. The accusations claim that Ayano and Karuzawa are secretly dating, and that the misfit of Class 1C Hondo has questionable tastes in women, and that Maya secretly hates their classmate Kayano. However, the most damaging accusation targets Satsuki of Class 1C because the rumors claim that she is involved in paid dating, which the students immediately recognize as a euphemism for prostitution. Inside the classroom, the damage caused by the rumors becomes immediate and severe because Haruki loudly mocks the students targeted by the accusations, especially Satsuki, which quickly damages the class atmosphere and morale. Although several classmates become irritated by Haruki's rude behavior and lack of common sense, he continues making insensitive jokes without stopping. Ike, who normally avoids serious confrontations, becomes genuinely furious and openly defends Satsuki against Haruki's comments, while the conflict inside the classroom perfectly reflects the exact result the rumor campaign was designed to create: a breakdown of trust and stability within the class itself. Ayano quietly observes the situation and notices that although the rumors are hurting many students, they are also exposing the genuine bonds between certain classmates, such as Ike and Satsuki. Amidst the growing turmoil, Ayano also turns his attention toward Hanami's worsening condition because she has been absent from school for several days after collapsing under the psychological pressure caused by Arisu's smear campaign. Ayano eventually visits her apartment in order to check on her, and when he arrives, he finds her physically weak, emotionally exhausted, and hiding behind a forced smile. In an unusually caring gesture, Ayano prepares rice porridge for her and encourages her to focus on resting because at that moment, he considers her health and recovery more important than anything else. At the same time, he realizes that if Hanami is eventually expelled, then both Arisu and Miyabi will gain overwhelming influence over the school, which would ultimately threaten both his safety and his desire to live quietly. During their conversation, Hanami finally confesses her past to him and breaks down in tears while struggling with the guilt surrounding a crime she committed years earlier. It turns out that Ayano himself orchestrated the widespread rumor campaign targeting his own classmates, although what initially appears to be an act of betrayal is actually a calculated counterattack against Class A. By flooding the school with a massive number of different rumors, including humiliating rumors about himself and Karuzawa, he successfully weakens the impact of the specific truths that Arisu intended to use against Hanami. This scorched earth strategy eventually forces both the school administration and the student council to intervene because the harassment grows too widespread for the faculty to ignore any longer. By making the rumors appear reckless and uncontrolled, Ayano also indirectly shifts suspicion toward Hashimoto and Class A, which causes their earlier attacks against Hanami to appear like part of a larger wave of misinformation. Ayano continues following the philosophy that people only have control over performing their duty but not over receiving recognition for the results, and because of this belief, he willingly accepts the role of a villain who spreads temporary chaos within his own class if it allows him to secure a greater long-term advantage while preventing Miyabi and Arisu from completely dominating the school. Rumors about several students continue spreading across the school's online bulletin board, and because of this, Ishizaki and Mio confront Hashimoto after becoming convinced that he is spreading the lies under Arisu's orders. Ishizaki becomes especially furious over rumors targeting Ryuin, while Mio is angered by accusations involving her own behavior. Before the confrontation can turn violent, Akito and Yukimura step in to stop the fight, and Hiyori eventually calms the situation by asking everyone to stop arguing. Although Hashimoto denies being the original source of the rumors, he admits that he was the only witness who saw Ayano meeting privately with Karuzawa on Valentine's Day. While this conflict unfolds, Arisu enters Class B alongside several students from Class A in order to directly confront Hanami. During the confrontation, Arisu openly mocks Class B's belief in the power of friendship while questioning why they entrusted all of their private points to a single leader. She then declares that she possesses undeniable proof of Hanami's past crimes, and argues that a criminal is unfit to lead a class or manage its resources. Although Kanzaki and the other Class B students initially dismiss the accusations as nothing more than another rumor campaign, Arisu continues pressing the issue because she hopes to destroy the trust holding the class together. Hanami finally steps in front of everyone and decides that she can no longer remain silent, so she asks her classmates to listen while she reveals the truth about her past. She explains that she grew up in a poor household alongside her single mother and younger sister, and during her third year of middle school, her mother collapsed from overworking while trying to save money for a birthday present. Hanami further reveals that her younger sister desperately wanted an expensive idol hairpin worth more than 30,000 yen, which was far beyond what their family could afford. After her mother was hospitalized, Hanami desperately searched for part-time work in order to make her sister happy, but because she was still a student, every workplace rejected her. Eventually, in a moment of weakness and desperation, she stole the hairpin from a store. After being discharged from the hospital, Hanami's mother discovered the stolen hairpin and immediately took her back to the store so they could return it and apologize properly. Although the store owner decided not to press charges, the incident left Hanami consumed by guilt and shame, and because of that emotional burden, she locked herself inside her room for 6 months while refusing to leave the house. Eventually, her mother encouraged her to move forward and seek a fresh start at the Metropolitan Advanced High School. After finishing her confession, Hanami apologizes to Class B for hiding the truth and nervously asks whether they are still willing to follow her despite her past as a shoplifter. Instead of rejecting her, the entire class responds with overwhelming support and insists that the person she has become since joining the school matters far more than her past mistake. Before Arisu can continue humiliating her, Miyabi arrives alongside several teachers and officially announces that any further spreading of rumors will result in severe punishment. Later that evening, Ayano meets privately with Arisu in order to discuss everything that happened, and during their conversation, Arisu correctly guesses that Ayano had been visiting Hanami's dormitory for several days before her confession. Ayano admits that he spent multiple lunch breaks sitting outside Hanami's door while talking to her until she became mentally prepared to stop hiding from the truth. He further explains that he intentionally broke her spirit beforehand so she could rebuild herself and face Arisu's public attack without collapsing. Ayano then confronts Arisu about her manipulation of Masumi, pointing out that the beer can Masumi supposedly stole in front of him carried an expiration date from a year earlier, which proves it was the exact same can Arisu had been using to blackmail her since the beginning of the first term. Arisu openly admits that she was never truly interested in destroying Hanami because her entire plan had actually been designed to attract Ayano's attention. She then formally challenges him to a battle of wits during the school's next special exam, while raising the stakes by betting her own expulsion on the result. At the same time, she clarifies that even if Ayano loses, he will not be expelled, although she will publicly expose him as the true mastermind behind Class C. Ayano calmly accepts the challenge while realizing that his peaceful school life is likely nearing its end. The full extent of Ayano's own manipulations is then revealed because he himself had orchestrated the spread of rumors involving his classmates, including the claims that he and Karuzawa were secretly dating. In order to carry out this plan, Ayano secretly worked through Kiriyama, who posted the rumors across the school forums. Ayano intentionally used this strategy to flood the school with so much misinformation that both the teachers and the student council were forced to intervene, which effectively brought Arisu's smear campaign against Hanami to an end. In order to gather the sensitive information necessary for this strategy, Ayano secretly formed a deal with Kushida, and in exchange for the damaging information she had collected about other students, he paid her a large informant fee while also promising to give her half of all the private points he earns until graduation. Although Kushida believes that she has secured a profitable long-term arrangement, Ayano privately reflects that his true objective was simply to measure the quality and amount of information she possessed because he ultimately intends to use that knowledge to orchestrate her expulsion in the future. The following morning, Hanami approaches Ayano while he walks toward class, and unlike before, she appears noticeably brighter and more cheerful as she thanks him for helping her overcome her guilt. During the quiet conversation, she finally gives him a wrapped box of Valentine's Day chocolates that she had been unable to deliver earlier because of her illness, and while smiling warmly at him, she quietly reveals that her feelings for him have grown much stronger because of the support he gave her during her crisis. The students of Class C experience a brief sense of relief after successfully passing their year-end final exams, but that peace is immediately destroyed when Sei announces a surprise supplementary special exam known as the class poll. Unlike previous exams that forced classes to compete against one another, this test pushes students to turn against their own classmates instead. Under the rules of the exam, every student must spend the next 4 days casting 3 praise votes and 3 censure votes for members of their own class. The student who receives the highest number of praise votes earns a protection point that can cancel out one future expulsion, while the student who receives the most censure votes is immediately expelled from the school. Since the rest of the class receives no punishment if someone is expelled, the stakes become entirely personal. Although students from other classes are allowed to contribute praise votes, those outside votes are not powerful enough to decide the final outcome. The only way to prevent an expulsion is by paying 20 million private points, which is an amount almost no student can realistically afford, while abstaining from voting or voting for oneself is strictly forbidden. Inside the Class C classroom, the earlier relief quickly disappears and is replaced by suspicion and fear, as Ayano quietly observes his classmates and realizes that the exam has been specifically designed to create distrust within the class. He also notes that Sakayagi would likely never approve such a cruel and unnecessary test, which leads him to suspect that another force is now influencing the school administration. And Ayano soon concludes that his father is most likely the one operating behind the scenes and attempting to force his expulsion so he can be returned to the White Room. After the announcement, the students immediately begin forming groups and alliances based on trust in order to secure their survival. Ayano later calls Karuzawa to discuss the rapidly shifting class dynamics, and during their conversation, Karuzawa reveals that several factions have already started making secret voting agreements to protect themselves from receiving censure votes. At the same time, the members of the Ayano group also decide to support one another through the exam. Despite these alliances, Ayano realizes that any student with a poor reputation or a history of annoying the class remains in serious danger regardless of their actual abilities. Elsewhere, Arisu views the class poll as the perfect opportunity to completely secure her control over Class A, because she plans to use the censure votes to finally eliminate the remaining members of Kohei's faction. During a private meeting with Ayano, Arisu reveals that both her father and the school president have been suspended from the school board, and she warns him that the current exam may have been specifically designed to target him. While speaking with her, Ayano notices a surveillance camera nearby. Meanwhile, the pressure of the exam weighs heavily on Hanami in Class B because, unlike the other classes, Hanami is determined to prevent any expulsions from occurring within her class. However, this determination leaves her vulnerable to Miyabi, who takes advantage of the situation by offering to provide the enormous number of private points needed to save a failing classmate. In exchange for this help, Miyabi demands that Hanami enter into a romantic relationship with him. While walking to school, Ayano encounters Hanami and immediately notices her visible distress, and after learning about her arrangement with Miyabi, he begins considering the danger of allowing the student council president to gain such control over her. Meanwhile, Suzune decides to investigate the condition of the other classes, and during her search, she finds Ryuen sitting calmly inside the library despite his recent defeat and damaged reputation. Ryuen is reading a book called Darakuron by Sakaguchi, which focuses on morality and resilience in the face of failure. When Suzune attempts to mock him over the possibility of being expelled because of his poor reputation, Ryuen immediately turns the conversation against her and points out that she still lacks the ability to make the cold and rational decisions required for an exam like this. He further explains that she would never be capable of sacrificing one classmate in order to protect the rest, and his words leave Suzune visibly shaken because she realizes how far she still is from reaching the strategic level of the school's strongest students. Back in Class C, the pressure continues increasing as the 4-day voting period officially begins, while Haruki, whose reputation within the class is already poor, gradually starts feeling the weight of the upcoming results. Although most students focus entirely on survival, Ayano remains a quiet observer who carefully calculates his next move, while accepting the reality that he himself has become a major target. Ayano encounters Nazuna from Class A, and during their conversation, she reveals disturbing information involving Hanami and Miyabi. According to Nazuna, Hanami has approached Miyabi for help with the upcoming vote because she is determined to prevent anyone in Class B from being expelled, although the class remains short by nearly 4 million points out of the 20 million required to save a student. Nazuna further explains that Miyabi has agreed to provide the missing points, but only if Hanami agrees to date him in return. Because she is worried about Hanami's situation, Nazuna hopes Ayano might step in and help before Hanami makes a decision she may regret. At the same time, Yosuke struggles under the emotional weight of the exam because he cannot accept an exam designed to cut off one of his classmates. While searching for solutions, he meets with Ayano and Rokusuke to discuss whether there is any realistic way to save everyone. Rokusuke, however, dismisses the entire issue with his usual arrogance and tells them not to waste time protecting trash students who should simply be discarded. Yosuke then asks Ayano whether gathering 20 million points to save everyone is realistically possible, but Ayano honestly tells him that such an amount is far too impractical to collect. As a result, Yosuke becomes increasingly discouraged and begins questioning whether he is even suited to be a leader if he cannot protect all of his classmates. Later that night, Ayano invites Hanami to his room, and when she arrives, she appears unusually cheerful while clearly happy that he wanted to speak with her privately. As the two share hot chocolate together, they begin discussing her current situation and the deal she made with Miyabi. Hanami admits that she is seriously considering Miyabi's offer because she believes it may be the only way to keep Class B united and prevent an expulsion. Although Ayano admits that he personally cannot understand sacrificing one's happiness just to save a single classmate, Hanami refuses to abandon her ideals and remains committed to protecting everyone. Before leaving, she quietly tells Ayano that talking with him has helped ease her worries, although she also wonders whether his presence is making her final decision even harder to make. Meanwhile, back in Class C, Ayano notices that the atmosphere inside the classroom has changed because a specific faction has begun gathering support to target one student for expulsion. Karuzawa soon contacts Ayano in order to warn him that he himself has become the target, and she explains that nearly half the class has already been convinced to give him their censure votes. While Karuzawa panics over the situation, Ayano remains completely calm and thanks her for continuing to act as his source of information within the class. After considering the situation for a short time, Ayano quickly concludes that Haruki is the person organizing the movement against him. Later that night, Ayano secretly meets with Kushida in order to confirm his suspicions, and during their conversation, Kushida reveals that Haruki is indeed leading the effort to expel him. Ayano then pieces together the larger picture and realizes that Arisu is the true mastermind manipulating Haruki behind the scenes. According to Ayano's deduction, Arisu approached Haruki personally and manipulated him into carrying out her plan, while Haruki foolishly convinced himself that Arisu genuinely liked him and wanted to help him eventually graduate from Class A. In reality, however, Arisu is merely using Haruki as a pawn in order to test Ayano's influence and determine whether his allies will remain loyal once his position is threatened. At the same time, Suzune also feels crushed by the pressure of the exam, and because of that anxiety, she decides to seek out Manabu on the school rooftop. Since the two siblings have not held a genuine conversation in nearly 3 years, Suzune appears visibly nervous while asking him for the courage needed to face both the class and the difficult choices demanded by the exam. Manabu quietly observes how much Suzune has changed and points out that she is finally beginning to move beyond her obsession with chasing after him. He also explains that she no longer needs to imitate either him or Ayano because she should instead grow into her own kind of leader by relying on her own judgment and convictions. His words leave a deep impression on Suzune and strengthen her resolve before the final vote. The following day, shortly before the final voting session begins, Suzune stands at the front of the classroom and addresses everyone directly while criticizing the class for hiding behind secret alliances and manipulation instead of confronting reality honestly. She argues that the purpose of the exam is to remove a student who contributes little or actively damages the class, and then, to the shock of everyone present, she openly declares that she has made a final decision. The student who should be expelled from Class C is Haruki. Haruki reacts with immediate shock and begins screaming at Suzune while demanding to know why he has become the target for expulsion. Suzune calmly explains that based on both his academic and athletic performance, he contributes less to the class than anyone else. Haruki desperately tries defending himself by arguing that Ike and Ken also have poor grades, but Suzune points out that his overall value to the class still remains lower than theirs. He then attempts to shift the blame toward Rokusuke for skipping exams, yet Suzune immediately shuts down the argument by stating that Rokusuke possesses far greater natural talent and potential than Haruki could ever hope to achieve. The confrontation becomes even more serious when Suzune reveals the real reason behind her decision and exposes Haruki as a traitor who has secretly been cooperating with Arisu. She explains that Arisu manipulated Haruki into believing she had romantic feelings for him so she could use him as a pawn, while his actual role was to gather as many censure votes against Ayano as possible in order to expel him. Haruki frantically denies the accusations and demands proof, but when Suzune asks to inspect his phone for evidence of communication with Class A, he immediately becomes flustered and fails to respond properly. In desperation, he attempts to place the blame on Kushida by claiming that she encouraged him to influence the class, although Kushida instantly switches into the role of a victim by crying and insisting that Haruki pressured her into helping him. She further claims that she deeply regrets getting involved, which causes the remaining sympathy within the class to completely disappear. Meanwhile, Yosuke becomes deeply disturbed as he watches the class turn against one of its own classmates, and because of this, he desperately tries stopping the argument while pleading with everyone to find a solution that does not require sacrificing anyone. However, several classmates immediately respond that such an outcome is impossible because the rules of the exam demand an expulsion unless the class can somehow gather 20 million points. Under the overwhelming pressure, Yosuke finally reaches his emotional limit, and his usual calm and gentle personality completely disappears as he begins speaking with frightening anger. He lashes out at the class and condemns them for enjoying the downfall of one of their own classmates, while he even goes as far as threatening Suzune by declaring that he will cast his own censure votes against her unless she stops pushing for Haruki's expulsion. Despite his emotional outburst, however, the class remains divided and continues moving toward the decision to expel Haruki. At the same time, students from the other classes also begin making desperate moves in order to survive the exam. Elsewhere, Ryuin appears to have completely accepted the possibility of expulsion because his classmates have grown tired of his leadership, and before the results are announced, he transfers his remaining 5 million private points to Mio. Unwilling to lose their leader, Mio and Ishizaki decide to seek help from Ayano, who soon creates a plan involving Hanami. Hanami herself is already struggling because she needs a massive amount of private points to protect her classmates, while Miyabi has offered to provide those points only if she agrees to date him. In response, Ayano arranges for Mio to transfer Ryuin's 5 million points to Hanami, and in return, Hanami has Class B cast their praise votes in favor of Ryuin. Through this arrangement, Hanami successfully protects her class without accepting Miyabi's demands, while Ryuin also manages to remain at school. When the day of the results finally arrives, Haruki continues acting arrogantly because he still believes that Arisu and Class A will save him through their praise votes. Soon afterward, Sei enters the classroom and begins announcing the results for Class C. Among the praise votes, Kushida places third while Yosuke takes second place, and to the shock of the entire class, Ayano receives first place with a total of 42 praise votes despite normally remaining almost invisible within the classroom. It is later revealed that Arisu deliberately gave Ayano all of Class A's praise votes because she wants him to remain at school so they can eventually face each other in a true competition. Afterward, Sei announces that Haruki has received the highest number of censure votes with a total of 33, and the reality of the situation immediately causes him to suffer a complete mental breakdown after finally realizing that Arisu deceived him and never intended to save him at all. Following a mocking remark from Rokusuke, Haruki completely loses control and grabs a chair before attempting to attack him in rage, but Rokusuke instantly steps forward and blocks the attack with one arm. Sei then firmly orders Haruki to leave the classroom immediately, marking the end of his time at the school. Meanwhile, expulsions also take place in the other classes, because Arisu targets Yahiko in Class A in order to weaken Kohei's faction, while Manabe is expelled from Class D after Mio and Ishizaki coordinate their votes to protect Ryuin. After the exam ends, Ayano meets privately with Arisu, and during their conversation, she admits that part of the reason she targeted Haruki was because he accidentally tripped her. While they continue talking, they are suddenly approached by Tsukishiro, who introduces himself as the school's new acting director. Tsukishiro immediately reveals a violent side by kicking away Arisu's cane and causing her to lose balance, and when Ayano instinctively moves to help her, Tsukishiro suddenly pins him against a wall and begins choking him. During the confrontation, Tsukishiro reveals that he has already replaced the school's surveillance system with fake footage, meaning there will be no evidence of the assault. He then delivers a direct message from Matsuomi, explaining that his father has grown tired of these childish games and now wants Ayano to return to the White Room immediately. Tsukishiro coldly tells Ayano to blink twice if he is willing to leave school voluntarily, but Ayano remains completely expressionless and refuses to respond. After finally releasing him, Tsukishiro warns that he will officially begin carrying out his duties at the school in April. Arisu later admits that she is impressed. Ayano never fought back because resisting would have allowed Tsukishiro to frame him for violence, and despite the danger surrounding them, the two still agree to continue their upcoming competition. Meanwhile, inside Class C, Sei explains the rules of the final special exam for the year, which is known as the Event Selection Exam. Under the rules of this exam, each class must first choose 10 events they believe they can win, and afterward, 7 events are randomly selected from the 20 proposed by the 2 competing classes. Students are only allowed to participate in one event unless every other classmate has already competed, while each class must also appoint a commander who will oversee the matches without directly participating. Although the commander cannot compete personally, they are allowed to interfere and give instructions during specific moments, and if their class loses the exam, the commander is expelled unless they possess a protection point. Even after Haruki's expulsion, the atmosphere inside Class C remains tense because Ken and Ike still cannot understand how Ayano managed to receive the highest number of praise votes in the class. Ken directly demands an explanation from him, but before the situation escalates, Suzune steps in and explains that Haruki had been manipulated by Arisu and that Class A most likely interfered with the results in order to disrupt their class. In order to calm the growing suspicion and prove his value, Ayano volunteers to become the commander for the new special exam, while Suzune immediately supports the decision because Ayano's protection point guarantees the class will not lose a student even if they are defeated by Class A. Soon afterward, a lottery is held to decide which classes will face one another, and the class representatives draw lots to determine the matchups. Satoru from Class D wins the right to choose first and immediately decides to challenge Class B, which leaves Class C to face Class A in the final exam. However, Ayano reflects that the outcome is not a coincidence because he had previously manipulated Ryuin and several other class leaders in order to guarantee a direct confrontation with Arisu. At the same time, Yosuke continues struggling with the emotional trauma caused by the previous exam, and because of this, he completely withdraws from class activities. When Meiyu attempts to comfort him after school, Yosuke suddenly loses his temper and angrily tells her to leave him alone. He even snaps at Karuzawa and demands that she stop calling him by his first name because their fake relationship has already ended and they no longer have anything to do with each other. His cold and hostile behavior shocks the entire class, while Suzune quietly realizes that she will have to handle the class discussions herself without relying on Yosuke any longer. Later that night, Ayano invites Karuzawa to his room and surprises her with a delayed birthday present that he was unable to give her earlier because of the recent chaos. He gives her a heart-shaped necklace worth 20,000 private points, and although Karuzawa teasingly complains that the gift feels somewhat childish and says most girls would prefer choosing their own jewelry, she is still obviously happy that he remembered her birthday at all. Ayano calmly tells her that she can simply leave the necklace behind if she truly dislikes it because he can always return it, but Karuzawa ultimately decides to keep it. Ayano also meets privately with Manabu in order to discuss the upcoming exam along with Suzune's personal growth. During their conversation, Manabu reveals that his disappointment towards Suzune was never related to her grades but instead stemmed from her lack of emotional and personal growth. He explains that Suzune was once a cheerful child, although she gradually began suppressing her own personality in order to imitate him completely. Manabu believes that if she finally stops depending on him and starts making decisions for herself, she may eventually surpass him. In response, Ayano promises that he will help Suzune change and grow stronger. Before leaving, Manabu unexpectedly asks Ayano whether he has a girlfriend, and after Ayano calmly replies that he does not, Manabu remarks that although he would trust Ayano with Suzune, he does not believe Ayano is the type of person who would ever date her. Eventually, Class C gathers together in order to review the 10 events submitted by Class A, and among the selected events are several academic competitions, along with a chess match. Ken immediately wonders whether anyone in their class even knows how to properly play chess, while Ayano quietly notices that the commander is allowed to give instructions to the players during the match. Yosuke sits alone inside the classroom while struggling deeply with the recent expulsion of Haruki, and because he feels personally responsible for failing to protect his classmates, he begins sinking further into guilt and self-hatred. He reflects on his past during junior high school and realizes that he is repeating the same mistakes he once made back then, while his anger toward himself grows even stronger because of the way he lashed out at Suzune during the previous special exam. As a result, Yosuke continues isolating himself from the rest of the class while everyone prepares for the final challenge. Meanwhile, Yukimura arranges a private meeting with Suzune and Ayano in order to discuss strategies for the upcoming event selection exam, and during the discussion, he suggests gathering information about Class A by approaching Kohei directly. Since Yahiko's expulsion has left Kohei isolated and weakened within Class A, Yukimura believes there may be an opportunity to recruit his cooperation. He proposes offering Kohei a future deal in which Class C would provide the 20 million private points necessary for him to transfer classes if they eventually reach Class A themselves. However, Suzune immediately rejects the proposal because she believes saving such an enormous amount of points is unrealistic, while she also doubts Kohei would ever betray his own class. Even after Suzune leaves the meeting, Yukimura still decides to move forward with the plan and asks Ayano to assist him. Later, Ayano and Yukimura secretly meet Kohei behind the school building, where Yukimura carefully explains the proposal involving the future transfer. Although Kohei confirms that they realistically cannot gather 20 million points, he openly admits that he has become furious with Arisu because of her ruthless behavior toward his faction. Because of that resentment, Kohei agrees to help Class C by predicting which events Class A is most likely planning to choose for the exam. According to his analysis, chess, English, and mathematics are guaranteed to appear, while contemporary literature and flash mental arithmetic are also highly likely choices. At the same time, Kohei warns them that physical competitions such as jump rope and dodgeball are probably decoys designed to mislead their opponents. Before leaving, Kohei reveals that he is one of Class A's strongest students in flash mental arithmetic and admits that, more than anything else, he simply wants to see Arisu lose. After the meeting ends, Ayano quietly tells Yukimura to keep everything hidden from Suzune for now, so she will not feel that her authority is being undermined. Later on, Suzune invites Ayano to her room for dinner so they can discuss her own plans for the exam, and while reviewing her strategies on a tablet, Ayano concludes that her overall preparation is solid. However, he insists that Suzune herself should handle the chess match because he believes she is the most suitable person for the role, and after making that decision, he offers to personally teach her how to play. In order to avoid attracting attention from other students, the two decide to secretly practice through online chess matches late at night. At the same time, Class C continues struggling with the tense atmosphere created by Yosuke's emotional withdrawal, and because of this, Suzune eventually tries speaking with him after school while asking whether he will at least participate in events requiring larger groups. Yosuke refuses to answer her and simply walks away without saying anything. Meiyu later follows him in an attempt to comfort him, but Yosuke suddenly explodes in anger, yelling that he wants to be left alone before physically shoving her to the ground. At that moment, Rokusuke appears and immediately begins mocking Yosuke for losing control over himself. Furious from the insult, Yosuke grabs Rokusuke by the collar, although Rokusuke remains completely calm and unaffected by the threat. Rokusuke then lifts Meiyu back onto her feet and coldly tells her that she should stop chasing after Yosuke because he is already beyond saving. He further points out that Yosuke has become the very person hurting others while constantly acting like the victim himself. Later that evening, Ayano finds Yosuke sitting alone and directly demands that he explain the truth behind his behavior. Yosuke finally reveals that during junior high school, one of his close friends became the target of severe bullying, and although he desperately wanted to help, he was too afraid of becoming a target himself to take action. Eventually, his friend attempted suicide and has remained hospitalized ever since. After that incident, Yosuke tried preventing further bullying in his class by taking control through fear and violence, and as a result, he transformed himself into a bully in order to ensure that no single student would ever become isolated again. However, this approach only caused his classmates to lose their happiness and become emotionally empty. Rather than comforting him, Ayano coldly tells Yosuke that the current situation is entirely his own fault because if he truly wanted to save Haruki, then he should have acted decisively instead of helplessly watching everything happen from the sidelines. Ayano continues speaking with brutal honesty while deliberately calling Yosuke weak and useless in order to completely shatter the flawless image he has been hiding behind. Once Yosuke emotionally breaks down, Ayano tells him that expulsions are inevitable within this school and that he will never be able to save everyone no matter how hard he tries. Instead, Ayano encourages him to continue moving forward so he can at least protect the classmates who are still beside him, while also advising him to rely on his friends and share his burdens instead of carrying everything alone. Overwhelmed by the conversation, Yosuke finally breaks down in tears and begins finding peace with himself. The following day, he returns to school and apologizes both to Meiyu and the rest of the class for his behavior, while he also apologizes directly to Suzune and admits that her decision during the previous exam had been correct. As the final preparations for the event selection exam continue, Ayano keeps practicing chess online with Suzune, and although she improves rapidly, she still cannot manage to defeat him. Ayano calmly explains that his overwhelming skill comes from years of experience, while confidently stating that he can defeat anyone who challenges him in chess. Finally, when the day of the special exam arrives and leaders gather alongside their classes in preparation to face their respective opponents, a young Arisu sits inside a high-security facility known as the White Room while watching Ayano through a glass window as he dominates a chess match against several adults at the same time. Beside her, Sakayagi explains that the institution exists to artificially create geniuses through an extreme educational system regardless of natural talent or genetics, while he also identifies the boy as the son of Atsuomi, the man leading the entire project. As a naturally gifted genius herself, Arisu immediately becomes fascinated with Ayano and begins viewing him as the ultimate creation of an artificial environment that she is destined to surpass one day. In the present day, the final special exam of the first year, known as the Event Selection Exam, officially begins while the school establishes a command center where each class leader acts as a commander by directing students through computer systems. Ayano and Arisu now stand against each other in a high-stakes battle where both sides select 5 events from their lists of 10, after which 7 events are randomly chosen to decide the outcome of the exam. The first event selected is basketball, and because Suzune strategically saved Ken for this exact situation, Class C immediately gains an important advantage. Meanwhile, Class A attempts to provoke Ken into losing control, while Arisu confidently states that even the greatest athletic skill becomes meaningless once a player loses mental composure. Despite the pressure, Ayano calmly uses his authority as commander to substitute players at the perfect moments, while Ken ignores every provocation and delivers an outstanding performance that secures the opening victory for Class C. The second event turns out to be typing skills, which had originally been selected by Class C, and Hideo successfully represents the class while earning another victory that gives them an early 2-point lead. However, the momentum quickly shifts afterward because Class C loses the third event, an English test involving Karuzawa and Maya, before also suffering defeat during the fourth event, which is a mathematics test. The fifth event is traditional archery, and Akito manages to secure an important victory for Class C that pushes the overall score to 3-2 in their favor. After that, the sixth event, Flash Mental Arithmetic, begins with Class A selecting Kohei and Emi of Class 2A as their representatives, while Ayano responds by sending the feeble but academically talented girl of Class 1C, Chiaki, and Rokusuke to compete for their class. Throughout the challenge, Rokusuke behaves with complete indifference while ignoring the earlier questions and irritating his classmates with his attitude. However, when the extremely difficult 10th question finally appears, both Arisu and Ayano prepare to submit answers through their commander privileges, although Rokusuke suddenly answers the problem instantly with the exact same solution reached by the commanders themselves. Even after this shocking display of talent, Kohei still achieves the highest total score overall and secures the victory for Class A, which ties the overall score at 3-3 and leaves the final event to determine the winner of the entire exam. The seventh and final event is chess, which both commanders had anticipated from the very beginning, while the rules allow commanders to issue instructions to their players every 30 minutes. Suzune represents Class C during the match, whereas Hashimoto competes on behalf of Class A. During the opening exchanges, Hashimoto casually mentions that he only started learning chess a few months earlier, while Suzune admits she has only been practicing for several weeks. At the same time, Hashimoto attempts to distract her psychologically by bringing up Ayano's suspicious actions during the island exam, although Suzune manages to maintain her focus despite his efforts. As the match progresses, Arisu eventually takes direct control over Hashimoto's moves and guides him into creating a dangerous trap that places Suzune in an increasingly difficult position. In response, Ayano personally enters the battle as Class C's commander, causing the game to transform into a proxy war between two extraordinary strategists, while the students themselves merely act as pieces carrying out their leader's plans. Although Suzune feels crushed under the immense pressure of the match, she continues trusting Ayano completely and begins making moves far beyond the skill level expected from an ordinary student. Just as the game reaches its climax, Ayano prepares a final move that would have guaranteed victory for Class C, but Tsukishiro suddenly interferes by abusing his authority over the school's computer systems and altering the command Ayano inputs into the terminal. Because of this forced mistake, Suzune immediately loses her advantage, while Arisu successfully finishes the match with a decisive checkmate that grants Class A victory by a final score of 4-3. After the exam ends, Arisu meets privately with Ayano to discuss the outcome, although their conversation is interrupted once Tsukishiro openly admits that he deliberately interfered with the chess match, He calmly explains that he sabotaged Ayano's final move in order to guarantee Class C's defeat, while the loss also strips Ayano of his protection point. Upon hearing this, Arisu becomes deeply frustrated because she realizes that the victory she had waited so long to achieve was ultimately ruined by interference from adults, rather than decided fairly between them. Tsukishiro openly mocks both of them while declaring that he has no interest in their pride or personal rivalries, and before leaving, he warns them that he will officially begin carrying out his duties at the school in April. Later on, Arisu invites Ayano to a quiet corner of the library so they can finally settle their match properly, without interference from anyone else. During this private one-on-one chess game, Ayano ultimately defeats her through pure skill alone, although instead of feeling bitterness, Arisu quietly finds peace in the result. She admits that her true reason for seeking this rivalry was never simply about proving her superiority, because deep down she had always wanted an excuse to spend more time with him. While reflecting on the years she spent watching him inside the White Room, she reveals that Ayano has remained an important figure in her life ever since that first encounter. Just as the two prepare to part ways, Arisu gently reaches out her hand for a handshake, and when Ayano takes it, he quietly notices the warmth of another human being for perhaps the first time in his life. Smiling softly, Arisu tells him that humans are not merely tools, and that warmth is something he should eventually learn to understand. Before leaving, she acknowledges him as a true genius, while their rivalry from the first year quietly comes to an end with mutual respect between them. The third-year students gather in the school hall for their graduation ceremony, while Manabu stands before the students and staff to deliver a final speech about the responsibilities and challenges he faced during the last 3 years. He expresses gratitude for graduating from such a difficult institution while also encouraging the younger students not to fear the future and instead trust in their own potential as they continue through the school. Inside the Class C classroom, Sei meets with her students to discuss the end of the year, while explaining that although they are being demoted back to Class D because of the final exam results, they have still grown tremendously throughout their first year. She points out that the class earned many class points and became far more mature compared to when they first arrived, while Ike jokes that hearing praise from Sei makes him feel like another terrible exam is about to begin. Sei reassures everyone that there are no more classes for the day and encourages them to enjoy the thank you party being held at the school. Outside the building, Suzune meets Hanami to discuss the recent special exam, while Hanami admits that Ryuen's ruthless tactics, especially the way he manipulated the situation by causing Class B students to fall ill, heavily contributed to their defeat. She also confesses that her hesitation during the judo match against Albert played a major role in the loss because she failed to make quick decisions under pressure. Although Suzune suggests reporting the incident to the school, Hanami instead chooses to accept it as a lesson for the future. Before leaving, Suzune informs Hanami that their class intends to surpass Class B next year, meaning their friendly cooperation must end, although they still agree to remain friendly enemies. Later, Ayano encourages Suzune to use the school party as one final chance to properly speak with Manabu, while he himself reflects on a secret conversation with Sakayagi. Sakayagi reveals that he has been placed under house arrest because of false fraud allegations, and therefore cannot oppose Tsukishiro directly, so he advises Ayano to seek help from the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, Mishima, instead. Following this advice, Ayano attends a private meeting with Sei and other teachers where he explains Tsukishiro's interference during the final exam and Sakayagi's current situation. During the discussion, Mishima reveals that Tsukishiro reduced his salary because he attempted to stop the dangerous judo match for the students' safety. After realizing that Tsukishiro threatens the school's integrity, both Mishima and Sei agree to support Ayano, while Arisu also agrees to cooperate until Tsukishiro is removed from the school. Even so, Mishima warns that the next person sent by Atsuomi could be even more dangerous. At the school party, Ayano notices Suzune standing alone and realizes she has changed because the old Suzune would never willingly attend such a gathering. He subtly pushes her toward the area where Manabu is standing, although she still hesitates to approach him. Later, Ayano privately meets Manabu, who explains that he will officially leave the school on March 31st before asking Ayano to tell Suzune to meet him at the front gate at noon on that day. Believing Suzune would hide her feelings if he asked her directly, Manabu instead relies on Ayano to make the meeting happen. On the morning of March 31st, the graduating third-year students begin leaving the campus while Suzune reflects on her years spent chasing Manabu's shadow. She realizes that the version of herself she created by imitating him was never genuine, so she cuts her long hair short as a symbol of finally moving forward as her own person. Meanwhile, Ayano waits at the front gate until Manabu arrives, and during their conversation, Manabu questions why Ayano continues hiding his immense abilities. Ayano calmly explains that he simply prefers blending into the background, although Manabu argues that he should leave such a strong impact on the students that they never forget his name. Before they part, Manabu thanks Ayano for supporting Suzune and asks him not to disappoint him in the future. Although Manabu initially considers leaving without seeing his sister because he fears his emotions may interfere with her growth, he changes his mind once she appears running toward them. Suzune arrives at the gate with her newly shortened hair, surprising both of them, while Manabu smiles and remarks that she has finally returned to the person she used to be years ago. Suzune admits that it took her a long time to understand herself properly, although she now feels ready to lead her class while growing alongside her friends. In response, Manabu apologizes for the way he treated her in the past, before revealing that his comments about preferring long hair had only been a test to see whether she would blindly follow him. He quietly admits that he always believed short hair suited her better and tells her that he will wait for her at the same gate 2 years later after she graduates. The siblings then share one final emotional moment before Manabu walks through the gates and leaves the school grounds. Hiyori meets Ayano at a cafe during spring break to give him a book she has already finished, while also asking for his thoughts on it before telling him he can return it to the library afterward. During their conversation, she asks whether he is responsible for the recent changes in Ryuin's personality, although Ayano quietly stares at her long enough to make her apologize for prying into his affairs. Hiyori explains that she simply does not want to lose a friend who shares her interests, and while discussing Class D's performance during the final exam, she also mentions that making opponents fall ill is a poor strategy because Ryuin rarely listens to other people's opinions. Before leaving, Ayano asks her to deliver a specific message to Ryuin. Karuzawa arrives at the cafe just as Hiyori is leaving, and after noticing a second coffee cup on the table, she immediately asks whether Ayano had been meeting someone else. Ayano casually admits that he was speaking with Hiyori while explaining that they share hobbies and even call each other by their first names, which visibly irritates Karuzawa and makes her jealous. However, when she asks why he called her there, Ayano claims he has forgotten the reason and tells her he will contact her again later if he remembers, causing her to leave in frustration. Meanwhile, Hashimoto meets Ryuin inside a bathroom to discuss future plans, although Ryuin immediately threatens to beat him if he keeps arranging meetings in such unpleasant places. Shortly afterward, Kanzaki from Class B arrives to join the conversation while Hashimoto attempts to establish connections between the classes. However, Kanzaki openly admits that he does not trust Ryuin at all, while Ryuin mocks him for acting like nothing more than Hanami's loyal follower. Even so, Kanzaki calmly states that he will continue supporting Hanami, although he also warns that he will personally deal with leeches like Ryuin if she cannot handle them herself. While walking through the rain, Ayano encounters Ishizaki and Mio, and during their conversation, Ishizaki surprisingly suggests that Ayano should transfer into their class. He believes that if Ryuin and Ayano work together, they could eventually defeat both Arisu and Hanami. Ayano, however, explains that collecting 20 million private points for a transfer is unrealistic, while also admitting that he actually prefers having them as enemies instead. Later, Ayano finds Hanami standing alone in the rain near his dormitory building, so he brings her back to his room, gives her a towel, and prepares a hot drink for her. As they speak together, Hanami admits that she feels weak lately and has started relying on him too heavily because she trusts him more than anyone else, despite their classes being rivals. While crying, she talks about the rapid growth of leaders like Suzune, Arisu, and others, while also worrying that she may eventually fall behind them. In response, Ayano gently places his hand against her cheek before asking her to promise that exactly 1 year later they will meet again alone, because he intends to tell her something important on that day. Hanami accepts the promise while also vowing to continue aiming for Class A. Afterward, Ryuin meets Ayano and confirms that Hiyori successfully delivered the message, although he also expresses anger over Ayano's loss against Arisu during the final exam. Ryuin suspects that Ayano either lost intentionally or was never truly in control of the situation, although Ayano calmly accepts the defeat without making excuses. Ryuin then declares that he will eventually be the one to expel Ayano before suddenly attempting to attack him, although Ayano effortlessly dodges the strike and advises him to spend more time growing stronger. At the same time, Ayano warns him that there will never be another rematch if he continues relying on underhanded tactics like making people sick. Elsewhere, Maya sits inside a cafe with Karuzawa and several friends while openly admitting that Ayano rejected her confession. During the conversation, she also reveals her suspicion that Ayano and Karuzawa secretly like each other, which embarrasses Karuzawa while Maya continues praising Ayano's hidden depth and personality. At another point, Tsukishiro meets Ayano inside a secluded alley and informs him that the coming summer will be his last at the school because he must eventually return to his father. Tsukishiro then proposes a game by revealing that a new White Room student will enroll in April, while also stating that if Ayano can identify the assassin before the end of the month, he will willingly leave the school himself. Ayano accepts the challenge while reminding Tsukishiro that he remains the greatest student the White Room has ever produced. Later, Chiaki confronts Ayano after secretly following him to the meeting with Tsukishiro, and during their conversation, she reveals that she already knows he has been hiding his true academic and athletic abilities. She specifically points to his perfect performance during the Flash Mental Arithmetic event, while admitting that she also conceals her own abilities in order to blend into the crowd more easily. Chiaki then demands that Ayano contribute more seriously to the class because she wants to reach Class A. Although when she asks whether Karuzawa is special to him, he simply denies it. Sometime later, Suzune contacts Ayano and officially declares that she is now aiming for Class A, although she becomes frustrated when he still refuses to reveal his full abilities. Because of this, she proposes a bet involving a written exam during their second year where, if Ayano wins, she must join the student council, but if she wins instead, he must finally use his full power to support the class. Later that night, Karuzawa visits Ayano's room and casually mentions that she has officially ended her relationship with Yosuke. While discussing the rumors surrounding Chiaki, Ayano suddenly grabs Karuzawa's hand and calls her by her first name for the first time. He then confesses that he likes her and asks whether she would agree to date him, while also admitting that he intentionally made her jealous earlier by mentioning Hiyori. Karuzawa shyly admits that she has liked him for a very long time, and after sharing a quiet hug together, the two officially begin their relationship. Afterward, Ayano quietly reflects on the relationship while viewing it as both an important step for Karuzawa's personal growth and an educational experience for himself. Because the White Room never allowed him to understand emotions like love, he begins seeing Karuzawa as a kind of textbook through which he can finally learn something that had always been impossible for him before. In the White Room, Tsukishiro provides detailed data on Ayano, along with 156 other second-year students to a young student whose face is hidden beneath a robe. He then instructs the boy to ensure that Ayano is expelled within 4 months and returned to the White Room, while emphasizing that the mission must be carried out skillfully and discreetly so that the reputation of his teacher remains untouched. Although the young student appears reluctant and annoyed that Ayano is praised as the greatest masterpiece, Tsukishiro insists that the stage has already been prepared and urges him to demonstrate his true abilities in the upcoming hunt. At the school, the new semester of the second year begins, and Akito approaches Ayano in the classroom because he is concerned that Ayano was not very active with their friend group during spring break. Akito adds that Sakura has been especially worried, while Ayano apologizes and explains that he has been busy. While they are talking, the class reacts with shock to Suzune's new appearance because she has cut her long hair short, and when Ken and others ask about the change, she explains that it symbolizes her determination to lead Class 2D to the top this year. Sei welcomes them all back and tells them to download a new application called Overall Ability, or OAA, which digitizes every student's performance into ratings for academic achievement, physical ability, situational thinking, and social contribution. After everyone downloads the app, Ken is disappointed to discover that his academic rating is an E, but Sei explains that although past scores remain visible, they do not determine future ratings because students can improve their standing through upcoming tests. She further explains that this system was proposed by Miyabi to promote a school environment based on individual merit. Sei then announces the first special exam of the second year, which is a written test requiring second-year students to pair up with new first-year students. Because communication is essential and students must find partners on their own across any class, anyone who fails to secure a partner by the end of the month will be assigned one by the school, while also receiving a 5% penalty on the final score. Since the 5-subject exam is worth 500 points in total, Suzune observes that the test has become a personal battle rather than a simple class competition. Ayano quickly recognizes the danger of the new system because he believes Tsukishiro designed the rules specifically to target him. If a White Room student becomes his partner and intentionally scores 0, Ayano could be expelled regardless of how well he performs. Suzune approaches Ayano to formalize the competition they discussed during winter break, and they agree to use this special exam to determine the winner. If Ayano wins, Suzune must join the student council, whereas if Suzune wins, Ayano must stop hiding his abilities and work fully for the benefit of the class. As they examine the data, they discover that there are 54 first-year students with academic B ratings, which is enough to support the lower-rated students in their class, especially Ken, since his intimidating appearance may make it difficult for him to find a partner. Just then, they receive a message stating that Hanami is organizing a networking event in the gym so that students from different grades can interact. Ayano and his group head to the gym and observe the event from a distance, where Hanami seems busy building trust with the first years. However, Suzune notices that more than half of the students are absent, and she is particularly struck by the fact that not a single student from Class 1D is attending. Because of this, she concludes that Class 1D must have a strong leader who ordered them to boycott the mixer, and she decides that negotiating directly with that leader would be more effective than persuading individuals. As they leave the gym, they encounter Hashimoto, who mocks Hanami's altruistic approach and argues that helping the fools is a waste of time, while also hinting that Class 2A is following a strategy established by Arisu. Later, they encounter Ryuin in the hallway, where he reveals that he is also scouting first-year students but prefers using threats and intimidation to secure partnerships. He warns Suzune that the first years are unusually knowledgeable about the school's systems, likely because the staff provided them with a more thorough briefing than the previous year's students received. When Suzune and her group later visit the Class 1D classroom, they find that it is completely empty. Shortly afterward, Tsubasa and Kazuomi, both from Class 1D, arrive in the Class 2D area, and Kazuomi immediately displays an arrogant and aggressive attitude. He openly mocks Ken for his academic rating and demands that the second-year students bow to him and offer private points if they want the first years to cooperate. When asked why he is acting so confidently, Kazuomi explains that the first years hold the advantage because they will not be expelled even if they fail to find partners or accept penalties, and he therefore insists that the second years should get on their knees and beg for cooperation. Although Ken becomes furious, Suzune restrains him to prevent a fight from breaking out in front of the security cameras, yet Kazuomi still shoves him. While Ken wants to teach Kazuomi a lesson, Ishizaki holds him back, and when Kazuomi dismisses Ishizaki as a cockroach, Ishizaki struggles to tolerate the insult. At that moment, Ryuin arrives with Mio and warns Ishizaki not to fight Kazuomi unless he wishes to die, because he recognizes Kazuomi as a notorious fighter from the same neighborhood. Although Kazuomi attempts to provoke Ryuin into a fight, Ryuin refuses because he sees no benefit in it. Kazuomi then grabs Mio by the neck and lifts her into the air because she tried to push Ryuin into fighting him, but Tsubasa eventually intervenes and threatens to reveal one of his secrets if he does not stop. Faced with that warning, Kazuomi reluctantly leaves with her, and as they depart, Ayano notices that Tsubasa is watching him with a probing gaze and feels that she is carefully observing him. Takuya, a first-year student from Class 1B, approaches Kushida in the school hallway and introduces himself as her junior from middle school, while Kushida recalls him and notices that he is behaving in an extremely cheerful and friendly manner. Watching from a distance, Ayano asks Suzune whether she knows him since they attended the same school, but Suzune replies that she does not remember Takuya. Ayano wonders aloud whether Takuya knows the dark secrets of Kushida, and Suzune remarks that it is very likely. Takuya expresses his desire to partner with Kushida for the upcoming special exam, but Kushida hesitates and asks for time to think, while Takuya promises to wait for her answer and refuses to consider anyone else in the meantime. Later, at the shopping mall, Ayano and his friends observe the first-year students in search of a suitable partner for Ken, and they approach a group from Class 1D to make inquiries. However, the discussion quickly turns sour because the first years demand 500,000 private points in exchange for their cooperation. Although Suzune says they will consider the offer, she also asks whether the students can introduce them to other members of Class 1D, but they explain that Kazuomi would be furious if they acted independently. Suzune states that she has no interest in playing this money game because even a first-place finish would only reward the class with 50 class points, and the financial cost would far outweigh the benefits. Realizing that negotiating with Kazuomi's subordinates is pointless, she begins considering partnerships with students from other classes instead. At that moment, Ichika, a student from Class 1A, interrupts the group and asks whether they would like to have her as a partner. Although Suzune asks if she has been eavesdropping on their conversation, Ichika denies it and introduces herself as a high-achieving student with an academic ability rating of A, while also asking Suzune if she wants to partner with her. Instead of accepting the offer herself, Suzune suggests that she partner with Ken. Ichika responds with a playful and provocative attitude, claiming that she prefers physically strong men, and although she mocks Ken's poor academic grades, she also shows interest in his athletic build by grabbing his arm and inspecting his muscles. While she initially proposes a brawl in which strong boys compete for the right to become her partner, she quickly offers an alternative deal when Ken and Suzune prepare to leave. She agrees to partner with Ken for free, provided that he can prove he is skilled at domestic tasks, particularly cooking. Since Ken has no talent for cooking, Ayano steps in to represent Class 2D, and Ichika accepts the challenge while imposing strict conditions. She requires Ayano to buy specific ingredients and prepare a meal in his dorm room, and she then leads him on a shopping trip where she forces him to purchase expensive, high-end brands. Once inside Ayano's dorm room, Ichika becomes even more demanding and orders him to leave his phone on the bed so that he cannot search for recipes or seek help online. Unbeknownst to her, Ayano is wearing a hidden earpiece, and Suzune is guiding him from the other end of the call with step-by-step instructions on handling the knife and preparing the meal. Following Suzune's guidance, Ayano completes the dish and serves it to Ichika, but although he is exceptionally talented in many areas, he lacks natural experience in the kitchen. As a result, Ichika describes the food as merely decent rather than extraordinary, yet she honors their agreement and accepts Ken as her partner. After Ichika washes her dishes and leaves, Ayano immediately begins searching his room because he suspects that she could be the White Room assassin. While checking for hidden cameras or tracking devices that she might have planted during the cooking session, he concludes that she is probably not the secret enforcer since she chose to partner with Ken instead of targeting him directly, although he remains cautious because of her unpredictable personality. Elsewhere, a power struggle develops between the leaders of Class 2A and Class 2C, as Ryuin attempts to secure partners for his class by offering first-year students 100,000 private points up front and another 200,000 after the exam. In response, Arisu uses Hashimoto to counter the strategy, and Hashimoto approaches the same students while offering even larger amounts of points, thereby neutralizing Ryuin's influence. However, Ryuin later reveals to Ishizaki and Mio that he never intends to pay the promised rewards, because his real objective is to create a bidding war that forces Arisu to waste her class's resources. He plans to rely on Class 2C's reputation and strategic positioning rather than binding agreements to attract students. Later, at the school library, Ayano and Suzune meet with Hiyori, and Hiyori suggests moving to a private area where they can talk freely. Shortly afterward, Tsubasa joins them and brings a list of 15 Class 1D students who still have not secured partners because they cannot afford Kazuomi's tax. Suzune proposes an alliance in which Class 2D will accept those 15 students as partners without demanding any private points, but Tsubasa remains skeptical because she believes Kazuomi would never allow such an arrangement without receiving some financial benefit. Ayano realizes that no peaceful agreement can succeed while Kazuomi continues acting as the gatekeeper of Class 1D, and he therefore decides that he must deal with Kazuomi directly in order to break the deadlock. Ayano deduces that Kazuomi is not merely interested in private points but is instead seeking absolute control over his class. Tsubasa confirms that Kazuomi enforces a rule requiring students to obtain his permission before forming partnerships, or else they risk being ostracized by the class. Because Suzune wants to build relationships based on trust rather than points, she asks Tsubasa to arrange a meeting, and Tsubasa calls Kazuomi while the group listens. However, Kazuomi responds aggressively and refuses to meet unless they can offer a large amount of private points, while also insulting Tsubasa and telling her not to contact him again without points. Although Tsubasa apologizes to the others afterward, Suzune thanks her for making the effort to start a dialogue. Meanwhile, Ayano conducts his own investigation by calling Karuzawa, whom he had previously asked to examine a particular incident at the school mall. Karuzawa reports that a group of first-year students attempted to purchase a certain item, later revealed to be a knife, but returned it after another girl spoke to them at the checkout counter. Ayano finds the information extremely useful, and during the same call, he asks about her studies, but Karuzawa complains that he never attends the group study sessions. In response, Ayano invites her to his room the following day for a private study session, and she happily accepts. At the same time, Suzune attempts to persuade Rokusuke to find a partner for the special exam, but Rokusuke remains arrogant and dismissive while claiming that he can pass the test easily without assistance. Since he has no interest in cooperating with the class objectives, Suzune fails to make any progress with him. Later, Tsubasa meets Ayano and Suzune again and proposes that she should become the leader of Class 1D in order to stop Kazuomi's destructive methods. Although Suzune warns that directly challenging Kazuomi could divide the class and create even greater problems, Tsubasa insists that she can still change his mind and promises to bring him to a meeting with Suzune by Sunday. Before they part ways, Tsubasa tells Ayano that she considers him a base and wicked person, although Ayano suspects that she is carefully observing him in order to report information back to Tsukishiro. But as a reward for her cooperation, Ayano shares information about protection points and explains that they can prevent a student from being expelled. The next day, Karuzawa visits Ayano's room for their study session, and she asks what his academic score would be if he genuinely tried his best. Ayano admits that he could easily score 400 out of 500 points because he has never encountered a school exam question that he could not solve. While they are studying together, Karuzawa notices a long hair on his bed and immediately becomes jealous, causing her to question whether another girl has been inside his room. At that moment, Ichika suddenly appears at the door and claims that she left her hair tie behind when Ayano cooked for her earlier. Ichika playfully teases the pair by asking whether Karuzawa is Ayano's girlfriend, but Karuzawa avoids giving a direct answer. After locating her hair tie beneath the refrigerator, Ichika leaves the room, although not before suggesting that Karuzawa join them the next time Ayano prepares a meal. Later, Ayano encounters Arisu, who remarks that he has been unusually active with the first-year students recently, and warns him that the White Room has likely sent an assassin to target him. In response, Ayano explains that he intends to stop suppressing his true abilities in order to deal with the growing threats. Although Arisu offers her assistance, Ayano declines and states that he intends to decide his own fate. Shortly afterward, Riku and Sakura, both from Class 1C, approach him, and Riku asks whether Ayano would be willing to partner with Sakura. He explains that they approached Ayano first because they wanted a partner who would not demand private points, but Ayano replies that he already has a potential candidate while keeping their contact information in case that arrangement falls through. Elsewhere, Maya calls Karuzawa to meet with her and directly asks whether she is dating Ayano. When Karuzawa admits that the relationship is genuine, Maya is hurt because she also has feelings for him. After asking when those feelings first developed, Maya learns that Karuzawa began realizing her love around the same time Maya had asked for help getting closer to Ayano. Although Maya responds by slapping Karuzawa, she explains that the gesture is meant to make them even, so that they can remain friends without any lingering resentment. The two girls then reconcile and embrace, agreeing to move forward without dwelling on the conflict. Meanwhile, Ken speaks with Ayano about his personal growth and his determination to score at least 250 points on the upcoming exam. Ken explains that he wants to improve himself for Suzune's sake, even if she never returns his romantic feelings, and he adds that he has learned to control his temper because he does not want to disappoint her. As Ayano listens, he realizes that Ken's academic motivation is now driven largely by his desire to earn Suzune's praise rather than by the exam itself. On Sunday evening, the scheduled negotiation with Kazuomi finally arrives, and Ayano, along with his friends, meet with Tsubasa before preparing for the confrontation. Tsubasa then leads them to the meeting location where Kazuomi is already waiting, and while Suzune firmly states that she wants an equal partnership between their classes, pointing out that the first years will eventually need support from senior students, Kazuomi remains aggressive and dismissive while insisting that he has no intention of helping unless he is paid with private points. After prolonging the discussion, Kazuomi demands 1 million private points in exchange for his class's cooperation, but Suzune refuses to purchase trust with money, which prompts him to throw ice water in her face as a deliberate show of disrespect. Although Ken immediately becomes enraged, Suzune restrains him, and the group decides to leave. However, Kazuomi follows them into the hallway and suggests continuing the negotiation in a more private location, while promising full cooperation from his class if Suzune pays 2 million points. Despite her doubts, Suzune agrees to talk for 10 more minutes, and Kazuomi leads the group to a dark and deserted lot. Once they arrive, Kazuomi raises his demand to 3 million points, and Suzune quickly realizes that she has misjudged the situation. When she attempts to leave, Kazuomi suddenly attacks her, but Ken pushes her aside to protect her and takes the punch himself. Although Ken fights back and swears to protect Suzune, he is completely overwhelmed because Kazuomi possesses far greater street fighting experience and physical dominance. As the confrontation escalates, Tsubasa explains to Suzune that the first-year students are better informed about the school's shift toward meritocracy under Miyabi, and Suzune realizes that physical confrontations are being tolerated more than before. Determined to resist, she prepares to fight Kazuomi herself, and although she manages to land several blows, the difference in strength proves overwhelming. Kazuomi eventually grabs her leg and throws her to the ground, causing her to lose consciousness, and he then seizes her by the bow tie while demanding 5 million points to settle the matter. Even so, Suzune manages to tell Ayano to find a teacher, but Kazuomi threatens that doing so will only result in even greater injuries for both her and Ken. Kazuomi then pulls out a small knife and threatens to kill or expel Ayano if Suzune refuses to comply. But Tsubasa steps forward and states that she cannot approve of such violent methods. Instead of listening, Kazuomi throws her aside and reveals that several first-year students have received a special directive to ensure Ayano's expulsion, while whoever succeeds will earn a reward of 20 million private points. Kazuomi lunges forward with the knife, but Ayano surprisingly makes no effort to dodge and instead thrusts out his hand, allowing the blade to pierce completely through his palm. Despite suffering the injury, Ayano remains perfectly calm and begins dismantling Kazuomi's plan through cold and precise deduction. He identifies the knife as the exact one he purchased while shopping with Ichika, and he explains that Ichika acted as the accomplice who refined Kazuomi's strategy. According to Ayano, Ichika visited his room under the excuse of searching for a hair tie, but her true purpose was to steal the knife. He further explains that Kazuomi was holding the weapon in a manner that would make the stabbing appear to be an act of self-defense after an assault by Ayano. However, Ayano points out that by willingly allowing himself to be stabbed, he has completely reversed the situation because Kazuomi will now appear to be the aggressor responsible for a violent assault and could face expulsion as a result. Kazuomi is stunned by Ayano's willingness to endure such an injury for victory, and Ayano immediately presents him with an ultimatum. He promises not to report the incident if Kazuomi agrees to a mutual aid agreement with Class 2D, and also becomes his partner for the special exam. Ayano selects Kazuomi as his partner because he believes that the true White Room assassin would never behave so openly or attract this much attention to themselves. Although Kazuomi is impressed and excited by Ayano's intensity, he agrees to the deal while still vowing that he will eventually kill him. The following day, Suzune and Tsubasa meet in the library to officially sign the partnership agreement between their classes, and during the meeting, Tsubasa admits that much of her earlier kindness was merely an act because her primary objective had always been handling Ayano. Although Tsubasa still believes that Ayano does not deserve to attend the school, she nevertheless agrees to the alliance and proceeds with the agreement. On May 1st, the results of the special mathematics exam are released, and Ayano shocks the entire school by earning a perfect score of 100, while Suzune secures second place with 87 points, and because of this highly visible achievement, everyone realizes that Ayano is no longer suppressing his true abilities. Soon afterward, Sei informs Ayano that Tsukishiro wishes to meet with him, and Ayano heads to the office for the discussion. During their meeting, Tsukishiro asks whether Ayano has identified the White Room student, but Ayano honestly admits that he has not because the student has blended in so effectively that they have concealed the distinctive presence usually associated with White Room upbringing. In response, Tsukishiro admits that the student has been acting independently and has ignored the plans he originally prepared, while also warning Ayano that senior management is working on something far more complicated and the decision to send this particular student was not his own. The results of the math test shock Class 2D, and Yukimura feels deeply hurt and betrayed because he has spent more than a year teaching Ayano, only to realize that he was never the average student he appeared to be. At the same time, other classmates begin whispering about possible cheating as they struggle to understand how he could solve questions that exceed the normal high school level. Ken immediately stands up for Ayano and silences the doubters by arguing that Ayano is simply like Rokusuke, someone who has always possessed exceptional ability but deliberately chose not to reveal it. When Ayano arrives in class, Yukimura immediately confronts him and asks how he managed to score perfectly, but before Ayano can respond, Suzune steps in with an explanation and claims that she discovered his academic talent shortly after the school year began because they sat next to each other. She further explains that she instructed him to hide his abilities so he could remain an ace in the hole, thereby preventing rival classes from targeting him too early. According to Suzune, revealing Ayano's talent now is a necessary step towards strengthening the class's overall position, and although Yukimura remains emotionally wounded, her explanation provides a logical shield that helps calm the situation. Later, outside the classroom, Ayano encounters Kanzaki and Hanami, and Kanzaki openly declares that the former alliance between their classes is officially over. Since he now views Ayano as a major threat, he warns that Class 2B will treat him as a primary enemy moving forward. Although Hanami remains kind, she appears visibly shaken by her class's recent decline, and once they are alone, Ayano notices her lack of confidence. He warns her that her selfless leadership style could eventually lead to betrayal from within her own class, and he firmly promises that he will not allow her to be expelled from the school. While the promise leaves Hanami flustered, it also gives her a much-needed boost in determination. Later, Ayano follows Suzune to the student council office, where she formally requests to join the council and explains to Miyabi that she wishes to understand the world in which her brother Manabu once lived. Miyabi is intrigued by her determination and quickly accepts the application. Miyabi also offers Ayano a position on the student council, but Ayano declines because he believes the role does not suit his personality. During the meeting, Ayano carefully observes Miyabi in order to gauge his reaction to the 20 million point bounty, yet Miyabi only hints that the upcoming summer break will be very active for the underclassmen and never directly confirms any involvement. Back at the dormitory, Ayano hosts Karuzawa for a private study session, and because his hand remains bandaged from the knife wound, Karuzawa takes care of him by making coffee and worrying about his condition. As they discuss their relationship and the challenges of keeping it secret, Karuzawa admits that she fears being labeled a social climber if their relationship becomes public, because others may assume she only wants to be with the class's newly revealed genius. In response, Ayano reassures her by saying that boys naturally want to date pretty girls, and the comment immediately causes her to blush. Just as the two lean in for a kiss, the doorbell rings and completely ruins the moment, and the visitor turns out to be Ichika, who has apparently been stalking Karuzawa and deliberately chooses that exact moment to enter the room. Acting in a provocative and unsettling manner, she even brings a box of condoms as an apology gift for the trouble she caused through Kazuomi's scheme. During the conversation, Ichika openly admits that she helped Kazuomi by stealing the knife and providing tactical advice, yet she insists that she is not actually Ayano's enemy. According to her, she only assisted Kazuomi because she was confident that Ayano was intelligent enough to see through the trap. Although she threatens to expose Ayano and Karuzawa's relationship if she is not allowed to stay, she eventually leaves after teasing them further. Because of her extraordinary intelligence and erratic behavior, Ayano becomes increasingly convinced that she may be the White Room student. The following day, Ayano encounters Tsubasa near the school lockers, and although she apologizes for the previous incident, she confirms that the 20 million point bounty on his head remains active and will continue until the start of the second term. Tsubasa also reveals that the first-year classes have already begun experiencing expulsions, while mentioning that a student from Class 1C has already been forced to leave the school. She urges Ayano to be careful and live without regrets, but as he studies her sharp gaze, he wonders whether she is truly the person observing him from the shadows. Eventually, Sei calls a class meeting to announce the plans for summer vacation and reveals that the school has arranged a luxurious 7-night, 8-day cruise. However, there is an important condition attached to the trip. The students must first survive a new special exam. Sei informs them that they are going to participate in another uninhabited island survival exam, which is far larger in scale than the one from their first year. The exam will last longer, take place on a much larger island, and, for the first time, all school years will compete against one another simultaneously. The students are first required to form small groups, and those groups may later merge into larger groups of up to 6 members in order to improve their chances of survival. During the explanation, Rokusuke interrupts and asks about the consequences of entering the exam alone, while specifically wanting to know what would happen if a solo participant became ill during the test. Sei clarifies that there will be no special treatment this year, and any student who cannot continue while lacking group support must either pay a penalty of 6 million private points or face immediate expulsion. Although the risk is enormous and he lacks enough points to cover such a penalty, Rokusuke remains completely unfazed. After the announcement concludes, Ayano speaks privately with Rokusuke, and Rokusuke remarks that Ayano is exceptionally skilled at concealing his true nature. However, he admits that he does not trust Ayano because he cannot determine what is genuine and what is false behind his expression. As preparations for the exam begin, the various classes start discussing strategies for the upcoming challenge, and Suzune proposes that her class should aim for the highest rankings in order to secure valuable class points. She then approaches Ayano with a bold request and asks him to pursue first place as a solo participant. Suzune believes that if Ayano can secure the top rank on his own, the rest of the class can focus on forming groups designed primarily to avoid expulsion. Although Ayano argues that such a task would be extremely difficult because many of the rules remain unknown, Suzune insists that he is the only student capable of accomplishing it. Soon afterward, Ayano is approached by students from the former Class D, which has now become Class B following the year-end exams, and they propose a group alliance, and Ishizaki is especially enthusiastic about the idea. In fact, Ishizaki goes so far as to offer an enormous reward, promising 20 million private points if Ayano joins them and helps them reach Class A. Since the offer is entirely Ishizaki's own idea and was made without Ryuin's knowledge, Hiyori explains that they simply believe Ayano's abilities are necessary if they wish to remain competitive against the strongest classes. Although Ayano appreciates the proposal, he explains that he cannot provide a definite answer because the conditions of the exam are still too uncertain. During the discussion, it is also revealed that they are meeting in Albert's room because Ishizaki's room is far too messy to host guests. Meanwhile, personal tensions begin rising within Ayano's own class as students discuss group formations. Ike wants to join a group with Satsuki because he hopes to protect her from expulsion, yet he struggles to express his feelings properly and instead behaves defensively. Rather than honestly sharing his concerns, Ike tells Satsuki that he is willing to sacrifice himself in order to join her group because she is at risk of failure, but Satsuki is offended by his attitude and immediately rejects him. Shortly afterward, Hondo approaches Satsuki and asks her to join his group, and she readily accepts the invitation. While Yosuke and Ayano observe from a distance and grow concerned that Ike's emotional state could negatively affect his performance during the exam. At another point, Chiaki approaches Ayano to discuss the trial cards that have recently been distributed among the students, and she reveals that she has received a difficult card while suspecting that Ayano is facing a similarly complicated situation. The trial card in Ayano's possession grants a 1.5 times multiplier on earned points, but it also carries a severe penalty if its holder fails to finish within the top 30% of participants. Since Chiaki has been suspicious of Ayano's true abilities ever since the previous special exam, she proposes that they work together. However, Ayano avoids making any commitment and explains that he will not decide on a group until he has observed how the other classes choose to move. Later, Ayano meets with Karuzawa, who expresses a strong desire to join his group so that he can protect her during the exam. Although Ayano understands her concerns, he explains that he must operate independently because of the ongoing threat posed by Tsukishiro and the White Room assassin. Realizing that involving Karuzawa in his personal struggles could make her a target for expulsion, Ayano instead offers to provide the private points necessary to cover any penalty fee if she fails the exam. In doing so, he demonstrates his determination to protect her while maintaining distance during the competition itself. An important negotiation takes place between Arisu and Hanami, and Arisu bluntly warns that Hanami's class is in danger of falling to Class D because it lacks the aggression needed to survive in a fiercely competitive environment. She points out that while the other classes continue evolving, Hanami's class has shown the least growth, and she therefore proposes an alliance between Class A and Class B. Although Hanami's class may not possess the greatest raw strength, Arisu acknowledges that it holds a unique advantage in the form of absolute trust among its members. At first, Hanami remains skeptical and wonders whether Arisu is merely attempting to prevent a three-class alliance from forming against Class A. In response, Arisu smiles and agrees to cover the private point costs required to protect 5 students from Hanami's class if they fail the exam, and although the amount involved is enormous, she considers it a necessary investment in securing a dependable ally. Convinced by the offer, Hanami accepts the agreement, hoping the alliance will provide her class with the stability it needs to move forward. Riku meets with Takuya in a quiet area of the school to discuss the upcoming uninhabited island survival exam, and Takuya mentions that he thought Riku might be the leader of first-year Class C, but Riku admits that he does not have the personality of a leader. They also discuss the recent expulsion of their classmate, which both boys find deeply regrettable, and Takuya wonders whether Kazuomi will join their meeting because he believes there is only a 50-50 chance that he will show up. Takahashi from Class 1A soon arrives to join the discussion, and Takahashi explains that their class leader prefers to stay away from trouble, so he was sent to handle the negotiations instead. Takuya proposes that the first years stop competing against each other and form a unified front against the upperclassmen because the second and third year students have already experienced a survival exam and therefore possess a major advantage. To counter this, Takahashi suggests creating at least one strongest group consisting of 4 top-tier students from different first-year classes, and he argues that securing a first-place victory for the first years is more important than individual class points at this stage. Kazuomi arrives and immediately creates a hostile atmosphere as he aggressively demands private points in exchange for Class 1D's cooperation. When the other leaders refuse to be bribed and Riku suggests that they can simply move on without him, Kazuomi changes his tone and agrees to Takuya's plan for a multi-class alliance, but only on the condition that 2 students from Class 1D are included in the final elite group. Takuya accepts the condition, and he emphasizes that their priority must be a first-year victory. Kushida approaches Ayano and tells him that a first-year student wants to meet him, and she introduces him to Takuya. Takuya reveals a shocking secret and explains that a hidden special exam has been announced exclusively among the first-year students, while Miyabi has offered a reward of 20 million private points to any first-year student who manages to get Ayano expelled before the start of the second semester. Takuya adds that Tsukishiro was present when the bounty was announced, making it a school-sanctioned, albeit secret, challenge, and he claims that he has no interest in winning points by ruining someone else's life, so he only wanted to warn Ayano about the danger. Ayano remains calm while processing the information, although the scale of the bounty is highly unusual, and after Takuya leaves, Kushida's demeanor shifts. She reveals that she knows Takuya from their middle school days and that he is aware of the dark secrets from her past, and she expresses a cold determination to have him expelled as soon as possible to protect her reputation, because people who think they are smart are often the easiest to get rid of. Later, Riku and Sakura find Ayano alone and ask for a private conversation, and they explain that they want to force Kazuomi into expulsion. They believe that Kazuomi was responsible for their classmates' expulsion and want revenge, and they also argue that he is so uncooperative and violent that even his own classmates would be better off without him. They suggest that because Kazuomi has very few private points, he would be unable to pay the penalty fee if he were forced to retire early from the upcoming island exam, and Riku notes that Ayano previously had a physical confrontation with him, as evidenced by the injury on his left hand, before asking him to use that connection to help set a trap. Ayano realizes that they are likely motivated by the 20 million point bounty themselves, but although he does not immediately agree to help, he listens to their proposal while trying to determine whether one of them could be the assassin from the White Room. In another area, Kazuomi meets with Ichika and Tsubasa to finalize their plans for the island exam, and he tells Ichika that he wants her in his group because she has the guts to do whatever is necessary to expel Ayano. Ichika agrees to join, but she sets a steep condition that if they succeed in getting Ayano expelled, she must receive the entire 20 million point bounty for herself. Kazuomi accepts her terms, and the 3 of them form an official group. However, the alliance between the 3 is built on lies, and once they are alone, Tsubasa expresses her distrust of Ichika by calling her a dangerous person. Kazuomi laughs and admits that he never trusted either of them from the beginning, and he explains that a verbal agreement means nothing because he fully intends to claim the 20 million points for himself, and declares that he will crush Ayano, Ryuan, and anyone else who stands in his way. Suzune has officially joined the student council, but Ayano notes that he has not received any groundbreaking information from her yet, and although Miyabi has his own personal goals, the council's overall operation appears healthy and normal. Meanwhile, the deadline for forming groups for the uninhabited island survival exam approaches with only 1 week remaining, and Vice President Kiriyama calls Ayano to a weekend meeting to discuss the upcoming challenge. Kiriyama explains that he intends to settle a personal score during the exam because he feels his class has already lost the overall battle against Miyabi, who now controls the entire school. He also wants to ensure that Ayano does not interfere with his plans to challenge the student council president, and he warns that he will view Ayano as an enemy if he disrupts the balance that he is trying to create. During the meeting, Fuka makes her appearance, And although she belongs to Class 3B alongside Kiriyama and possesses A+ ratings in both academics and physical ability, she remains a loner because she finds the school's race for Class A uninteresting. She prefers to act according to her own intuition and desires, and while she finds the point system useful for her lifestyle, she has little interest in contributing to her class. Fuka also shows a direct interest in Ayano, and she states that her instincts tell her he is far from a normal student, while adding that she looks forward to seeing how he performs on the island because the exam will determine the best student in the school. Miyabi arrives and interrupts the conversation with his usual arrogance, and he mocks Fuka for spending time with someone like Ayano and declaring her as a difficult woman to handle because of her exceptional abilities. Fuka remains unfazed and warns Miyabi that he should focus on the path ahead rather than worrying about underclassmen, and she suggests that if he becomes too distracted by younger students, he may end up getting burned. Miyabi makes it clear that he intends to take first place in the survival exam, and he expects those under him to support his victory. Elsewhere, a high-stakes negotiation takes place between Ayano and others, and Ryuin explains that he is focused on bringing down Arisu, although he admits that expelling her is difficult because of her large number of protection points and private points. He reveals that he has spent 5 million private points to buy Kohei away from Class A. He wants Kohei to join his class and provide the stability and strategic thinking they currently lack, while Ayano behaves oddly by diluting his coffee with water several times to observe how the taste changes. His behavior puzzles the others, but it also highlights his detached and observant nature. Ryuin also discusses the special cards distributed for the exam, and he asks Ayano to give him the trial card, which offers a massive point multiplier but carries a severe penalty for failure. Ayano agrees to trade the card, but only if he receives a half-off card in return because he plans to use it to protect Karuzawa. If her group falls into a penalty situation, the card will reduce the points needed to prevent her expulsion, and her safety will be ensured while Ayano focuses on his own objectives. Although Kohei remains skeptical of Ryuin's chaotic methods, he eventually signs the contract to join Class B because he sees it as a path back to Class A. Kanzaki later approaches Ayano and expresses deep concern for Hanami, as he believes her overly kind and trusting nature is leading their class toward failure. He asks Ayano to use the trust Hanami has in him and tell her that her leadership style is flawed, hoping that criticism from someone she respects will force her to change. Ayano refuses to help, however, because he wants to see how Hanami's current path unfolds, and he believes every class must find its own way to survive while she should be allowed to lead according to her own values for now. Tensions also exist between Suzune and Mio, and although Suzune plans to participate in the exam alone at first so she can remain flexible and join other groups if necessary, Mio is irritated by her calm confidence and challenges her to a competition. Mio wants to see who can achieve a higher rank during the survival test, and Suzune accepts the challenge, but she maintains that her primary goal is the success of her class rather than a personal rivalry. Rokusuke approaches Suzune with a major proposal, and because he knows the class desperately needs class points, he offers to take the exam seriously and aim for first place. In return, he demands complete freedom until graduation, which would exempt him from all future class activities and special exams. Although Suzune hesitates, she realizes that a serious Rokusuke is an extremely valuable asset, and she agrees to the deal while adding a counter-condition. If he fails to achieve first place, he must fully cooperate with the class in all future exams, and Rokusuke accepts the terms because he is completely confident in his physical and mental superiority. As the first semester ends and the day of the exam arrives, Sei gives an uncharacteristic speech to her students, and she acknowledges the hardships they have faced throughout the past year, while warning that this exam will be their most difficult challenge yet. She asks only one thing of them, that they all return safely without anyone being expelled, and the students soon depart for the uninhabited island as the massive survival test officially begins. Meanwhile, Tsukishiro makes his final preparations for the hunt, and he meets with Tsubasa to remind her of their objective. He reiterates that Ayano must be expelled from the school by any means necessary during the exam, and although Tsubasa appears conflicted, she remains determined to fulfill her role, and it turns out that her motivation is connected to a personal grudge involving a past tragedy. Tsubasa stands on the cruise ship's deck and is overwhelmed by memories of a person she deeply admired who failed to achieve their dreams, while the warmth and gentle smile of that individual remain vivid in her mind despite their death. Although she feels a sense of guilt, her heart is consumed by resentment toward Ayano, and she vows to suppress her weakness and fulfill her true goal by defeating him during the upcoming challenge. On the deck, Karuzawa admires the seagulls and the ocean view, and she admits that during the previous year's island test, she was too distracted by her friends to appreciate the scenery. She tells Ayano that their secret relationship does not feel entirely real to her yet, and he confesses that he has little understanding of romance but may need to ask her for favors depending on the content of the upcoming special exam. Their private moment ends when they receive notice that the first-year student briefing has concluded, and they leave separately to avoid suspicion. In the assembly hall, Ayano sits near Mio, who is visibly annoyed by his presence, while Mishima takes the stage and explains the rules of the 2-week wilderness survival exam. He warns that if every member of a team retires, the group will be immediately disqualified, and the bottom 5 teams in the final rankings will face expulsion. The primary method of earning points is called basic movement, and since the island is divided into 100 squares, the school announces 4 designated areas each day. Teams earn 10 points for arriving first, 5 for arriving second, and 3 for arriving third, while any team member who reaches the area within the designated time receives 1 bonus point. However, ranking points are awarded only after every member of a group has gathered at the location. Mishima then introduces the mandatory equipment, and students are required to carry both a health monitoring watch and a tablet. The watch tracks a student's health status and GPS location, and if their vitals become abnormal, it triggers a warning alert. If the condition does not improve, the student must return to the starting point for a medical check or face retirement, and if an emergency alert remains active for 5 minutes, a medical team is dispatched to the location using GPS data. Students are strictly prohibited from removing their watches, and any equipment malfunction requires a return trip to the starting point for a replacement. To prevent students from crowding the same locations, the school utilizes 12 different schedules, and each group is assigned a specific table that determines its designated areas for the entire test. The second method of earning points involves completing research projects scattered across the island, and although these projects offer rewards such as points, food, and water, their content and locations are not announced beforehand. Students must physically visit the project sites to learn the requirements, and only then can they attempt the challenges. Tsukishiro gives a speech and reminds students that although the school monitors the island, it cannot cover every area. He acknowledges that limited resources will create frustration and conflict, and he states that a certain degree of physical fighting will be tolerated because it is impossible to prevent all disagreements under such harsh conditions. However, he warns that the school will intervene and potentially expel students involved in excessive or malicious violence. Before the exam begins, students gather necessary supplies, and Ishizaki struggles to carry heavy containers of water while Ayano observes the tense atmosphere. On the first day of the exam, he meets Suzune as they prepare to disembark from the cruise ship, and she points out that they have different starting areas, his being F7 and her is F9, which confirms that they are on different tables. She reminds him that he owes Kushida half of his points every month and tells him to aim for a high rank to secure his finances, while Rokusuke walks past them with complete confidence. Although Suzune recalls their earlier bet, she admits that she is still unsure how Rokusuke will perform. As the students begin their trek, Mio finds Suzune and declares that she will not lose to her, while Ayano notes that Mio's motivation may provide a good challenge. He later encounters his friends from his study group and finds them resting in area D8 after they have already cleared their first designated spot. Although Sakura hopes they can travel together, Ayano decides to continue alone because he realizes that their lack of physical strength would slow him down and jeopardize his chances of maintaining a top position. In area D7, Ayano meets Tsubasa, and she explains that her teammates, Kazuomi and Ichika, have gone to scout the surroundings while she remained behind to observe other groups. Later, he reaches Area C6 and encounters Hoshinomiya, who stops him and questions him about his recent behavior, particularly his perfect score on the recent math exam. She expresses suspicion that a student of his caliber is hidden in Class D, and suggests that his presence is changing the balance of the school, and she even invites him to transfer to her class to help them reach Class A. Ayano declines the offer, but he listens to her concerns before continuing on his way. On the evening of the first day, Tsubasa visits Ayano while he is setting up his tent in D7, and she reports that her group has already earned 13 points by taking first place in a research project. After she leaves, Ayano considers the dangers posed by the White Room, and he suspects that Tsukishiro might manipulate his watch data to display false scores or send an assassin to cause a physical accident in areas with limited camera surveillance. On the second day, Ayano reaches area E8 first and earns 10 points. But when he moves to E6 and F7, he finishes in second place both times and realizes that he is competing against a strong rival. Later, he returns to E6 and meets Tsubasa again, and she explains that Kazuomi and Ichika have decided to act independently, leaving her on her own. Fearing that she will fall behind, she asks to accompany him, and Ayano agrees to let her join him. So the two set off toward F8 to participate in the quiz challenge together. Later, in Area F8, Ken approaches Ayano and asks whether he is attending the quiz session, and Ayano confirms that he is, while also asking how his team is doing. Ken says that the team is scoring well, but Ike has been acting strangely since before the exam began and remains sluggish and dismissive. Ayano encourages Ken by pointing out that their three-person team can easily secure a top position if they work together. Ken then asks whether he plans to handle the quiz alone, and Ayano replies that his success depends on finding tasks that match his strengths. Ayano and Tsubasa discuss Ken's team, while Ayano expresses concern about Ike's mental state because he appears to be struggling with something beyond physical health. Tsubasa observes that although she does not know him well, he seems drained of vitality, and after checking their tablets, they realize that they share the same designated itinerary for the next zone. Ayano decides that they should not push themselves too hard to reach the zones immediately and instead focus on nearby sessions and proper rest, so they agree to set up camp at Area H9. At the campsite, they reunite with other teammates, and Ken remains wary of Tsubasa while warning everyone not to trust her because of her previous involvement with Kazuomi. The atmosphere remains heavy because Ike is still depressed, and when Tsubasa gently asks whether something is bothering him, he finally breaks down and confesses his feelings for Satsuki. He explains that although he used to hate her, he eventually realized that he cared about her and simply did not want to admit it, and he is now heartbroken because she is currently in a group with Kyogo, and he fears that he has lost his chance to be with her. Tsubasa gives Ike an emotional speech, and she tells him that being shy is meaningless if the girl never learns how he feels. She urges him to stop worrying and focus on surviving the exam because if he fails or gets expelled, he will never have the chance to see Satsuki again and tell her the truth. Her words successfully motivate Ike to pull himself together, and his mood begins to improve. The next morning, Ayano and Tsubasa head to the beach at Area J6 for a Capture the Flag session, and Ayano discovers that the event is fully booked for boys, while one spot remains available in the girls' competition. Tsubasa easily wins the competition, and her performance showcases her exceptional physical abilities. While at the beach, Ayano encounters a shirtless Miyabi, and the student council president mocks him for failing to enter the session and for competing alone. Miyabi warns that the middle phase of the exam will begin the next day, and he reveals that he intends to use the third-year students to dominate the top rankings. He also tells Ayano that Suzune will be disappointed if he is expelled, and suggests that he find a group for protection, while Ayano realizes that the second half of the exam will become a fierce battle if Miyabi follows through on his strategy. As the day progresses, water becomes a serious issue because Ayano and Tsubasa have very little left to drink, and while Tsubasa rests, Ayano visits a nearby history session and encounters Hashimoto. Hashimoto is surprised to see him and becomes even more surprised when Ayano takes first place in the history test, but although Ayano dismisses the result as luck, Hashimoto clearly does not believe him. To solve the water shortage, Ayano uses his observation of task patterns to locate a hidden competition task, and the task rewards a large bottle of water simply for arriving at the correct location at a specific time. That evening, the groups gather for another shared camp, and Karuzawa arrives with her group only to be shocked when she sees Ayano traveling with Tsubasa. Although Karuzawa tries to hide her jealousy and insecurity by talking about the food, her feelings are obvious, and Ayano later meets her privately in the woods to reassure her. She admits that she hates the idea of him being with another girl, but he explains that he has no feelings for Tsubasa and is only working with her for the exam. To calm her insecurities and strengthen her emotional attachment, Ayano kisses Karuzawa, and after leaning her against a tree and whispering in her ear, he watches her initially try to push him away out of embarrassment before quickly giving in. Ayano finds the experience interesting because she is surprisingly soft, and he even thinks that he would like the kiss to last longer if they were not in the middle of a dangerous exam. He believes that this logical move will help keep her focused and safe for the remainder of the test. Early the next morning, the peaceful atmosphere is shattered by the loud and continuous ringing of an emergency alarm from a student's watch, and Ayano and Tsubasa immediately realize that someone nearby is in serious trouble. Although the teachers will eventually use GPS to locate the student, Tsubasa wants to find the person right away and offer help, while Ayano advises caution because they are short-staffed, but they still set out to investigate the source of the alarm. Ayano and his group rush through the forest and they soon reach a ravine and discover Kyogo and Saki lying unconscious on the ground, while their watches flash red to signal an emergency. While Ken and the others check on the injured students, Ayano hangs back and examines the area, and he notices several suspicious details that suggest the incident was not an accident. There are footprints from a third person in the fresh mud, and strange marks appear on the stone wall that do not match the pattern of a natural fall. Kyogo eventually regains consciousness and describes feeling a sudden sharp pain in his calf before losing his balance and falling over the edge. And Ike quickly realizes that Satsuki, who was part of the same group, is nowhere to be found. He climbs the ravine with intense determination to find her, and Ayano follows to make sure he remains calm. They eventually find Satsuki after hearing her nearby, and she runs to Ike before explaining that she saw someone push her teammates but could not see the person's face clearly because the lighting was dim. After Satsuki is found, Tsubasa remains alert and spots a hooded figure escaping through the trees, and she immediately gives chase. The mysterious person proves faster and uses the environment to escape, but before the figure disappears, Tsubasa catches a glimpse of their hair and identifies the person as Ichika. Teachers from both involved classes soon arrive with a medical team to evacuate the injured students, and Sakagami shows very little empathy. He questions Satsuki's testimony and suggests that she might be lying about a mysterious attacker to cover up her own negligence. Because two members of her group have been medically retired, her position in the school is now in danger if she cannot earn points on her own. And after hearing this, Ike steps forward and promises to protect her. His actions reveal a significant level of maturity and growth, and he shows a side of himself that had rarely been seen before. Ayano takes advantage of the chaos to speak privately with Sei, and he asks her to investigate a specific matter once she returns to the starting zone. The group then discusses how to ensure Satsuki's safety for the remainder of the exam, and they begin considering ways to support her situation. On the morning of the fifth day, Ayano and Tsubasa encounter Ryuin and Kohei fishing by a river, and Tsubasa watches Kohei fish with great curiosity, which he finds slightly distracting. Ayano then proposes a strategic plan to help Satsuki and, by extension, the retired Kyogo and Saki. Later that day, Ayano visits a task area for a tug-of-war competition and finds Rokusuke there, shirtless and proudly showing off his physique. The two participate in the challenge, and their duel quickly becomes a battle of raw power. Rokusuke displays incredible strength that rivals Ayano's own abilities, but Ayano evaluates the situation pragmatically and decides that exhausting himself for victory is not worthwhile. Because Rokusuke is already performing near the top of the overall rankings, Ayano intentionally holds back and allows him to win so that he can conserve energy for future conflicts. Later, Ayano meets Arisu and asks for her cooperation in helping Satsuki avoid expulsion. But Arisu initially refuses because she sees no clear benefit for herself. But after a brief negotiation, she agrees to cooperate with him. During this time, Mashima approaches Ayano with important information and reveals that Tsukishiro has been making suspicious moves, including preparing extra boats that were never part of the original exam plan. This information confirms that Tsukishiro is setting a trap to force Ayano out of the school, and Mashima warns him to remain extremely cautious as the exam approaches its final stages. Later, Tsubasa competes in a swimming race but loses to Kayano, and afterward, while traveling with Ayano, she asks why he is willing to help her even though he knows she has a secret task that could lead to his expulsion. Ayano explains that although they are technically enemies in the exam and she previously tried to get him expelled, he does not actually consider her an enemy, and his answer visibly surprises her. The sixth day brings a brief period of peace as Ayano helps Tsubasa climb a steep rock mountain, and after they reach the top, she asks whether he genuinely enjoys life at the school. Ayano admits that although he has experienced many difficult and painful moments, he still finds the school interesting, and he expresses a sincere desire to graduate without having any regrets about his time there. That night, elsewhere, on the island as Sakura and Riku confront Takuya, and Riku aggressively grabs him by the neck to force answers from him. Sakura demands to know what Takuya is truly planning and what strategy he intends to use to expel Ayano, and asks why he believes Kushida is important to the overall scheme. Overwhelmed and unable to find a way out of the confrontation, Takuya finally gives in to the pressure and agrees to explain what he knows. It is the seventh day of the special exam, and Ayano and Tsubasa continue traveling across the island, But even though the mountain path is the shortest route to their next destination, the weather is quickly becoming dangerous. Ayano suggests taking a longer but safer detour in order to avoid the dangers of climbing in the rain, yet Tsubasa remains unusually stubborn and insists on taking the mountain path despite the obvious risks. Because of her unusual determination to reach the mountain summit, Ayano begins to suspect that Tsubasa has an ulterior motive, and his suspicions are confirmed when they finally arrive at the fog-covered peak. Without warning, Tsubasa turns on him and reveals that she entered the school under orders from Tsukishiro to expel him, after which she launches a physical attack and attempts to push him off the mountain. Although Tsubasa fights with surprising skill and attacks fiercely, Ayano stays completely calm while defending himself with minimal effort. During the fight, Tsubasa suddenly begins acting strangely and introduces herself as Matsuo and insists that he has returned to take revenge on Ayano's family. She then starts attacking Ayano with even greater aggression, but he easily avoids every strike while closely observing her behavior. Ayano challenges her claims and explains that he does not believe another personality has taken control of her, and points out that if that were true, his words would not affect her emotions so strongly. Instead, he concludes that Tsubasa has convinced herself she is acting on Matsuo's behalf because she cannot let go of her grief and anger. Ayano points out that she has not managed to land a single hit on him despite all of her efforts, and calmly tells her that if she truly wanted to have him expelled, there would be a much easier method. She could simply tear her clothes, accuse him of attacking her, and create a situation that would force the school to investigate him. However, Tsubasa immediately rejects the idea, proving that she still has a strong moral compass and is not willing to achieve revenge through lies. He explains that he is not his father, and that her revenge is directed at the wrong person, and when the truth finally sinks in, Tsubasa suffers an emotional breakdown and begins questioning her own actions as the rain starts to fall around them. Elsewhere, Takuya meets with Kushida and tells her that Tsubasa has deliberately led Ayano into the mountains. Believing that the two are about to clash, he suggests secretly recording the incident so it can be used later if necessary, and since he would attract suspicion for watching without intervening, he convinces Kushida to gather the evidence instead. Carrying a tablet, Kushida heads toward the mountain area to observe the confrontation, but before she can get close, Ichika suddenly appears behind her and immediately sees through her excuse that she is simply taking a walk. Refusing to play along, Ichika confronts Kushida directly and even slaps her when she continues pretending to be innocent. However, Kushida still tries to maintain her cheerful facade, but Ichika forces her to drop the act and reveals that none of her manipulation tactics work on her. Ichika warns Kushida to stop targeting Ayano and reveals that she knows far more about her past than she expected, and in response, Kushida accuses her of having feelings for Ayano, but Ichika openly admits that she likes him, leaving Kushida stunned. Before leaving, Ichika warns Kushida to give up on trying to expel Ayano, but Kushida attacks her from behind with a rock, and Ichika effortlessly subdues her before walking away and delivering a final warning. Meanwhile, Hanami discovers that her watch has been damaged, and although her teammates advise her to be careful, she decides to keep participating in the exam because she does not want her class to fall behind. While traveling alone, Hanami accidentally overhears a conversation between Tsukishiro and Katsunori, the homeroom teacher of Class 1D, and while hiding nearby, she learns that they are still trying to expel Ayano and that Tsukishiro plans to take action on the final day if all other attempts fail. He also reveals that several people within the school seem to be helping Ayano, which makes the situation even more urgent. When they realize someone has been listening, Katsunori immediately chases Hanami through the forest, and although she tries to escape, she eventually trips and falls, allowing him to catch up. Before Katsunori can reach her, Tsukishiro steps in and approaches her himself, and although he jokingly says that he should silence her for overhearing confidential information, the remark clearly frightens her. Tsukishiro then warns Hanami that someone from her class could suffer the consequences if she tells anyone what she heard, and shaken by the threat, she leaves while wondering whether she can risk telling anyone what she has learned. Later, as rain continues to fall across the island, Tsubasa reveals that Matsuo was someone she had known since childhood and that he had always looked after her, making him an important role model in her life. She explains that after Matsuo's father helped Ayano escape from the White Room and was later killed because of his involvement, Matsuo fell into despair and took his own life, leaving Tsubasa unable to move on from the tragedy and determined to seek revenge by joining the school. Ayano patiently listens to her story and encourages her to stop living for the past, and rather than throwing away her future for revenge, he tells her to focus on her own life. And after hearing his words, Tsubasa decides to abandon her mission and cooperate with him instead, and the two shake hands. While Ayano reflects on the difference between himself and Atsuomi, that unlike his father, he does not believe people should be discarded once they are no longer useful. Before settling down for the night, Ayano asks Tsubasa whether Tsukishiro was telling the truth about another White Room student, but Tsubasa admits that she knows very little about the White Room herself. Meanwhile, Tsubasa remains determined to identify the person responsible for attacking Kyogo and Saki, and she recalls seeing a hooded figure with distinctive hair before becoming convinced that the culprit was Ichika. While they are discussing the matter, Ichika suddenly appears in the forest carrying a wooden stick, and Tsubasa immediately positions herself between Ayano and Ichika because she still views her as a potential threat. She directly confronts Ichika and asks whether she was the one who pushed the students down the slope near the ravine, but instead of denying the accusation, Ichika avoids giving a direct answer and responds teasingly, while openly revealing that she is a White Room student. Ichika then explains that she belongs to the 5th generation of the White Room, which she claims makes her more socially advanced than Ayano, and she admits that she has been observing him for a long time while regarding him as both a legend and an idol. She also reveals that she wanted to see for herself whether he truly possessed the extraordinary talent described in the records, and although she came to the school as a White Room student, she insists that she admires Ayano and has no intention of acting as his enemy. She further explains that she is not interested in blindly following orders to expel him, and before leaving, she casually approaches Ayano and warns him not to learn anything about her from someone else before disappearing into the forest. After Ichika leaves, Ayano examines the footprints around the area and realizes that another unidentified person may have been nearby, and he concludes that Ichika may have interrupted whatever that person had been planning. Later, Ayano and Tsubasa take shelter inside a tent while the storm continues outside, and during this time, the school announces that the day's activities have been suspended, while the final day's rewards and arrival bonuses will be doubled to compensate for the lost time. While sheltering from the storm, Ayano explains that he used the GPS search tool 10 times on the 6th day to analyze student movement patterns across the island, and although the searches cost him 10 points, they allowed him to identify broader patterns in how students were operating. Through this information, Ayano realizes that many third-year students appear to be coordinating their movements in ways that benefit Miyabi and help maintain his dominance in the rankings, and he also notes that the second-year leaders often cooperate when their interests align, though their relationships are based on negotiation rather than centralized control. Still concerned about the dangers surrounding him, Tsubasa offers to do anything necessary to help him, even if it results in her own expulsion, but Ayano tells her that reckless actions could easily interfere with his plans and create even more problems. Following their discussion, the two decide to separate, and Tsubasa agrees to return to the group led by Kazuomi so that she can avoid falling into the lower rankings. After separating from Tsubasa, Ayano later meets Suzune, and the two exchange information about the exam and the situation surrounding Satsuki's group. Later, while reviewing the rankings, Ayano deliberately keeps himself outside the top 10 because attracting too much attention would interfere with his plans. Not long afterward, he finds Mio in poor condition due to severe dehydration, and since he has extra water available, he offers to help her. Although Mio's pride initially prevents her from accepting assistance, Ayano understands her personality and reframes the offer as a trade rather than a favor. In exchange for water, he asks for some of her food supplies, and because the arrangement allows Mio to view them as equal participants in a transaction, she accepts the offer without feeling indebted to him. At the same time, Ayano acquires resources he lacked while strengthening a useful connection. On the 10th day, Ayano encounters Fuka, renowned for both her exceptional abilities and fiercely independent nature. And despite currently holding 9th place in the rankings, she appears remarkably calm and unconcerned by the mounting pressure of the exam. During their conversation, they discuss the current state of the competition and the ongoing battle between Miyabi and Rokusuke near the top of the leaderboard, and Fuka speculates that a direct clash between the two could dramatically affect the rankings before the exam ends. While observing Ayano, Fuka notices that he is gaining points at a pace similar to her own and suspects that he is intentionally downplaying his position in the rankings. Later that night, at approximately 9 o'clock, Ayano is walking through the dark forest when he notices a girl wandering alone, and upon closer inspection, he realizes that she is from Hanami's class 2B, while it quickly becomes apparent that she has become separated from her group. Ayano decides to help her search for her teammates and eventually reunites her with them, and after helping her reconnect with her group, he borrows a transceiver and contacts Arisu, asking her for a favor. Mikitani from Class 3A talks to Kiriyama about Miyabi's current strategy on the deserted island, and he believes Miyabi has fallen behind because they are neck and neck in points with Rokusuke. This occurred because they delayed dealing with Rokusuke, who finally starts showing his true strength during this exam and becomes the most dangerous enemy. Kiriyama decides to use every group Miyabi placed under his control to block Rokusuke's progress, but although Mikitani wants to lead the effort to impress Miyabi, Kiriyama insists that only he and Miyabi are capable of stopping someone as powerful as Rokusuke. Later, they watch Rokusuke from a mountaintop while he sleeps in his tent, and they plan to strike the moment he starts moving. It is day 11, and as soon as Rokusuke moves out, Kiriyama and a large group of third-year students confront him. Kiriyama demands that Rokusuke stay in that specific location for the entire day, and he offers him a more stable school life if he chooses to side with Miyabi. Rokusuke dismisses the request because he claims he does not even know who Kiriyama is, then says goodbye and suddenly jumps up a steep cliff with incredible agility, leaving the third years stunned. Mikitani panics about losing him, but Kiriyama remains calm because he points out that if Rokusuke spends all his time running away, he will not be able to participate in challenges to earn points. The third years eventually catch up to Rokusuke and find him napping on a rock, so Mikitani assumes he is exhausted from his earlier escape and suggests that he take the whole day off. Rokusuke responds that although he is a human being, they should not compare him to ordinary people because his stamina is already perfectly restored. Kiriyama argues that after 10 days of constant movement, even a superhuman should be at the limit, but Rokusuke reveals that he is a short sleeper, a rare trait that allows him to stay healthy and fully recover from fatigue with only very brief periods of rest. Kiriyama realizes this makes Rokusuke an even bigger threat than they imagined, and when Rokusuke prepares to leave for the next designated area, Kiriyama changes the plan by deciding not to follow him or physically block him from completing projects. Mikitani grows increasingly frustrated and eventually ignores Kiriyama's orders to stay composed, so he confronts Rokusuke again and demands that he remain on the mountain until the day after tomorrow or face expulsion. Rokusuke refuses to follow anyone's instructions, and when Mikitani tries to block his path, Rokusuke walks straight through him and knocks him to the ground. Taraka from Class 3A also steps forward to confront him, but he is knocked down as well and claims to have a broken bone. The third years threaten to report Rokusuke for violence, but he points out that they are the ones using a human wave tactic to gang up on a single student, and he warns them that he will show no mercy to anyone standing in his way. The third-year students launch a coordinated attack on Rokusuke, but he defeats them all with overwhelming ease because he explains that allowing them to keep following him is too much of a hassle, so he decides to show them the massive gap in their abilities. Mikitani cannot believe that a high school student possesses such strength, but Kiriyama, who does not participate in the fight, tells him not to worry about Miyabi's reaction because he claims this defeat is part of a larger plan to make Rokusuke underestimate the third years, which might expose a weakness later. Meanwhile, Ayano encounters Hiyori on the beach, where she appears energetic and mentions that her classmates have been working hard to help each other. She warns Ayano to be careful because a single injury could force him to retire from the exam. Ishizaki arrives and excitedly greets Ayano, then admits he feels lonely as the only male in his group and invites him to camp with them for the night, while the other girls agree because Ayano seems harmless. During the night at the camp, Tsubasa comes outside her tent and wakes Ayano to warn him about a large-scale plan to force his dropout. A flashback from day 9 shows Kazuomi asking Tsubasa whether she has made any progress against Ayano, but she admits she is no match for him. A student named Katagiri from Class 1C brings a radio to Kazuomi so he can speak with Riku, and Riku explains that several first-year groups are currently in the bottom 10 and facing expulsion. Sakura then takes over the conversation and proposes a plan to save everyone by eliminating several upper-year students so the first-year teams do not finish in the bottom 5. She specifically targets Ayano by offering to surround him so Kazuomi can finally confront him, then declares that she will take full responsibility as the mastermind and drop out if the school finds out. Kazuomi is impressed by her willingness to perform a suicide attack, and he agrees to the deal. Back in the present, Ayano tells Tsubasa to return to her team so she does not lose her credibility. The next morning, Ayano hikes with Hiyori and her group, and Hiyori asks whether he feels lonely being by himself during the exam. Ayano explains that he actually enjoys the freedom of being alone, while Hiyori confesses that she is too timid to survive on a deserted island by herself like Suzune or Mio. Ishizaki teases them by saying they should start dating already, but Nishino from Class 2C scolds him, and after they reach the point where they split up, Ayano says goodbye and continues along his own path. It is day 13, and beside a lake, Sakura finalizes her strategy while Riku asks why she speaks only to him directly instead of using the radio. She explains that he is the only person she truly trusts, and Takuya suddenly appears to explain that his watch malfunctioned, forcing him to return to the starting point. Riku becomes suspicious because this is the second time Takuya's watch has broken. Takuya presents a tablet borrowed from a Class 1B group, and the person using it is on the same table as Ayano, allowing them to track his movements without delay. Takuya proposes Plan A to force Ayano to retire through an attack, and Plan B to block his path to designated areas so he loses points through penalties, then asks for 5 million points if the plan succeeds. Sakura reveals that she already has a tablet with the same tracking information, showing that she is already ahead of Takuya's thinking, so Takuya declines the points and leaves. Riku offers to take Ayano down himself, but Sakura says she wants to carry the burden of the plan alone, although Riku still offers to stay nearby and watch her fight. Sakura begins issuing orders through the radio by informing her teams that the enemy is heading toward Area C3, then instructs the groups in D4 to wait while ordering the groups in E6 to move north and begin a pincer attack. Meanwhile, Ayano checks his own tablet and sees that Sakura, Riku, and the others have joined forces, and after noticing the large number of groups surrounding him, he decides that it is time to take action. Ayano runs through the dense forest of the deserted island, aware that a massive group of first-year students is actively hunting him. Sakura coordinates the hunt with a tablet by tracking his every move and ordering her teams to block his path, and although she believes she has him trapped, her commands to the teams in specific areas go unanswered because the first years find themselves blocked by second-year students who have been strategically placed to interfere with her plans. Arisu sits comfortably in a lounge chair on the beach, while managing these counter-movements through her walkie-talkie, and this intervention is the result of an earlier deal in which Ayano contacted her to request assistance. He asked her to handle the first-year group so he could focus on the threats from the White Room, and Arisu agreed while noting that this favor would leave Ayano owing her a significant debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Takuya suggests that Sakura's teams should break free from the second year's control, but Sakura reveals that everything is proceeding according to her plan. She explains that she intentionally allowed her teams to be pinned down so she could identify exactly which groups were willing to protect Ayano, and by keeping those second years occupied with her bait teams, she prevents them from assisting her real target. With the interference removed, Sakura contacts Kazuomi and informs him that the way is now open for his personal confrontation. Kazuomi finds Ayano on a hillside and destroys his own walkie-talkie so their fight cannot be interrupted. But although he has waited for this moment to prove his physical dominance, Ryuin suddenly emerges from the woods behind him. Ryuin tells Ayano to leave the area, and he then claims to Kazuomi that he is acting as a mercenary. A brutal fight begins between the two rivals, and Kazuomi initially uses his overwhelming strength to beat Ryuin mercilessly, yet Ryuin endures the punishment without backing down. Kazuomi believes he has won the duel, but Ryuin reveals the fight is not over because, at his signal, Ishizaki and Albert leap from their hiding spots and pin Kazuomi to the ground. Ryuin explains that the beating he endured was a calculated move to tire Kazuomi and buy time for his allies, and he then delivers a series of heavy strikes to the restrained Kazuomi until he loses consciousness. Both Ryuin and Kazuomi are so badly injured that they retire from the island exam, effectively removing both of them from the board. Sakura receives news that Kazuomi has been defeated, and she decides to let the matter end because the exam is about to finish, but Riku acts on his own initiative and leaves. He confronts Kito, a student from Arisu's class, and attempts to stop him from approaching Sakura's location by force, but he drops his receiver during the confrontation. Sakura contacts Riku through the receiver and tells him to return, but Kito picks it up by chance, listens to the voice, realizes who is behind everything, and leaves on his own because he has already learned what he came for. The following morning, Arisu contacts Ayano and informs him that Hanami has disappeared from her group. Hanami used her personal points to perform a GPS search for someone's location, and Arisu finds this suspicious and completely out of character, so she tells Ayano to investigate because he is already in the same area where Hanami has gone. Hanami eventually finds Ayano, and she runs toward him while exhausted and out of breath. She explains that her watch broke, and while she was at the starting point, she overheard a conversation between Tsukishiro and Katsunori. They are planning to lure Ayano to Area I2 and expel him by force on the final day of the exam, and although Tsukishiro threatened to expel Hanami's entire class if she revealed anything, she could not bring herself to abandon him. At that moment of extreme vulnerability, Hanami confesses her feelings to Ayano and tells him that she loves him, but although Ayano thanks her for the warning, he remains focused on the task ahead. He tells her that he must still go to Area I2 despite the danger and cannot give her a definite answer to her confession until he resolves his current problems. As Ayano continues toward the trap at Area I2, Miyabi intercepts him and demands a confrontation because he wants to prove that he is superior to every other student, especially the one Manabu admired so much. Miyabi believes that his position and influence make him untouchable, so he attempts to block Ayano from leaving, but Ayano is in a hurry and has no interest in Miyabi's power games. Miyabi becomes furious and tries to stop him physically, but Ayano fixes him with an intense stare that makes him hesitate, and without another word, Ayano delivers a single precise punch to Miyabi's solar plexus. The strike is so powerful that Miyabi instantly collapses unconscious, and although his walkie-talkie crackles with voices from his subordinates asking for orders, he is unable to respond while Ayano leaves the unconscious Miyabi behind and continues toward Area I2. Ayano arrives at the beach in Area I2 and finds Tsukishiro and Katsunori waiting for him. Tsukishiro explains that he had to step in personally because nothing was going according to plan, and he calls Ayano the greatest success of the White Room, while suggesting that the competition at this school is far below his actual level. Ayano disagrees because he believes there are many exceptional people at the school, and he intends to enjoy his life there until graduation. Tsukishiro tells him that if he wants to stay, he must defeat both of them in a fight, and he adds that having two adults fight him at once is not unfair because Ayano is considered the White Room masterpiece. Ayano realizes he has no choice but to fight, so he takes his stance. Meanwhile, Suzune runs toward Area I2 because she received a letter warning that Ayano would be expelled there by noon. Along the way, she meets Mio, who is determined to prove she has earned a higher score in the exam. Mio reveals that she has 131 points and demands to see Suzune's score, but Suzune initially refuses because Mio is still a competitor, and their conversation is interrupted when Ichika appears. Suzune eventually reveals her score of 145, which shocks Mio, and after realizing Suzune is not heading toward her designated area, Mio leaves to earn more points while taking advantage of the opportunity. Meanwhile, Ichika admits that she was the one who left the letter at Suzune's tent, and when Suzune asks why she wants her to help Ayano, Ichika simply tears up the letter and mocks her. Ichika claims that Suzune does not even know the real Ayano, but Suzune admits she still has much to learn about him while explaining that Ayano was the first person she ever became friends with at the school. She says she wants to spend the rest of her school years understanding his true abilities as both a classmate and a friend. Ichika remains unimpressed and calls Suzune a useless pawn to Ayano, but Suzune replies that even if she is not useful now, she will eventually become someone Ayano can depend on. Realizing Ichika will not let her pass, Suzune removes her bag and hat to fight, but Ichika easily dominates the battle by knocking her to the ground with powerful kicks while expressing disappointment in her skills. Mio steps in to protect Suzune because she declares that only she has the right to defeat her rival, and no random first year will take that away. Suzune suggests that they form a temporary group so they can avoid failing the exam even if one of them is knocked out, and Mio reluctantly agrees. Together they launch a coordinated attack against Ichika, and although she still holds her own, Suzune notices a deep wound on her stomach and realizes she was injured during an earlier fight. Because of that injury and the girl's persistence, Ichika eventually surrenders and allows them to pass, although she warns that they will probably arrive too late to save Ayano and will find only regret at the beach. Back at the beach, Ayano struggles against the combined attacks of Tsukishiro and Katsunori, but Fuka suddenly arrives. She explains that she has been watching from a distance and finds it both interesting and unfair that two adults are ganging up on one student. Fuka adds that her GPS has not shown her location because her watch broke earlier in the exam, and she offers to help Ayano because she believes it is a senior's duty to protect a junior. Ayano asks her to buy him some time, and she agrees to hold off Katsunori while he focuses on Tsukishiro. Fuka engages Katsunori in a fierce struggle while Ayano faces Tsukishiro one-on-one, and Tsukishiro gradually realizes that Ayano truly is the White Room masterpiece because he struggles to land even a single hit. In a desperate move, Tsukishiro throws dirt into Ayano's eyes and attempts to use a hidden taser to end the fight, but Ayano has already anticipated the dirty tactic by watching his movements, so he blocks the attack and pins Tsukishiro to the ground until he surrenders. Just as the fight ends, several boats bring other teachers to the area because Ayano had previously reported unconscious students from classes 2A and 2D, knowing the school would have to send staff to investigate. With witnesses arriving, Tsukishiro is forced to abandon his attempt to expel Ayano, and he admits that he failed despite using all his power. Before leaving, he asks Ayano to deliver a message to Ichika, saying that she is considered a failure for disobeying orders and may either remain at the school or leave as she pleases. Fuka congratulates Ayano on his victory and promises to keep his true strength a secret. The special exam officially concludes, and the students return to the cruise ship to rest. On the ship, Ryuin and Arisu discuss their recent deal regarding the defeat of Kazuomi, and Arisu later meets Ayano to express her desire for a proper match between them where no one can interfere. Meanwhile, Karuzawa feels shy and embarrassed while remembering her kiss with Ayano. The final results of the deserted island exam are announced, and it is revealed that 15 third-year students have been expelled after finishing in the bottom ranks. Ayano notes that Miyabi had the power to save those students by coordinating their points, but he could not do so because Ayano had knocked him unconscious the previous day. The top 3 rankings are then revealed, with Arisu's Class 2A group taking third place with 261 points, Miyabi's Class 3A group taking second with 325 points, and Rokusuke's Class 2D group claiming first place with 327 points. Because of the points earned during the exam, their class is promoted from Class D back to Class C, but Suzune is not in the mood to celebrate. Ayano encourages her to do so because they are now very close to Class B in total points and have earned a large amount of private points that will boost the class's morale, so Suzune finally agrees and decides to celebrate their progress. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.